she's stupid. This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body.
Cringe core.
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body. I done demon possessed and inhabited a stupid ass bitch body. Get me out of here. That demon that got in my coochie. Get that demon out my coochie. It don't got up in here. I ain't get no payments. I'm gonna have to check out that booty. I gotta see if there's any demons in that booty, that backside. Show me, girl. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body.
Cringe core.
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body. I done demon possessed and inhabited a stupid ass bitch body. Get me out of here. That demon that got in my coochie. Get that demon out my coochie. It don't got up in here. I ain't get no payments. I'm gonna have to check out that booty. I gotta see if there's any demons in that booty, that backside. Show me, girl. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 Shake it like a salt shaker. Girl. Ooh, she's stupid. This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body.
Cringe core.
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body. I done demon possessed and inhabited a stupid ass bitch body. Get me out of here. That demon that got in my coochie. Get that demon out my coochie. It don't got up in here. I ain't get no payments. I'm gonna have to check out that booty. I gotta see if there's any demons in that booty, that backside. Show me, girl. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 Shake it like a salt shaker.
Did you ever have Victory Outreach experience when you were on the West Coast?
What is that?
It's basically like Cholo Church.
Oh, really?
Cringe core.
Cholo Church. Hey, dude, this is straight up, bro. Cholo Church. Look, homie, you could go anywhere, bro. So, Cholo Church. I'd be going there instead of freaking Ruslan's church or whatever, dude. Cholo Church. Dude, this church is about 50 times less gay than freaking Ruslan's, bro. Cholo Church. Dude, how come I didn't even know about freaking Cholo Church? JP, dude, how come he ain't at Cholo Church, bro? Cholo Church. He's over here trying to get inside of the freaking Ruslan's butt buddy church. Cholo Church. Dude, he need to go to Cholo Church, bro.
Cholo
Church.
I'm gonna grab me a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy and put him on the white side of town. You know? And if that ain't good enough, I'm gonna grab me a little ching-chang, ping-pong playing China boy and put him on the Asian side of town.
Whoa, dude. Damn, bro. They based as hell over at Cholo Church. They making freaking white dude drugs, making Chinese drugs, bro. They don't even give a fuck. How do all of the Cholo women, like, they were fat before everybody was fat, dude. It's like Cholo women were just always like a circle, dude. Like they was born coming out like a circle, bro. Like they didn't even go through like a transformation where they were like high when they were young or whatever. Like they was just straight a circle the whole time, bro. The spheres, bro. That's the orbs that Sam Shamoon was talking about. And how could you refute me or whatever? Cholo. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
But the Dark Ages was a time when black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was...
That's King James right there. That's James LeBron. That's King LeBron right there.
black. He was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Who was a homosexual himself, who was in love with his sister Lucretia, who they made the image of Lucretia to be Mary. And that became the Renaissance era.
Lucretia. So hold on, you telling me Lucretia? That's a black name right there. How you gonna say that the people that was framing the black people were also black? That don't make no sense. Lucretia is a black as hell name. Lucretia. The church even allowed it, you know what I'm saying? The church allowed for straight pimping. That have been suppressed. Listen to my brother. In the 1500s, it was legal to be a pimp. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black...
The engine is starting up.
Moment, space, lives.
Let's create lives.
Moment, space, lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good.
Moment, space, lives. Moment, space, lives. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right.
Space wise.
Moment, space wise. Moment, space wise. God's cola.
I would like to have intimacy with you.
On the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear. Right there. Moment, space wise.
Let's create
Moment, space wise. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. Good, 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 good. Space.
space-wise.
Mormon space-wise.
Mormon space-wise. Let's create lives. Mormon space-wise. God the Father has a body. It's a Mormon space lives. Yeah. Intimacy with you on the planet of Naboo. I know it's muted. He looks good. Magic underwear is feeling right. Mormon space wives. On the planet of Naboo. Mormon space wives. Oh, I see. I clicked the wrong button. Let's create lives. I clicked the wrong button. It's over. Mormon space wives. It's over. It's time to retire. I clicked the wrong button. It's over. Pack it up. I boomer clicked the wrong button. That means I'm exposed. Fraud. Exposed. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. All right, now we haven't played the Katie Welds remix, so we're gonna do that one because that's a fave. It's also a fan fave, and originally it was kind of the most popular one. It's hard to say now because I kind of like all the versions of Mormon Space Wives, but oh wait, it's all the way back here. Yeah.
Tonight,
Y'all ready?
Law said.
This is how stupid. Right? Yeah, baby. This one has feels to it. You can feel this one, even though it's robot made.
Mormon space wives. Let's create new lives. Mormon space wives. Our God has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives, lords of crime. Let me have intimacy with you on the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear fits so tight, magic underwear feels so right. Mormon space wives, creating new lives. Mormon space wives, Mormon space wives.
Throw a little hee-hee in there. A little Jacko. A little bit of Jacko. And a little bit of Prince. And a little bit of hee-hee. Mormon hee-hee. Mormon shaman. Anyway. I can't help but feel that one. It takes over. You know what I mean? You feel that burning in your bosom. And it just take over. It just take over. Mormon space wives create new life. Oh, 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 it's a Mormon space wife. Oh. Shout out to Dr. Evo for a hype new banger. I liked it. I was like, what's today's new banger from Dr. Evo? There's a new cringe core. No, not that. Those are the classics.
Did you ever have victory outreach?
Classics.
Stupid girl.
Stupid girl.
Damn, son. This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body.
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's 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 stupid girl. Ooh, she's
This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body. I done demon possessed and inhabited a stupid ass bitch body. Get me out of here. That demon that got in my coochie. Get that demon out my coochie. It don't got a bit here. I ain't get no payments. I'm gonna have to check out that booty. I gotta see if there's any demons in that booty, that backside.
This
Show me,
is like
girl.
if
Show me what you got now.
Lil Jon
Show
and
me what you got now.
Lil Jon, the East Side Boy, have started a church.
Show me what you got now.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
stupid girl. Ooh, she's 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 stupid girl. Ooh, she's
Shake it like a salt shaker. Trapaholic.
Yeah, baby. Welcome everybody to part 2. Now, the drama never ceases. Once again, this idiot kid has gotten on my nerves. So I offered a virtual debate this time, 4 hours. We do talk about Filioque, the topic he wants so bad. But we also talk about any other topics either one wants to bring up within 4 hours. No, he won't do it. So then we have Alex Soren, David Erhan, and Ben Luigi, the real Ben Michael, all offer him formal debates. To my knowledge, he has not yet accepted any of those. So wait a minute. Because I learned new information and I upped the ante based on new information, I renegotiated. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but essentially every person engaged in debates negotiates those debates, and those terms might change based on various factors. For example,
Trent Horn and I are still negotiating the two separate debates. Trent initially accepted, and then there's a lot of discussion about exactly what we want the prompts to be. And presently, Trent does not want to do two debates, but he will do it if blah, 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 blah. So we are still negotiating those two debates that will be in person at DebateCon 10 or whatever. So I'm not sure why anybody thinks that that's strange. And because we are at the point where in debates, because I've done them very high profile for almost a decade, for the most part, at least many of them. Not everyone at the beginning of the decade was high profile, but many of them have been many, many, many millions and millions of views. I have over 200,000 on my channel, and the typical speaking fee for people with 200,000 subscribers is $5,000 speaking fee. That's pretty much across the board. Most people charge around that amount. Thus, for public debates, usually I get anywhere from 2 to 4 to 6, and I'm saying 6 based on other potential factors such as bonus ticket sales, my book sales, merch, etc. That ends up usually coming to anywhere from, if I had a low ball of 2,000, then I would maybe make 1 to 2,000 books. So that's 3 to 4,000. And thus you can see that it's anywhere in that frame. So no, I don't work for free. No one else works for free. No one says, why are you doing stand-up for money? Why are you coming to teach this course for money? You should do it all free. No one in this space does this for free. Do you think Trent Horn flies to these debates and does them for free? Are you guys are that stupid? You think that he doesn't charge money for these debates? So of course I'm going to negotiate the setting and the price and what my terms and expectations are. It's much like a business deal or some form of a contract. No one seems to know this, I suppose, because no one else is doing this. Very few people in this space are actually doing that. Between Andrew and Candrew, they negotiated from $300,000 to $500,000. I don't care who you like or don't like. That's what the reality is. How have I fallen off? These people are acting insane, like there's some new, like different thing that's occurred. We have always charged for live events. We have always, for the most part, so far in paid events, or excuse me, live events have been paid. I don't understand why. I mean, does Candace debate for free? I mean, what is it you guys are even thinking? How did I fall off? So I want to know, and today you get to call in and explain why that is. So in other words, also your top Catholic debaters have fallen off because Trent Horn gets paid to debate in person? I mean, what are you even talking about? You guys are literally totally retarded. You make absolutely no sense. You don't live in fact-based reality, because I can show you, for example, with this kid, here's another offer and he declines it. And then he says, I'm not declining it. Why are you lying? You're declining my offer and saying that you won't do a 4-hour debate on any topic. So that's a declining of my counter offer. He declined the counter offer. He's so far declined all the other offers. So how do you get to the fact that I'm running? It doesn't make any sense. Now we've seen, and we're going to get to Candace here in a moment in the debate. We've seen that this kid has a history of lying. I want to play this again. And it turns out it's even worse than we initially thought with him.
No, he's saying, you can see in the second paragraph there, the reason is AI is too easily used in online debates or friends feeding you text arguments, etc. You have admitted
So here he is lying again in his video explaining what happened.
to using AI in debates. Is this true? Is this something that I've done? Have I used AI to cheat in debates? No.
No. So notice, no, I don't use AI and cheat in debates.
The scholar who I misquoted saying that
here's his previous admission,
said this when really it was another scholar that said it, reached out, he called me out, and I made an apology video. And in that apology video, I told everyone that a friend had given me that quote. And that is where the mix-up came in. However, that was a lie. I received that quote from AI. That is
what?
The truth. is that it was an AI quote. Now, the quote was real, and I am rather certain that I did check my sources. No, he's saying...
So, turns out he used an entirely Chat GPT opening statement. The entire opening statement was Chat GPT. It included a fraudulent comment. The author of the actual comment called him out on it, and that's the only reason that he recanted, was that he used a fraudulent quote, but said the quote backed him up, and the scholar said this quote is actually refuting the point that you're making. That's the only reason he recanted and apologized about this. But notice, he is lying about using AI. He said this quote came from AI. I said I had a friend, a scholarly person, that, I went to my scholarly friend to get this quote. No, your scholarly friend is AI, you liar. And you did cheat because AI wrote your Chat GPT opening statement, you freaking liar. Now, why did I make a deal about this? He made a video that went out to hundreds of thousands of people on multiple platforms saying that I demanded $2,000 for a debate. He lied by omission because everybody who saw what was actually offered saw that there were two separate conditions. So yes, you can lie by omission. I don't know if you Roman Catholics who are you're all very experienced at lying. I would think you know that it is possible to lie by admission. So let's look at how he lied by omission. Here is the first offer in the DMs. The original first offer in the DMs is, I've decided this needs to be in person. Why did I decide that? Because of new information that he admits in the DMs, he's relying on Christian Wagner. On top of that, I separately offered another debate to Christian Wagner, which is the third offer that he has declined. That's 3 in a row. But notice the first offer is you will get paid in person. You will not only get paid, the flight will be covered, and it's because AI is too easily accessible online at home in these virtual debates. There's nothing unreasonable about that. And remember, this is a person who claims that he's a Catholic-based crusader man, but also an unnamed terror organization has a fatwa on him because of Instagram reels, and he can't leave his house for months. Literally, that's what he says. So what he showed was a later discussion in the text where I said, if you want to come on the stream, you can. If you want me on your channel, and I'm going to show you where I clarify this. If you just want a virtual where I'm on your channel, that's $2,000 because I'm not going to debate for free. And here's the clarification underneath his post. In person and paid is not running. It's what I and the audience deserve. So notice again, he is being instructed on the clarification underneath his claim that I'm running. This is 3 days ago. And then again, I'm showing him, this is underneath his post 2 days ago. I told you that you would get paid. I said $2,000 for your channel. So this is a same day clarification. He ignored all of that. Again, here's a third clarification. I said I get paid 2 to 6 per K. This is 2 days ago. See that right there? Now 3 days ago. Appearance that you have, and you have no reading conference. I didn't ask him for 6K. I said 2K on his channel, and he would get paid if it was in person. So this is the third clarification. You see that? 3 days ago. Publicly and privately. You will, of course, get paid. He then makes a video saying that I demanded $2,000 to debate him. That is a lie of omission. It gives the impression that there wasn't a prior discussion about in person where he gets paid. But he only made a video giving the impression that I demanded now $2,000 just for him to debate me. It's a lie. And he knows because he was multiple times corrected. He furthermore knows because the video that he clipped of me explaining it was deceptively edited to only clip out the part talking about the $2,000 for his channel. In that same video, I make the exact same offer that I made initially in the DMs. It's right there. Now, Roman Catholics are all over my page, calling me names, calling me a liar. This went out to hundreds of thousands of people, and it gives the impression that I demand of everybody, including poor helpless teenagers, who, by the way, are supposedly the beige trad awesome debaters. So wait a minute, is he a beige trad awesome debater that I'm afraid of, or is he a victim teenager that's being bullied? You understand the Roman Catholics are saying both of that? Neither, they can't both be true, you idiots. But regardless, he's an adult. He wants to take on Islam publicly, but he won't leave his house because supposedly there's a fatwa on him. Who actually believes that Islam is so terrified of his Instagram reels that they put a fatwa out on him? That's completely retarded. So that is a pattern of lying. You saw him lie about using ChatGPT and lying about the source in the opening statement of a debate with needgod.net. Imagine being so pitiful that you need ChatGPT for needgod.net, the worst debater on the internet. And so by the way, I looked at a lot of his audience. They're literally all like 18-year-old Chicano dudes. It's all like 18-year-old, 19-year-old Mexicans. And they just spam the stupidest shit imaginable. They have no idea what they're talking about, because a lot of them, I showed them this text and I said, I mean, in the public comments, in DMs, I said, do you not see that this is me offering to pay him and that he left this out? And half of them will say, yeah, so what? Fuck you, bro. Yeah, so what, bro? I don't give a shit. You're a fucking coward, dude. You're a pussy, dude. It's like they will admit that it's a lie because he left it out and they don't care. That's the point, is like, that's what you're dealing with. So why did I mention legal stuff? Because if his videos and reels go viral, and sometimes they do, that could potentially damage the possibility of me getting debate work, you see. That does. Now, I showed him all the images of me explaining to him that he's incorrect, and that was all prior to him making that video that got 200. The two different it's the same video. One outlet has 100,000, other has 100,000 yesterday. I don't know what's up to today. But do you understand that if you maliciously put out information that is a lie of omission intended to hurt or damage the person, he now has the foreknowledge of that, because I showed him that same day it was clarified. So that means he made the video with foreknowledge. That means malicious intent. So I've demonstrated to him and to you, and I've asked multiple lawyers about this. They agree. Yes, it does meet malicious intent if he's doing it. The next stage would be that if there is monetary damage via, if I don't get debates, if things begin to be, because my reputation is being damaged by his lie going out to hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of people, that I only demanded money from him. You see, I'm picking on a poor kid because I'm demanding $2,000 for him to talk to me. No. On his channel, as it was clarified multiple times, at least 3 times, perhaps 4. And has he retracted that mistake? No, he doesn't care. In fact, he went on to then say, when I offered a counter offer of a 4-hour debate, he went on to say that Jay is running again after he rejects my new offer. Well, if I'm offering a separate 4th offer from me, right? Or 3rd offer from me, that's not me running. It's just me renegotiating the terms based on new information that has come out. Lauren Pritchard Ascension, you are a psycho. You believe in time. You believe that you're a time lord. I don't care what you think. Like, you've called in saying that you're literally a fucking time lord. So I don't care what do you think I care what you think? You literally think that you're Doctor Who. Leave the chat, you retard. I'm not in a good mood today. So no, you will not get nice Jay today. I can guarantee you that. No, you get mean sassy Jay today. 100%. 100%. Right? We're full. We're Sam Tripoli. 100%. Mean sass today. You don't get none of this shit. Because why am I supposed to put up with all this? This is so stupid and retarded. I mean, I've been here debating people for 10 years. Haven't lost a debate. We've got now to this. I'm debating people like Dinesh that are going to require $10,000 to $20,000 per debate, you retards. Where are you called? Dinesh D'Souza's evil because he asks for money. Okay, so Trent Horn's evil. Trent Horn's evil because he debates for money. Now, if this is a significant part of my income now, debating. It's not my main thing, but it's still part of my income. Then for this person to put out an intentional malicious lie about my contractual business approach to debates, that damages the business and the reputation, you retards. You can't do that. I have limits as to what I'll put up with. So yes, of course I'm going to talk to lawyers about this. Just like anyone, Candace, Andrew, when going into a high profile debate, they're going to have lawyers. And when you get up into thousands, tens of thousands of dollars for debating and debates, yeah, of course, there's going to be contracts and agreements. And so if you want to step into professional big person world, retard, you have to live by those standards. You can't just lie and get away with it. Now, maybe everybody else will put up with it. I'm not going to put up with it. Now, you're going to say, well, where are you getting Wagner in this? He says in the DMs that he relies on Wagner's information, Wagner's Discord, and Wagner's supposed AI translations and arguments. He says that. So with that new information, I'm not going to debate Wagner by proxy. This kid literally just learned about the Filioque 6 months ago, just like David Wood. So I offered both of them, you can both come to Modern Day Debate. I'll debate each of you separately at Modern Day Debate in person, and you would get paid, you retards. They won't do that. They are the cowards, you idiots. And every offer that makes perfect sense to actually 100% remove the possibility of AI cheating, they turn down. Why? There's no reason why a Catholic Templar Crusader boy can't go debate in person like everybody else does. David Wood does, God Logic does, Trent Horn does, Sam Shamoon does. Everybody gets threats. There's no fatwa on you, you freaking 20-year-old retard. Islam is not going to collapse from your gay reels. It's obviously bullshit. And then all of these idiots believe it. But what do we expect? What do we expect Roman Catholics to do? They believe anything. They love forgeries. They love fucking lying nonstop. They're the biggest liars on the internet as much as the Muslims. So I'm not surprised. But all of this to evade even getting paid for your work. And he acts like he's too pious to get paid for it, but he took my $150 in super chats. He's totally just trash, man. This guy's a total piece of trash. And every time I've tried to give the benefit of the doubt, he lies and he goes back on it. He glazes the Muslims when he supposedly got a fatwa on him. Why is he over here talking and publicly referencing Libiano when, remember, he said the FBI told him to not talk about Islam for a while? Why are you doing reels about Islam, you idiot? Why are you talking about Libiano? So that's enough of that. But another point on this is also God Logic, your favorite pimpistolic succession phony fraud. Well, turns out now God Logic has sided with this goober. Okay, now wait a minute. Let's think this through. Not only that, God Logic now says that, remember, as we saw the other day, I'll play the clip in case you guys forgot. So remember, God Logic says, if you agree, him and David Wood and all the Ziotard crowd, if you agree with a Muslim on any post, you are working with them to undermine the gospel, right? Remember, they all argued that when I said bingo underneath that retard's post, because I agree with the comment. Oh, so you're now working with Islam. They all said that, including God Logic, because it was about God Logic. But now remember, God Logic has now accepted the Reformation doctrine of justification by faith alone, and anyone who teaches works as any aspect of that is under the curse of Galatians 1 and is teaching a false works-based gospel. Have we already forgotten freaking 4 days ago? I know there's a lot of crazy shit every single day now. Like every day is insane. But let's show that, because I'm sure you all forgot that.
No, he's saying
the truth. Yeah.
No, he's
the truth.
Yeah.
This is who Jesus is. This is the true gospel. You know, there's nothing that you can do to be saved, like of your own works. Like, because the Book of Mormon, it'll say that you're saved, you know, that you receive the gift of grace after all you can do. So it's after all I can do, then he covers for me. No, the Bible says you are saved by grace, right? Alone. It's the gift of God.
Yeah.
You don't work for a gift. You can't work for a gift. It's a free gift, right? All you gotta do is trust in the Lord. You believe in him and who he truly is. Make him your Lord in your heart and your life, and boom, the truth.
No, that's not true. So that is the Protestant doctrine of justification by faith alone, and immediate acceptance makes you, quote, saved. Okay. Now, he's gone even further in explicating his views, but you'll notice, and in that same interview with Brian Gavila, gay as hell, Brian Gavila, if you watch that interview, they talk about Galatians 1. If you preach another gospel, you're accursed. So if you believe in a works-based salvation, according to God logic, whether you're a Mormon, Roman Catholic, Oriental, or Eastern Orthodox, you teach and preach a false, cursed gospel. But wait a minute. God logic is supporting Jesus and Chatbot over here. That means that he supports a person that teaches a false works-based gospel because he's a Roman Catholic. So by God logic's own position, God logic is supporting the destruction of the Protestant gospel by supporting a heretic, Jesus and Chatbot. I'm just going to call him Jesus and Chatbot now because he's a total fake. And he needs to retract the lie that I only demanded $2,000 of him. It's a lie of omission, giving the impression that I didn't offer him to pay him to do it in person, flight covered, and he gets paid for the speaking event. So that's a lie of omission. It's intended maliciously because he has foreknowledge of that. He knew it's not true. It's intended to and he deceptively edited my video that clarified it. So he knew from that as well. So that's like 4 to 5 instances where he had foreknowledge that shows it's malicious. So the only other bar that I would have to meet is if it had monetary effect or damage. And if there are incidents where there appears to be people citing this or any other public video and I don't get a debate offer, or this continues to go viral, as I said, started at 200,000 views, then you're damaging a person's reputation based on something that is a verifiable, known lie. That's why this is different in most cases, right? So in many cases, people talk shit all the time. Libiano talks shit, he'll lie, but it's difficult to demonstrate malicious forethought, right? But in this case, it's not, because he was shown and told from the very outset, the very first message in the DMs, I can show you, about this, was that he would get paid for in person. So we'll scroll up to where I first offered it. Now notice here, by the way, you can see that I'm being good-willed with this guy. And I'm even giving him sources and information of what my position is. So this destroys all the nonsense of like that I don't give people the benefit of the doubt, that we don't treat people fairly and in a good-willed way at the outset. Okay. Now we scroll down to where the drama started. This is me arguing with him about Invisible Church. I already showed you guys all of this. By the way, he also violated trust by immediately leaking all these DMs, which I didn't do that. He did that. So you'll notice right here, this is Thursday. So Thursday, my renegotiated offer for in person says right here at the very beginning, I've thought about this. It needs to be in person. You will, of course, get paid and your flight covered. This was the first in the renegotiations right there. He says, I don't accept that. Okay. And then later on, it says, if you want me directly, then it's going to be $2,000. And then it's clarified multiple times over that I'm talking about just me and you virtually on your channel. I showed you that already. There you go. So it's a lie to put out that I just demanded $2,000 from him. And I mentioned to several of these Roman Catholics, I was like, it's a lie by omission. They didn't even know what that is. Like, they literally don't even know that there's such a thing as that. These people are functionally actually retarded people. Okay, so we're talking about like stupid 80 IQ cholos. That's his audience. I'm not being, you racist. Yeah, as they make jokes about me all the time. I'm like, I don't give a shit, dude. I don't care if you make fun of me being white. I don't care. I don't care if you make fun of my tooth. Who gives a shit? Everybody gets made fun of. Good job. But did you notice in the 1 versus 5, what did they all do? Pearl clutched on racism. Even though everybody agreed to no holds barred and you get roasted. So everybody's just a bunch of giant pussies. There's no reason why a beige crusader can't debate in person. He got threats from the Middle East, the unnamed terrorist. Oh, really? So Bin Laden wants Jesus and chatbot dead? Really? Oh, I'm sorry. Was it al-Baghdadi? Oh, it was the Sultan? Was it the Sultan of Turkey? Did Erdogan want him dead? Who's the unnamed terror organization? The fact that it's unnamed is complete. It's obviously fake. It's so stupid. And yeah, of course it's all drama, because what do you expect from a bunch of gay Roman Catholics? And when you go to the profiles of all these 20-year-old dudes, they're all like shirtless, like they're all doing their weightlifting stuff shirtless. It's all just butt buddy hookup, dude. I guarantee you his whole comment section is for gay Roman Catholic dudes to hook up to find butt buddies. And all he does on his streams is joke about kissing his friend, literally. And he has the biggest list. He has a bigger list than James White. James White's PSA, penis substitutionary atonement. My name's James White, and I wear a Cosby sweater. Jesus and chatbot. I'd love to debate you, Jesus and chatbot, if you want to come over to my RV sometime when my wife's not around, when my beard's not around. I'd love to have you over to the RV, son. We can debate theology all night long if you'd like. And then Jesus and chatbot would immediately make a video about it. I don't want to make this video, but James White is super base and awesome and tried, and I love him. I don't want to make this video, but I accidentally kissed James White. We talked about penis substitutionary atonement. Whoa. I already made this James White joke already, and he melted down. I remember, and all the Roman Catholics pearl clutched over that. This man does not have the fruits of the Spirit. This man does not bear Christian humility and stuff. Yeah, you're all gay. Exactly. You're all terrible. Like, you're literally, like, you're gayer than gay dudes. Gay dudes look at you guys and are like, damn, those motherfuckers are gay as hell. Oh my gosh. Gay dudes are gayed out by you guys. That's what I actually think of you guys. But buddy and me. Kid sister and me. All right. That is enough on all that retarded shit, because it's just so stupid, dude. It's like, this is like, should it be this hard to organize a debate? It's not this. I mean, some of these people, it's kind of pulling teeth with Trent Horn. At least with Tim Gordon, I'd have to pull teeth. I mean, good grief, dude. It was like pulling teeth to get Tim Gordon to debate. And it takes multiple negotiations of the terms. I don't care. That's fine. But good grief, dude. These people, it's like, if you want to negotiate your terms, you're running. Everybody runs, if that's the case. So because Trent Horn is negotiating the terms, he's running? He's not running. He's negotiating the terms. What are you talking about? Okay, we're going to get... by the way, I'll put this out too. I'm going to put up $2,000 to $4,000, and I think $4,000 would depend on ticket sale, getting a chunk of the ticket sales, for in-person future debates with God Logic, IP, Jesus and Chatbot, Wes Huff, Jeff Durbin, Mike Winger, or Joel Hesh-Mayonnaise, whatever his name is. And yes, also people included Voice of Reason, Voice of Sleason, or Roots of Grifting too. So let's see if anybody had any other suggestions of people I forgot. I don't know who Israel Anderson. Oh, that guy's insane. I'm not going to debate Israel Anderson. Why are you not debating Muslims? I fucking debate Muslims nonstop, you retards. Good grief, dude. I have no patience for this shit today. When you going to debate Muslim? For 10 years. What are you talking about? Why you not debate Muslim? I just did. 3 in a row. What are you talking about? You could debate Muslims for 20 years, and if you do a debate with a Protestant, why you not debate Muslim? You fighting, you are with Islam. You are with Islam. Yeah, I debated Muslim for the last 10 years. Almost. 9 years, 8 years, whatever. You are working with Islam. You want to work with Islam. I think everybody's been hit by a retard ray. There's some sort of retard ray that has been flicked on by when they flick CERN on. They released some biotardation weapon that has literally affected everybody in the last 3 years. Somehow, perhaps it's connected with AI. I don't know. But that's what's happened apparently, because no one can reason through anything more than 30 to 60 seconds. That's where we're at. And they don't care about the context of what's actually happening. It's literally just whatever they saw in the last reel. And it's almost like everyone's getting collective. It's like a mass dementia. Okay, so my dad is, as we know, as I pointed out, nearing the twilight times. When he will be passing on, pray for him. We were at the hospital last night. Don't think that he will. He may make it through this and kind of get a little more time, but I don't know yet. So we're praying for that. But one thing that's interesting, and I don't mean to be macabre or flippant because it is difficult, but we also have known that he's in bad health for a good while now. So it's not a surprise. You know, I think the worst types of these, and last year, you know, my best friend died. That was very sudden. It was out of nowhere, and that was very difficult. This is not that way because he's been ill for many years, and we knew that eventually he would, you know, decline. But what's interesting about the dementia that's occurring is that he will not recall whatever stage he's in this. He will not recall like an hour ago. I mean, he'll recognize you, and he'll know who you are, and he can, you know, spout out certain details, but he won't recall like anything past like an hour, right? So if you talk about, well, do you remember yesterday? Do you remember what happened, you know, a week ago, or when you were at home and you were in the yard and this and that? And he doesn't remember any of that. And he'll also kind of remember stuff from like 30 years ago, right? So it's almost like there's this sort of pattern that I'm noticing, and I don't mean literally everybody has dementia, but there's a commonality in the way that people, for example, analyze the debate with Candace and Andrew, or the way that people are learning theology from AI, which is ridiculous, or watching Jesus and chatbots reels to learn theology and to, you know, dunk on and get bazed or whatever. And they don't know how to contextualize or put it into a larger framework. So everything is just literally what's the immediate. And nobody will remember and can remember the reel from 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, 4 weeks ago. And this is the big downside of no longer reading, right? Is what reading does is it forces you to train your mind to be hyper specific on the details throughout a long, focused text, right? And when you train yourself for many decades to read vast text, you can get very good at this. And you're hyper focused on details. And also, hopefully, in my case, what I try to do is fitting that into the meta narrative, the big narrative, the grand story, the big picture. That's why we do worldview debates and worldview apologetics. By the way, Jesus and Whatnot, when he debated Dean Withers, literally went on there and said, you can't know or justify your ethics without having a paradigm level argument. He literally rips off the very thing that when he called in said, you shouldn't be arguing that way to me. And he didn't want to have that debate. So again, another level of deception from him. And by the way, when I called into his stream, he admitted he did that. He was like, yeah, props to you, Jay. Good job. I used that argument on Dean Withers. Oh, so you do believe in doing that kind of debate. But you act like when you called in, oh, this is a cheap move. It's a cheap trick. Also, you're using cheap tricks. I mean, anyway, I think what's missing, and this is something that FDA has pointed out, is intellectual honesty. Intellectual honesty. And unfortunately, if you're a young guy, that's very difficult, right? Because when you're 19, 20, 21, you're very caught in your emotions. Now, I'm not saying that when you get older, you don't have emotions, but you're not caught in them. So when you're caught in your emotions, you let that override your logical thinking process. And you will, for example, lie about what happened so that you don't look bad. That's more important to you in the moment than intellectual honesty to say, oh, you know what? You're actually correct. That was a point that I missed. And as you get older, you will realize that it's actually to your own detriment if you don't admit, okay, you know what? I made a mistake there. Because all of us will make mistakes. You're going to be wrong. You will lose some debate. Thankfully, amazingly, I don't know how, providentially. I don't think in most polls, I don't think there's any polls where I lost. I haven't really lost a formal debate like unanimously and decisively. There might be one or two where people would think, well, he didn't perform perfectly in that one. But most polls and most people don't think that I've lost a formal public debate. I don't care what you think about some blood sport shouting match. I don't give a shit about that. But in a formal debate, I don't think I've lost one as of yet. Doesn't mean I can't lose one. That does not mean I've gotten every point or detail correct. No, I'm sure that there's multiple places. In the Ibarra debate, I missed a detail about which counsel he was talking to. Okay, I don't think that means that the whole debate was lost, because the whole debate didn't hinge on the date or one specific counsel. Likewise, what error you make, and we're going to see this when we get back into the Candace and Andrew debate, what error you make is not itself a defeater. It really depends on what the error is and how relevant it directly is to the premise of the debate. So, for example, you say, let's say I was debating, like I'm going to be debating that skeptic guy, what's his name? Jack Sazer, the Destiny crowd guy. He wants to debate geopolitical conspiracies, right? Is there a new world order, et cetera? And so let's say we're debating and I'm listing off my proofs for a large scale, long-term, say Fabian socialist, big Z type of conspiracy, something like that. And let's say I say blah, 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 and I list a bunch of quotes, and he attributed a quote to H.G. Wells that was actually, George Bernard Shaw. Okay, would that mean that I lose the debate? Obviously not. It would be a mistake, but it's not a devastating mistake, right? I'm trying to think of what would be a devastating mistake in that type of a debate. I mean, let's say that we are debating, the transcendental argument for God. Maybe that's too intellectualized. Let me think of an easier example. Let's say we're debating, I don't know, the ethics of abortion, and okay, let's say we're debating the ethics of abortion, and midway through the debate, let's say somebody starts arguing to me, well, we don't actually have a way to know the time that a person in the womb is conscious, or if they are even a person. And let's say I argue, well, I'm going to argue that through, ultrasound and this and that, we can see the point at which a person is conscious. And then the opponent says, okay, show me where in a ultrasound or whatever, at whatever stage of the zygote, you see the thing be conscious, right? So I'm debating an atheist pro-abortion person. And then I say, well, I admit we actually can't see that. Uh-oh. Now that would be devastating to my case and my argumentation. Because the very thing that I've hinged my argument on, I now contradicted myself on, right? Now, obviously that's not the same as me saying or mixing up Bernard Shaw with H.G. Wells, both of whom were Fabians, right? And had the same worldview. So do you see that you can make a mistake that's not totally devastating, obviously, in a debate. So it really matters as to what the mistake was. I know this sounds basic to a lot of you people out there in my audience, but I mean, when I'm reading the comments of these people, especially all these like 18-year-old cholos in Jesus and Chatbot's audience, they don't know anything. I doubt any of these people have even read a book. Now, remember what David Patrick Harry was showing on his channel, what was it, last year? Like, the numbers of people in that age group who've actually ever read a book is staggering. And the numbers of them who can actually, I'm surprised they can even type, like, on their phone. I don't even know how they're, half the time you can't read what they're trying to convey. So I don't, maybe they can't read. Maybe they got like some speech to text app or some shit that make like, because I don't even know how these people are functioning to actually type anything, because we are dealing with the public getting radically stupid, radically retorted. And I'm beginning to see this, and I'm noticing it's almost like it's almost like brain damage. Like I noticed with my dad having dementia. It's like brain damage at an extreme level. And I mean, I don't know if maybe there is ways to sort of mitigate that or heal the brain via, I don't know. I'm not a brain surgeon. I'm not a health dude per se. I mean, I would say, look towards like keto carnivore, that kind of stuff. But, NADs, those seem to work very well, especially for focus. That blue, I forget the brand, but whatever, that blue bottle of NAD that you see everywhere. I've been taking that for a good while, and it works very well for me for focus. Don't take 2 though, because if you do, you'll just stare for the entire day. But let's get to the debate. Appreciate you guys. We got a nice, comfy, we've had about comfy 2000 in here. Welcome everybody. And let me give you guys the link here if you want to. We'll take calls in a second, again, like we did in yesterday's debate. I appreciate calls from both sides. We had a very high tier discussion, calls from both sides. Now, this goober Dan Bilzerian fan channel over here, this fan account, I forgot this was the guy that called in with the Queen Candace arguments like 6 months ago, and he admitted that that's him. And I remember him now because he's the guy that got butthurt because he said, I said, do you tell me so you're an expert on political assassinations. Tell me 1 to 2 books that you've read about political assassinations. I've got a whole shelf over here on that. He didn't know any and he'd not read any. And so I called into question his capability to debate that. That made him furious. And so he says, you are a retard. Here he is cussing me out because I called into question his capabilities with the subject. Now, why would it be unfair to ask, what familiarity do you have with this subject? The left does this all the time. Erudite tries to play the gotcha, list the books all the time, and that's why I love turning it back on her. Oh, really? So you're a philosophy major, educated person. Name 2 philosophy books by 2 famous philosophers. She can't do it a year later. So this is a trick. Cheap tricks, tactics. So I've offered this dude $200 if he'll just call back in. And he won't do it because he's insane. But that's what we get with these beige, trad, low IQ anti-Semites. And by the way, Nick is saying that for the last few months. Nick, that's what I was saying 10 years ago. That a lot of these retards are low IQ anti-Semites, and they actually hurt whatever cause you're trying to work for. So again, Nick has come around to a position that I've had for many years. And when I had that position, oh, you're because you're a Zionist shill, you're a sellout. What has been my position? Or excuse me, my theory. I'm going to be very clear. Now, notice the difference between me and Queen Candace. Okay. What is my theory on this? Here is my chat group with my friends. September 13th, 2025. See this? My theory, my guess, it's a theory, is a certain country is using TRANZ groups, etc. That hasn't changed. Now, I stressed this the other day, that this was a theory. I cannot prove it. That's the difference between theory and proof, is the evidences and the claims that you're making. The fatal flaw that we saw from Candace in the first half of the debate was that she argued and hinged Patsy on fingerprints and DNA. Thus, the question was, what is the line of argumentation that gets you from fingerprints, DNA, therefore Patsy? And she did affirm that. Now, you could argue later on, she then, in the second half, began to list a bunch of other things that she sees as holes in the case. Now, okay, but she should have said that when she was hinging her Patsy case in the first third of the debate. She didn't do that. She said, "What? Well, why else would there be multiple?" Well, there could be many reasons why there's multiple prints. There could be mishandling of evidence. There could be people handling an heirloom. All sorts of different reasons why there could be multiple prints. And then I noticed Roman Catholics talking about today, it's like some of them have just discovered Mary appearing at Zaytun, which is like, that happened in the 70s. You didn't know about that. And they're like, oh, another Marian apparition proves Catholicism. What? What? Let me find that one. And you guys will recall people that have called in with this fallacious line of reasoning. It was one of the big Roman Catholic accounts that I'm replying to. I didn't quote tweet it. I just replied here. Notice the line of argument that's exactly what you see in Queen Candace. It's the same as the papal logic, and shocker, she's a papist. That's why they have this line of argumentation, which is the whole foundationalist, evidentialist mistake that we've been highlighting. Now, again, as we said at the beginning of the debate, first half, this is a bit of a different debate because it's a court type of debate, and that will be heavily empirically based. And so it's different from the type of debate that I do philosophically, typically, and oftentimes Andrew does as well. Now, Andrew does do evidence, empirical based debates. He does those as well. But usually when I'm doing a philosophy debate like TAG, right, I'm usually doing a indirect internal critique, transcendental type of debate, paradigm level, worldview type debate. The very thing, by the way, that Jesus and Chatbot did to Dean Withers, using our line of argumentation, by the way, admittedly. But notice, Queen Candace does the exact same thing. The papist says Mary allegedly appears in Zaytun to tens of thousands of people. So that proves Roman Catholicism. Wait a minute. Those are Coptic churches. So by your own line of arguing, I should be Coptic because Marian apparitions prove wherever she appears. But wait a minute. There's Orthodox claims of Marian apparition. There's Coptic claims of Marian apparition. There's Fatima, Roman Catholic claims. So how does Marian claim prove which one, goobers? Duh. It doesn't. In fact, Roman Catholics will even say that, well, because of ecumenism, it proves Catholicism. What? That's even stupider. Why would that? I mean, that's an even worse case for you. By that line of argumentation, Islam is valid too because Mary has a place in Islam. It's entirely possible that Mary could have appeared, or if a Muslim claims Mary appears. So now it proves Islam as well. Because Vatican II says Roman Catholics and Muslims worship the same deity. So how do you, I mean, this is so stupid. But it's the same line of argument of non sequitur. DNA and fingerprints, therefore Patsy. No, that is a non-necessary inference. How do I show that it's a non-necessary inference? Because there are multiple other possible inferences that are just as likely. Perhaps there was mishandling of the evidence. Perhaps there was an heirloom gun that many people handled. And then she suggested if you guys remember. Well, perhaps the family was involved in the cover-up. Oh, now you're getting even more out there and challenging for your position. So now so how do you know which of these prints therefore puts the family member in the domain, the bucket of conspiring for him to be a patsy? You see, that's an even higher bar of things to prove. It's even stupider. Now, maybe that's the case, but you're going to have to demonstrate that. Well, again, as I say to people who, I mean, if none of us were there at Zaytun or at Fatima in Portugal, can you absolutely rule out, let's just say for the sake of argument, we're going to investigate either of those miracle claims. Can you rule out that it's not just a fake news story? Have there been large-scale fake news stories in history? Absolutely. In fact, there's a very famous case of one called the Great Moon Hoax. 1835, a series of 6 articles published in the Sun newspaper, August 25th, 1835, about the discovery of life and civilizations on the moon. Look, bat people on the moon, dude. They drew a picture of it in the paper for you. There you go. And guess what they did? They appealed to authority. They said, science men have proven this. And guess what? The majority of people believed it. Now, a lot of people were skeptical of it. But if you study this event, it was actually, ironically, more of the non-lettered people that were skeptical because they didn't trust the so-called scientific establishment that was claiming to purport this to be a real event. But it was a hoax perpetrated in a very popular newspaper in New York called The Sun. Now, this is prior to Fatima and it's prior to Zaytun. Okay. So if none of us were there, how do we know that the Portuguese paper didn't just fake an apparition? Do we have evidence of faked apparitions anywhere else? Oh, it turns out we do. In fact, we read Michael Graziano's CIA study, PhD book on the history of CIA and religion, and he talked about staging Marian apparitions on the part of the CIA during the Cold War. Interesting. We've talked about that. You can read Victor Marchetti's book, where the CIA has staged religious apparitions during the Cold War. In fact, Ed Lansdale had a whole plan to stage a fake second coming of Christ in Cuba to keep Cuba from going communist. Those are all on record. Now, they didn't go with that Cuba plan, but I'm saying it was discussed and it's declassified. Ed Lansdale. We covered Michael Graziano's CIA history text. Florida University, not a conspiracy book, retards. Academic text. Oh, okay. So, can I say with 0% doubt, like Candace says, that I know that Fatima happened because many, many witnesses? Really? Well, why would you have believed the Great Moon Hoax, wouldn't you? Because it's possible that there's a fake news story. So, how do we know? I don't know if Fatima was a fake news story, but I also don't know if Fatima happened. Now, we all believe in religious deception and con artistry. And many, many, many Roman Catholics, for example, would say, well, Fatima is real, but Zaytun is fake. So you are admitting that large-scale Marian apparitions can be fake, right? Yes, but ours is real. Oh, okay. Interesting. How do I, from the outset, just de facto, based on news clippings and allegations of Marian apparitions, how do I know which one is real and which one's fake? Oh, all the evidences. And then it goes into an infinity of claims of sources of authority and this scientist and this test and that, blah, blah, blah. And so, in other words, you go down an infinite rabbit hole of you'll never be able to know because they'll both have sources and scholars citing either one. But how do I know between a demonic delusion or a fake news story or some other event? Perhaps Fatima was a unexplained stellar event that Roman Catholics seized upon to say is a miracle of Mary. I mean, I'm just saying there's all sorts of possibilities that are almost, I would say, perhaps impossible to actually verify. There's always a element of unknown, especially since this is over 100 years ago. It's really not possible to, quote, scientifically go and verify with strong certitude what happened in Portugal a century ago. How do you even do that? Other than news clippings, supposed eyewitness testimony. Okay, well, again, that's all going to be very, very easily doubted, you see. So likewise, one individual piece of data does not get you to therefore Patsy. And she waited, I don't know why she did that, it was really stupid on her part, but she waited way, way, way late, an hour and a half in, to start listing what she thought were valid questions and holes in the story, which I actually agree with some of those, which is why we gave her 1 point for that. So in my count so far, we are at Queen Candace 2, Andrew 8. Now, perhaps she will make a huge comeback. Perhaps she's going to bring a bunch of heat. I don't know, because we haven't gotten this far yet. And people were saying, how do you know who won if you didn't watch it all? I admitted that I saw 60% of it, and I told you what I thought based on that. That's why we're watching the whole thing, retard. And I'm in a sass mood today because I realized, as one of our commenters said, your boy Tim Gordon is just Chris Angel. You just got mind freaked. Tell me Tim Gordon isn't Chris Angel, and how do you unsee that now? I thought he was Scott Stapp, and I'm like, hell no, he ain't Scott Stapp. He's a damn mind freak Chris Angel, bro. Now, Chris Angel was raised Orthodox. That's prophetic, son. That means it's only a matter of time before your boy Timmy becomes Orthodox. Saint Timothy. You just got mind freaked. Now, let's get over here and get to the debate. And I appreciate, by the way, shout out to Alex Soren, because Alex's channel was great for the legalese heavy part of that first chunk. So we'll be moving over here into the PBD version. And I'll speed it up a little bit. And if I need to slow it down, I'll slow it down a little bit too. Let's get back into it. And by the way, I will be taking some calls. Maybe we should take one call before we get back into it, because I did tell you guys that I'll be taking calls. So before we start this, Nectarios, what's up? By the way, you're welcome to call in if you agree or disagree with my assessments. If you believe that Candace won, you're welcome to call in and make a case. If you want a time to say, hey, guys, remember when last night when we did the other stream, we had a guy call in pro Candace, and we had a guy call in anti Candace. I let both of them speak. You'll get your time to speak. Now, you can't be unreasonable and say, I want 20 minutes to speak. No, you can have a few minutes to speak, and I will interject if I disagree. But otherwise, we're going to continue with our rigorous logical examination. I want to thank one of the commenters or callers, I think it was a commenter, who pointed out, actually, it seems like the majority of the fallacies that she engages in, not just in the debate, but in general. And I've watched a good bit of Candace over the last year. It's Mott and Bailey. That's one of the key common fallacies that she uses. And for those that don't know, that's where you initially state a very strong claim, but then when pressed, you walk it back to a very weak general claim. That's the Mott and Bailey fallacy. And maybe I should give an example of that, because when you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. Just like you can't unsee that Tim Gordon is literally Chris Angel, you mind freak. Mott and Bailey is a deceptive debating trick. A person mixes bold, hard to prove claims, the Bailey, which with a safe, easy to prove claim, the Mott. In other words, assert, insinuate, all of these different people were guilty of the assassination. And then you walk it back. No, I'm only saying that's possible. I'm just asking questions. No, that's not what you did. In fact, and we'll show a clip where she didn't just do that. In fact, she consistently does. Mott and Bailey. Also, hasty generalization is common with her, and non sequiturs are common. But I want to point out hasty generalization because this is it's also a fallacy of rashness, right? I mean, and overconfidence. Hasty generalization doesn't just demonstrate laziness; it could, but it also demonstrates a lot of people an extreme level of overconfidence in their capabilities. It's kind of like Dunning-Kruger. Than they actually possess. And so when you believe, for example, that God is speaking to you and giving you the messages, and you prayed to Mary, and then Mary, spoke to your heart that day about Charlie, and God is, called me. I'm on this divine mission. Now, we've noticed this with a lot of influencers who get to the level of Candace or Jordan Peterson. We saw this flaw with Jordan Peterson, if you guys recall. And again, I don't hate Jordan Peterson. We pray for him to be healed and to come to orthodoxy, just like we would say the same for Candace. But you'll notice a lot of influencers, especially when they get to like 5, 7, 10 million. We saw it with Ye. Ye, of course, helped Candace come up to prominence. We saw it with Jordan Peterson. We see it with Candace. And that is this idea that there is a kind of divine mission, a kind of a salvific quest that they're on. And they're at this pivot point of history, and civilization, good and evil, are literally hinging on what they do. It's a delusion. It's a radical and extreme form of prelest. And I believe it happens, this is my thesis, because people that get to that level, they feel like, well, the only way I got here was listening to me, to my gut, to my intuitions. Now, Candace says that literally like every 20, 30 seconds. She talks about her intuitions. And I think the same with Ye. Ye thinks, well, I got to listen to me. I'm my own, Jesus, whatever nonsense he believes. And so what happens is they surround themselves with sycophants and yes men. So they don't have in their life a person that can put them in check and give them pushback. Now, this happens, unfortunately, because as you begin to be prominent and get a large following and get to have a lot of money and success, a lot of people will backstab you. This is unfortunate. So it's kind of a catch-22, right? I understand why it happens when you get up in the 10, 20, millions, $1 billion with Kanye, right? Like these huge deals, lots and lots of money, power, attention, fame, status. You're gonna have a shit ton of people to backstab you, lie about you, make up all kinds of crazy shit. Okay, I'm at a low tier, and I already have this kind of stuff happen. Rachel and Andrew have had that stuff happen to them too. Everybody will have that happen as you gain an audience and gain prominence. It's just the nature of media, the way media works. And you look, it's the same in the comedy. It's anywhere in media, it's the exact same. Whether it's broadcasters, influencers, whatever the fuck a gay influencer is, it's just a gay term. I'm an influencer. So you have no talents. You're just paid to no, I'm an influencer. Yeah, what is that even? A shill, like propaganda. What is influencer? I don't even know, but it's the term that has been bequeathed to us. Okay. So, yeah, you're going to get people backstabbing you. Just think about the comedy world. Like it's the exact same in the big stand-up comedian world. Everybody fights. It's all drama. They all backstab each other. They're friends. Then they expose each other. They hate each other. Blah, 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 blah. Guess what? It's the same in politics. and if you were in the corporate world, it would be the exact same. The only difference is it would be gossip in your company. It wouldn't be all over Twitter and whatever, internet. So this is just the nature of the world that's fallen, unfortunately. People lie. People backstab. They get jealous. They're super vicious, and that is unfortunately the way of the fallen world. Now, we talked about Mott and Bailey. As we said, it's a wide, valuable, hard to defend position is the Bailey, and the speaker uses this to push the real agenda and goal that they have. The mot is when they're pressed, a narrow, simple, very obviously true position. The speaker then retreats to a safe space when the people point out the flaws in the original Bailey. The trick is that after the fight dies down, the speaker sneaks back out the Bailey as if nothing happened and thus says, aha, you see I won. She's been doing this about every one of her theories for the last year. I'm not saying Patsy. Yes, you were. What are you talking about? I'm not saying Israel did it. Yeah, you did. I'm not saying Bibi. Yeah, you did. I'm not saying Trump administration. Yeah, you did. I'm not saying tunnel Jews. Yeah, you did. I'm not saying French assassins. Yes, you did. What are you talking about? Like, no, I'm only asking questions and considering it as a possibility. Mott and Bailey 101. All right, let's get back to this. Oh, I'm sorry, Nectarios, what's up?
So, dude, since your thing is on the papacy, I wanted to first apologize because I've been saying for the last, I don't know, year and a half now, you've been wronged about Jonathan, Roots of Orthodoxy. And I am personally friends with him. I've been friends with him for like 3 years or so now. Mm-hmm. And after all my private conversations with him and your claims against him and such like that, now that he's given up the channel to Agent, which he promised initially to give to Father Josiah,
right,
and such like that, I wanted to apologize, and I was totally wrong about him. I think you were wrong about all the priests not knowing and the bishops not knowing he was Catholic, but I do believe that he is prideful, deceitful in some way, very contradictory. I pointed out several examples of contradiction in the Roman Catholic papacy and the Filioque and dogmatic areas. Oh, wow, I'm going to actually take a look at that, because if that's true, that's a huge problem to my side, like the Eighth Ecumenical Council.
Yeah.
And he never looked into it. He never cared to look into it, and I got to say, I apologize. I've been telling everybody wrong about it, so you're right on that.
I appreciate your honesty, man. It's okay, and I know that, a lot of us, we want to hope for the best in people, right? We don't want to be negative Nancy's and just assume everybody's bad-willed. And I think from the beginning, that's the right motive, right? When you first are interacting with people, you see a person, they reach out, it is still the right course of action, because it's the righteous action, is to grant the benefit of the doubt and say, we're going to operate as if you are really good-willed. You do really want to look into these things. Take, for example, Brian Davila, exact same situation, who's BFF with Roots of Orthodoxy or Roots of Papism, whatever he is now. Brian Davila did the exact same thing, where he's reached out. Oh, yeah, I'm super interested in Orthodoxy, blah, 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 blah. And then the first red flag was, I went to liturgy every day last month. There's not liturgy every day last month. So that's not true. So that's a red flag. I said, well, maybe he just thought that there's a liturgy every day, and he, is going to, I let that fly. Then Ubi says, I gave that guy a book, and he said he was going to read it, and that he did read it. And 2 days later, he gives it away on his podcast to somebody else. So 2 lies in a row right there. To me, that's enough. That guy's full of it. And you'll notice he never posted the interview that I did with him. Why did he not post it? Well, he'll say that, oh, you were mean in DMs. Oh, I'll notice all these people, you're mean. Yeah, I'm mean when people lie. I cannot stand people lying. And I don't mean getting something wrong, right? That's not what a lie is. Making a mistake is not lying. Lying is intentional. It's malicious. It's knowing what you're doing. We all make mistakes, but not all of us are liars. Jesus and Chatbot is a liar. Confirmed, 100%, multiple times over. Brian Davila, give him the benefit of the doubt. 2 lies, I'm out. Now, what's the other lie? The third lie. Maybe I should just start having like two lies, you're out rule or something like that. Like, to me, when you present multiple lies to me, then that's it. The other lie was, he claimed in the interview that he did with me, and this is another reason why he won't post it, is that he can levitate, and he levitated, and that was a miracle. Now, he won't, I mean, he might not say he can do it again, but right, this wigga out here saying he floats. Okay, wigga, I don't think you float. Right? Literally, he says in the interview, he's like, so you're saying that when I became charismatic, and they prayed over me, and I was floating and levitating. You're saying that didn't happen? I'm like, yeah, I don't think that happened. So,
Dude became the supreme sorcerer.
say what?
He became the supreme sorcerer. After
I
just
mean,
praying.
can you say he doesn't float? I'm gonna do a Candace argument from silence. Can you prove he didn't float? Exactly. So therefore, it's a
possibility.
It's an inference. I'm just inferring. If you can't say with absolute certainty that he can't float, then I'm inferring he floated because he said so. But well, I appreciate that, Nectarios. That's cool.
Yeah, no problem.
And yeah, I mean, to what degree various priests had knowledge of his sincerity, we don't know. So I could have been wrong about that because yeah, he did say stuff like, "Oh, I'll give the channel to Father Josiah" and all this kind of stuff. And of course, I knew day one. Look, what were the red flags with that guy? Who puts their play button on their icon wall? That's insane. You don't put your YouTube play button behind you on live stream on your icon wall. And for what, 1.5 years? He just built the whole channel as if he was open to orthodoxy. And it was not true. He was constantly the whole time working with Voice of Sleason. I mean, could you imagine if I did half of the shit these people do? I mean, imagine if I was out here doing what Voice of Sleason did. Imagine if I did what Roots of Grifting did. These Roman Catholics would never let me live it down. They would be on my ass every day about it. I mean, they're on my ass lying about Jesus and chatbot. And they're going to be saying for the next year, you're scared of Jesus and chatbot, you won't debate him. Even though I offered 3 separate negotiated offers and he won't take any of them. It has to be his way. Well, why does it have to be his way? Why does it have to be his topic and his way? Why can't it be negotiated to at least be in person, or if virtual, since that's only what he'll do, then why can't you do Filioque and all the other topics that I want to bring up with you? And the reason I'm saying that one is because I know that if, for the sake of argument, he does rely on Wagner, I know all the stuff Wagner doesn't know. So I know that I can bring up all of these other topics that Wagner will be no help for him with. And that's why he won't do it, you see, because he admits in his DMs to me that he relies on Wagner's Discord and Wagner's special AI translations, whatever the hell that is. Like, I'm going to trust that. And Wagner's arguments. So I'm not going to debate Wagner via proxy. I'm going to debate him, and separately I'll debate Wagner. And then they're like, oh, you're running. You're running. How is that running? If my reputation and thousands of dollars are on the line, I'm not going to just debate, bro. Just debate. Does Trent Horn just debate, or does Trent Horn negotiate what he thinks is a fair, just, prompt, and to get paid for it, you retards? This is so stupid. And I think that a lot of these people, I think deep down they know a lot of this stuff. But I think they just hate me so much because we're effective and because we refute these people and they can't actually argue this stuff. And basically they gave up for the last 6 months. Right? I mean, after Tim Gordon's poor performances, the Roman Catholics were pretty much like, all right, we're not going to touch the Ortho Bros. And it was the same with the Protestants, right? The anti-Islamianity crowd, the Roman Catholic apologist crowd, they basically just died for the last year. After after Trent Doherty and Tim Gordon, it was basically Roman Catholic debate silence towards Ortho Bros. Okay. And then we had the Protestant debacle for the last 6-8 months, right? Starting with the Ruslan nonsense, and then it spread to the God Logic and David Wood sphere. Okay. Now, all of those debate people that I'm peers with, I don't care whether you hate me or not, like, obviously I'm peers with these people. We're going to be doing debates. Okay. I'm going to debate Dinesh D'Souza. He agreed to that. I'm going to debate David Wood. I'm going to debate Trent Horn. These have all been agreed upon. We're still negotiating the Trent debate, but all the other ones are agreed upon. And these are all paid debates, you retards. Do you think they're all debating for free? How are you people so stupid? Oh, but you're bad because you do it because you want money. But Trent's not bad if he wants money. He's good. David Wood's not bad if he wants. He's good. I mean, I don't. Everyone is hit with retard Ray, and I don't know how to fix you people. So I guess I can't fix you people. So just how about this? Go be retard over there, and just leave here. Like, why are you even here? Because you're obviously not benefiting from being over here. Like, we do educational infotainment here. That's what we do. It's not benefiting you, so go on your Roman Catholic grinder and go away from me. Go do your little butt buddy hookups, because I guess that's what all this is really about. Like, they're actually just there for hooking up. I don't know, to get like reels, to get traction, so that the other gay dudes will follow their profiles and they can hook up. I guess that's what it is. All right, let's get to this. I'll do Artemis. What's up, goddess, queen, Artemis? What you doing, Artemis?
Hi. Sorry. Hi, Jay. I just wanted to. Oh shoot! I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's because you're talking.
Sorry. I just wanted to talk to you about David Wood and kind of try to defend him, not fully.
Good luck with that.
Well, technically, I mean, I'm Orthodox. I'm no love lost here for Protestants, but the thing is, I have to respect him because he's fighting Muslims for how many years now, and he's doing from my point of view, really solid job of it. And I don't know, I was like, I think he overreacted, and I'm not fully into the whole drama, but I think there's a shot that maybe if you talk to him nicely, he might come around. I mean, he's already friends with Ridvan and all of that.
Yeah, but Ridvan's a piece of shit. So what does that have to do with anything? Ridvan is not accepted into the Orthodox Church because he won't give up his heresies. So that's actually worse off for David Wood if he's friends with Ridvan, and that's that's not a plus. And secondly, I mean, the major issue here is, how do you be an apologist for 20 years and you don't know if you believe the 5 basics of the Reformation?
Yeah, that was just. I think he was not. I think he was clearly playing games, trying to come off as really smart. But I thought Ridvan. I watched one of his live
No.
streams.
Okay, well, hold on. Before you go to Ridvan, how do you be an evangelical apologist for 20 years and not know if you believe the 5 basics of the Reformation?
No, I think he knows them. I think he was just trying to be an asshole. That's my opinion. I think he perceived Andrew as being rude, so he was being rude back.
Has he ever defended what the church is or what his positions are in a debate on those? Maybe he has, and I just don't know.
No, not at all. I've seen it.
Okay, so it's an anti-Islamianity grift, because there's never been any actual church to push anybody to.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, none of this makes any sense as to why I would think that he is therefore open to being a convert or open to orthodoxy. I mean, God can do anything, sure, but that doesn't mean that he's going to do anything versus what people's positions already are.
Sure, no, there's no guarantee that's just kind of my hope. But in my opinion, the way I kind of try to see it, at least, he is doing a lot of good, and I kind of perceive him as Andrew. Andrew is doing great things fighting the left. I don't agree with him naturally on everything, and for example, Andrew is trying to reform TPUSA from inside. That's his idea. Maybe by just disillusioning a whole bunch of Muslims, they can be kind of reformed to be, first of all, civilized, and then hopefully open to Christianity at some point.
All right. Well, you have made your case. You've made your argument. I do not find that convincing, but you can have that view. I hope David Wood would come around, but I actually believe that David Wood is also committed geopolitically to Zionist positions, and it really has nothing ultimately even to do with theology. I think there's other levels of commitment, maybe monetary, I don't know, but beyond even monetary, it could just be simply pride, prelest, arrogance, and psychopathy. So all of those things factor into him, and you'll typically, if a person's an admitted diagnosed psychopath, they cannot admit they're wrong. They're like actually incapable of that, short of some form of miraculous repentance and healing, right? And that's even what I think Father Hears told them whenever they talked about this. So, no, short of the movements of God's grace in that way and His willingness to change, you'll never have any conversion. And you have to keep in mind too, like not everybody's ready for orthodoxy. A lot of these buddy Roman Catholics, they're not ready for orthodoxy because there's a level of humility required to get in that these people will never give up. Meaning, you have to undergo like a change. You have to undergo like a serious alteration in things. And if that doesn't occur, you can nominally say these things and you can nominally be in the church and we do accept you as in the church. We don't know God's perspective. I can't judge people's hearts, but I can judge the actions. And we just had, for example, idiot what's his face that I warned about I'm not talking about Roots of Orthodox, about the other idiot that spent the last year and a half constantly trying to debate me. He went from Shia Islam, decided he's Orthodox, and now he's Roman Catholic within 2 years. So 3 different positions. He spent a massive amount of time of that supposed catechumenate period doing public theology debates and trying to debate me constantly. And now he's defending furries and Roman Catholics. Okay, I told you that's where that leads. So we see patterns like this where when you don't do it the right way, it can be extremely harmful. Let's get back to the debate. And it's not even worth naming that person to give them that, because they just all thrive on the attention anyway. Fast forwarding to get to past this commercial break here. This is a long commercial break. Maybe I need to refresh this. Let's see where we're at. 2:15. Let's see.
To say you're
okay. Here we go.
And I want.
Okay. I'm gonna play a little bit of this to catch up where we were, and then we will. I'll continue to take calls too. So, let me go grab my Alp pouches because I'm craving some nicotine. So I will be right back. But I'll play this part right here.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right.
Now I don't know if she agreed to being questioned about her theories, she immediately is trying to make it like, well, I'm on the defensive and you're deposing me. I think you should want to have your positions and your theories questioned. But also I think that people say, why would Andrew do this when she's pregnant? I think that there might have been limited time frame as to when this would be possible to do. For example, probably sooner than later, because if this got postponed 6 months, this might not be as hot a topic. It might be, there might be other huge news events that, could displace this. There's a lot of reasons why sooner than later could have been the case, but also, I think she probably wanted, I'm speculating, I have no idea if this is true, but if she does it while she's pregnant, then it gives her the appearance, the optics that she's weak and on the defensive, right? In other words, it gives her the story, the narrative. Well, I am a poor, helpless woman, pregnant, and this man that smokes cigarettes tries to come and debate me. Look how bad this is, right? So this gives her sort of an optical upper hand handicap, or gives her an upper hand, is what I'm trying to say, optically. So I am pretty tired. You have to bear with me today. That's why I have a little patience today, but we were at the hospital for a good while last night, so might have to give me a little snacky snack right here. Give me a little snack. All right, let's hear these questions, and then we'll take a couple calls.
But okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
pose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is a
going to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're...
I mean, does she not know that in a debate there are cross examinations? It doesn't really matter how you set it up. Like, you can set up, I cross examine you for 20 minutes, you cross examine me for 20 minutes, 5 minutes. Like, every debate ought to have cross examinations to make it interesting. You don't have to. You can do formal debates without cross examinations, just with rebuttals. But for the sake of like excitement and, making the debates entertaining, usually cross examinations are fun.
going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not...
I get it.
Yeah, okay,
I get it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in a debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying I'm
with
Joe
the
Rogan.
answer.
They had no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
actually, yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no.
She keeps saying for certainty. You mean for certain? You don't say for certainty.
As far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
So notice how she's just playing word games, because she won't just say, no, we don't know.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
You can
I'm
say
just,
that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
No, it is a debate.
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked.
Now, every time in a debate, when I've debated someone and they say, this isn't a debate, we're not debating anymore, everyone hops on that. Everyone says, yes, it is. You agreed to a debate, you idiot. So even if you support her, everybody should have hopped on and said, well, wait a minute, you agreed to a debate. What do you mean this is not a debate anymore? When was it decided that the debate was just the first half? I mean, maybe it was, but I didn't hear that. So I'm gonna have to give a point here again for Andrew, because that was a huge blunder to say in a agreed upon 4-hour debate. This is not a debate. This is a conversation. That's walking it back.
To me,
Uh-huh.
you're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion?
She's being extremely defensive when she agreed to be asked questions about all of her positions. Why? Why be defensive? Unless this shit is just insane and she's a little nervous about that.
You believe trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mm-hmm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mm-hmm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government.
So just trust me, bro. So the evidence for this angle of the French Foreign Legion assassins is just trust me, bro, because there's a source. Now remember, she also says, as we heard in a clip yesterday or 2 days ago, she also says no one would have legal counsel in this kind of a situation to go to the media. They would be told to shut up. Oh, but in a high-level government source leak, they're going to go to you, the media. By the way, she also claimed, as Mello pointed out, shout out to Mello, she also claimed that she has a family source, but then says nobody would tell the family to go to the media. You're the media, Queen Candace. What are you talking about? That's a major contradiction again.
Passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this.
Yeah, but the problem is that this is a big part of why you made the argument of the French Foreign Legion assassin angle. And the source is, trust me, bro. And we can't verify that.
This other piece of what you do, which is when people say this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't.
I mean, didn't she fall for Andrew's bait email about a doctor? And so if she doesn't vet emails, we're supposed to trust her. Is this an email that told her that Macron is going to send the Jean-Claude Van Damme from the Foreign Legion to assassinate you, and that this as part of the Charlie Kirk angle as the Foreign Legion?
Back into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell.
Yeah, but how do we know that you vetted this? How do we know they really have any of this, or that this wasn't even perhaps disinfo being fed to you? I mean, do people not know? Maybe she doesn't even know this. Like media people, guess what? You're a target for disinfo. Did you know that? Especially if you're like one of the biggest podcasts out there, which I don't know if hers still is, but at one point it was, right? She was up there with Rogan and Tucker. I think she slipped down quite a bit recently. I don't know, but that's what I heard. I'm not tracking the numbers. You can fact check me. But if you have a massive platform, you are a potential target for disinformation, especially if you're talking about all this geopolitical intrigue. You're going to get every day. I don't have a huge platform, the medium level platform. Guess what? I get people saying all the time, I have MK Ultra proof. You need to expose it. I was a super soldier. They took me to the underground base. If you don't have me on your channel, you're part of the system. I will expose you. I mean, everybody gets these kind of, schizo messages. So how do we know that you didn't just fall for a schizo or bullshit or disinfo?
You this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure. So I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
This is all assertions of bad motives, right? So this strategy here is for her to shift away from how do we verify your French Foreign Legion assassin claim? Just trust me, bro. And she is saying you have bad motives. That's a deflection again.
Said, yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
I do want to note too that on that French Foreign Legion element, we've actually talked about this, and she actually shared one of her sources, quote unquote, as to why she thinks this is legit. Just like with every other topic that she brings up, there's a kernel of truth to what she talks about, but then she makes these vast leaps as if those articles or associations become proofs. They're not proofs. They're potential circumstantial associations that might lend evidence or credence, but they also might not. So, for example, Freddie Ponton wrote the article at 21st Century Wire about France having Foreign Legion hit teams, and I think that is true. I think he's right. I've followed and read his analysis, his geopolitical stuff for many years. I used to write for 21st Century Wire back around 2011, 12, 13, 14. You can still, I think, find a lot of my old articles at 21st Century Wire. So she shared the article that Freddie Ponton wrote about French Foreign Legion assassins. Now, that just says, yeah, they exist. This is a real thing. Well, guess what? Most governments have assassins. Big deal. That doesn't tell us that Macron is sending the French Foreign Legion assassins after you and Charlie. That's the leap that we don't know. But her audience is usually pretty retarded. They will then think, there's the proof right there, son. I just had me some sweet cherry red Franzia, and honey, I sent that article that says they got them French Foreign Legion's assassins, and I sent that Jean-Claude Van Damme. He's a cute one. I sent that one where he was in the Foreign Legion, and by golly, he could whip ass. So that's what they did. They done sent Van Damme over there to try to get Candace, and by golly, that's what happened. I knowed it. But that article has nothing to do with Candace. Like, it has nothing to do with any of this. Now, could there be a French Foreign Legion assassin that was sent to kill Charlie? Yeah, that's entirely possible. Where is the evidence of that? We need more than these hit teams exist. These hit teams exist everywhere. Well, they have a motive because Candace is going to expose Brigitte Macron. What happened to all that, by the way? She said, by golly, I will find that penis. Which is funny, by the way. I don't think she was trying to be funny. I don't know. Maybe she was, but she said, by golly, I will find that penis. And so Macron is so mad about that damn penis search. Penis quest. Macron is over there. And I will put into this penis quest. This black woman and her damn penis quest. This stupid black woman and the penis quest. I will put it into this. We will send Jean-Claude Van Damme from the Foreign Legion. By golly, she will no longer find the penis no more. Right? So you got Macron, gay as hell, sending a damn assassin, sending JCVD to take out penis quest Candace. I'm not joking. She said that. She said on her show, by golly, I'm going to find that penis. Which I admit is funny. I don't know if he's trying to be funny, but it's freaking funny. And I guarantee you got Y Mom sitting there saying, that's why that Macron sent that Van Damme to take her out. I read that article. It said that they got them French Foreign Legions. And honey, she got an anonymous source. The source said that they's going to take her out. But I'm not joking about it. Y'all think I'm kidding. Let me see. I think I saved it. Let me see if I saved it. Because it's actually pretty funny. Let me see if I saved the penis quest. He's just trying to make a video game of Candace on a penis quest to find that damn penis. oh, dude, I'm starting to get esoteric, right? Because didn't Horus lost his penis? Brigitte is Horus. And Candace is going to find the penis and put them back together. It's esoteric, dude. Oh, I hope I saved it. Let me see if I saved it. I don't think that's it. That's not it. Maybe this is it. Let me see.
And
I think this is it. Let's see if this is it.
Close to something, keep going. And we are definitively getting closer to what took place on that day. And we are getting closer. I think we're close. We are definitively getting closer. We're getting close. We're getting low. Very close. We're inching ever closer. We are now, I believe, extremely close to solving this thing. As I inch closer and closer to discovering the truth, I've got a feeling about that. We're close. We're getting close.
Notice, I'm not sure if this is that clip. I hope it is because it's really funny. But if not, I'll try to search it up. But are you noticing a pattern here? Like it's X-Files, dude. I'm trying to tell you. I'm a super X-Files expert nerd person. And every X-Files leaves you the story arc, right? They leave you on the hook, dude. Because next week, it's going to be a new monster of the week that factors into the alien story. And then it's like, oh, we're getting this much closer to figuring out the big mystery of the X-Files. We're 2 inches away. We're 2 inches of Brigitte Macron's penis away. Right? That's a lot of inches being tacked on here. Brigitte Macron's going to have a 30-inch dick by the time we get to all these inches she's stacking up here.
To something, and that something is pretty big. I just sense that
I'm going to tell you where that 30-inch dick is right here. I'm the one that's got the 30-inch Brigitte Macron penis. It's 30 inches, y'all.
Getting close. I sense that we are getting very close, and we are getting closer, getting very close to something. We're getting closer because we are getting close. We are definitely getting closer, very close. We are very close. We are close. We are dangerously close to something. We are dead close to something. And I think every day we are inching closer to kill.
Dude, this is a formula, bro. This is like, it's a, I didn't watch Breaking Bad, but didn't Breaking Bad, isn't it all cliffhangers? It's a cliffhanger formula, dude.
Old Charlie Kirk. You know we're getting close. We're inching ever closer. We are inching closer, a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder. And I'm getting very close. And we are getting very close. But I'm getting closer.
I want the penis quote, dude.
Real close. My prayers are with you, Candace. You are close. We are close. And we're getting closer to the truth.
Damn it, that wasn't it. Maybe, let's see. Oh, maybe this is it. Let's see if this is it. I think this is it.
Who killed Charlie Kirk? If I found Brigitte's penis, I will find who killed Charlie Kirk.
That's it. She gonna find that damn penis, y'all. She gonna find it. I know she is. I trust her. This shit is pure comedy, dude. Like, I don't understand. How are y'all not laughing in the chat? Are y'all not laughing at this shit? This is making me laugh. I saw this clip yesterday. I'm still laughing at it. Like, what? By the way, what's the connection between these two? This is a grand unified Sumerian time travel technology connection here that I'm not getting. It's too deep for me. There's a esoteric knowledge gap here between me and Queen Candace, dude. It's a knowledge gap, bro. Remember when Liviano, this is knowledge gap. He didn't even know what a knowledge gap is. Bro, you just got knowledge gapped. And then the Muslims are so stupid when they were trying to repeat it in the chat. They call it knowledge capped. You got knowledge cap. You got knowledge cap. Knowledge capped. No cap. So, once again, she gonna find that dick, y'all.
If I found Brigitte's penis, I will find who killed Charlie Kirk.
This is who is leading the charge. The spiritual crusade, baby. This is all you retards are putting your trust in this idiocy with this midwit person. I've decided that I don't know what is up with, I think we're living in what's that movie? I get Mean Girls and Clueless mixed up. And don't they both have like the snotty black chick in it? One of them is what's that black chick's name? Like one of the few good-looking black chicks in the 90s. You got like a Halle Berry and what's that black chick's name? Stacey Dash, okay. And then Mean Girls didn't have a black chick, did it? It just had Rachel McAdams. She's just Rachel McAdams, and but Stacey Dash wasn't Mean Girl, was she? She was just popular black girl, right? So no, she's black Rachel McAdams. She's like Shantiqua Adams. Rachel McTiqua. Rachel McShaniqua. I don't know what she is, but she's Rachel McAdams. She's black Rachel McAdams. She black Rachel McAdams. How's that? She gonna find that penis, y'all. She gonna find that wee-wee.
If I found Brigitte's penis, I will find who killed Charlie Kirk. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
No, dude. Queen Latifah does not look good. What are y'all talking about? I'm telling you, man, there's not that. Okay, Vanessa Williams look good. We're going to have our whole debate about who the good-looking black girls were in the 90s. Vanessa Williams. Rachel Black Adams. Thank you. Candace is Rachel Black Adams. That's who she's a Mean Girl, dude. Have y'all not seen Mean Girls? Go watch Mean Girls, and you'll be like, damn, that is her. She Rachel Black Adams. Now I want to go back and watch Mean Girls because I'm like, this is the actual psyche of Candace. It's Rachel McAdams, dude.
Why don't I know you? Just moved here from Africa. What? I used to be homeschooled. Wait, what? My mom.
See, look at that. Oh, who are you? Why don't I know you? No. Why am I so much better than you? Okay. 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 By the way, who made the Miss Cleo joke? I did. Now, maybe somebody else made the Miss Cleo joke. But we know Candace knows who I am because when Tim Gordon sold his documentary to Queen Candace and she put it up on her website, she mentioned me at that guy. I don't care that she didn't name me. I understand. She don't want her name. She don't want my name on her lip. I might taint her lip gloss. You know what I'm saying? She don't want my name on her lip. She don't want to put no respect on that name. Bishop Tilda Swinton. I understand that. I don't expect that. But unless somebody else made the Miss Cleo joke, that's my joke. She ain't even footnote me. Somebody better do it. Y'all better do a fact check on that joke. Fact check Candace's joke. Where it come from? Oh, from Jay Dyer. Don't name him. He's that guy. Rachel Black Adams. Let's see. Where else she being mean is. Let's see. Where she being mean is. All right. I'm not going to be able to. It's going to ding the copyright if I play that. But you get the idea. All right. Let's get back to this. I'm way off track here. Where am I at?
So we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so.
Yeah, but I mean, there were Discord goober furry trans people saying that this was going to happen. And if Queen Candace can cite anonymous sources, why is everybody calling into question Andrew's text message about Charlie Kirk saying that the left was after him at the very beginning? Notice how everyone jumped on that. Oh, this is a lie because Erica said the opposite. Well, that could mean that Erica was wrong. That doesn't mean anything other than that perhaps Erica's wrong. Perhaps it's a fake text. Sure. Okay, so but remember, now everything's fake. Oh, but wait a minute. What about your anonymous sources when JCVD is after you from the French Foreign Legion? No, that's legit. You don't question that. So notice the total double standard here.
Into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
What? How does that follow? I mean, if I'm about to get, taken out or unalived, which is very likely, why the hell could I not go to Chick-fil-A? What's the connection there? Like no gay or trans people eat at Chick-fil-A because it's supposedly evangelical gobbledygook? Well, dude, evangelical gobbledygook is gay as hell. So, yeah, everybody that eats there is gay because it's gay as hell.
We're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that absolutely does not follow. So nobody furry, rainbow, Skittles eats at Chick-fil-A. I mean, this is like, what? Oh my gosh, dude. This is like arguing with your babysitter about what happened over the Charlie Kirk. I'm being 100% serious. Like the level of this argumentation, I will say she has read and knows the case. Okay, I will grant her that. She read and is in the weeds of the details of the case, although she doesn't actually understand the legal side of it, as Alex Soren showed. So she knows the details well, but a damn babysitter can know the details well. But this is like arguing with the babysitter, about what happened. It's like, well, like, why would a gay person go to Chick-fil-A? They wouldn't even do that. Like, doesn't even make sense.
For LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want.
Yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of what she's relying on is argument from silence, right? And non sequiturs. Well, you wouldn't go to Chick-fil-A. If you're a gamer, you wouldn't have a Dremel. What? Why? Like, what are you talking about? How do you come to that conclusion? Right. So again, I think a lot of the stuff that she thinks in her mind just makes sense, counts as a necessary inference. And that's what consistently was asked in the first half that she couldn't understand for whatever reason.
Answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a
Yeah, but none of these things are positive evidences for what she's claimed. That's the point. Again, it's just a bunch of arguments from silence, and then here is a potential thing, and doesn't that make sense? It does make sense, but a lot of things could also potentially make sense that are not that thing. That's why this is so fallacious.
motive. And again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to.
I do think this is where she needs to go. I don't know why she wouldn't have shown these text messages. This seems to me like it would have been more, maybe she will, I don't know, but I don't know why she didn't do that in the first part.
Realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people,
This does, I think, as I argued, that this is a potential motive. But here's another problem with this line of argumentation. You could have multiple actors with potential motives. Let's appeal to the wine moms and the boomers here, okay? Every boomer and wine mom or whoever of this crowd, they love to watch the legal shows, right? Now everybody watches true crime stuff these days. When I was a kid, my mom and my grandmothers both, they loved to watch Perry Mason and Murder, She Wrote, right? Because Murder, She Wrote's like the ultimate, boomer grandma fantasy. Well, what could I do in my older days? Well, I'd love to solve crimes. I think I've got a whip smart attitude about everything, and by golly, I'd love to get out there and solve some murders. Every grandma would love to be Angela Lansbury, bopping around town solving murder mysteries. That's like grandma fantasy number one, dude. Okay, and then if you watch those shows, they're very formulaic, right? All detective shows, by the way, they follow the formula of detective fiction, which is basically just Sherlock Holmes, right? They don't always have to have a Watson, but I mean, if you study literature, this is a well-known sort of formula and archetype that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle started with Hitchcock. I mean, not Hitchcock, with Sherlock Holmes. That you'll notice all the detective shows, they just ape that model. So, for example, Psych, one of the best TV shows ever in my view. Great show. Psych is literally just Sherlock and Holmes, right? Sean is Sherlock and Gus is Watson. So I think she thinks she's like Sherlock, dude. She thinks she black Sherlock or whatever. What's a black name for Sherlock? Anyway, Rachel Black Adams. I still like that one. Anyway, she's Black Sherlock. Okay, so she feels like the intuitions, right? That's coming to her like Robert Downey Jr. and Guy Ritchie Sherlock Holmes, right? You just sit there and like you calculate that shit, and your intuitions is like it's tapping into the metaphysical currents, right, of the noosphere, and you getting a damn download, and that shit is just like. It's like when Jay-Z goes into, his inner mind and then he just freestyles and you just can't even, he's in a zone, dude. He locked in. Sherquan Holmes. Sherlisha Holmes. Shalandra Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Like homies. Sherlock homie. Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes slice. That's kind of cholo though. I don't know. Pop lock Holmes. Pop lock. This is funny, dude. I should read out y'all's best Sherlock. Dreadlock Holmes. Sharquisha Holmes. Sharquisha Holmes slice. Charliqua Holmes. Charliqua Holmes. It's a you're just trying to delegitimize her. It's a joke, retard. Man, y'all people are y'all ain't got no sense of humor. Y'all just a bunch of stick in the muds. Anyway, to go back to detective fiction, I was getting lost here. Let's go back to Meemaws. Okay, we're talking Meemaws. We're talking freaking Murder, She Wrote. Okay. How did I even get to this? Now I'm lost in the weeds here. In Murder, She Wrote, there's a formula, and these people think that like it's a formula from TV detective shit. Okay, let's say it is. Guess what? Even in formulaic TV detective shows, half of the time there's a damn multiplicity of possible suspects. Duh, right? There's the way the stories are written, there's the deflect, right? The subject that's a deflection. Or there might be 3 different suspects or deflections, right? This is Agatha Christie and all of her Kenneth Branagh versions, right? You got to watch the whole episode to figure out that it's not one of 8 different options. And then half of the time it's 4 of the people together working together to kill the person. So again, half of the Agatha Christie ones, you'll have motive for like 3 people. And that makes it more challenging because you don't know necessarily just by motive who it is. Ebony Brockovich. There you go. Pop Lockenholmes it. Pop Lockenholmes it. Some of these are really funny. Lock your homes. Woo, y'all gonna get me crying up in here. Y'all gonna make me cry. Hold on, y'all gonna make me cry. Woo, y'all about to make me cry now. Sherlock Holmes. Okay, now y'all gonna make me cry now. Hold up. Crack Rock Holmes. Captain Crack Rock Holmes. Steal y'all homes. Doctor Who the fuck. All right, this is getting funny, dude. Okay. Let me gather my thoughts. So I'm using an illustration that these people vibe with. Okay, they vibe with true crime. They vibe with, Angela Lansbury over there. With Meemaw. Meemaw's on the case, dude. Meemaw has a nose like a bloodhound. She's got it figured out. And Meemaw knows. How come Candace don't know? If Meemaw knows that more than one person could have a motive, then that means there's multiple possibilities. That'd be like, imagine in Murder, She Wrote, if Meemaw Angela Lansbury just said, well, this person has a motive, so therefore he did it. Okay, you motive doesn't equal perpetration.
Had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true.
This, by the way, is also a huge flaw in the entire conspiracy world, which is just a version of a non sequitur. Just simply doesn't follow. Yes, you can have your theory that, say, the Big Z was involved in the Big Nine. Okay. But what we need is more than just motive. We need evidence of perpetration. Now, I think that there are some good pieces of evidence in the Big Nine. And I think that motive in terms of the text message could also be not just motive, but also potentially evidence. And I agree with Tim Gordon on that point. I agree with Tim Gordon on that point that that could be evidence, right? But let's see where she goes.
You would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So
He
then
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after.
Now, I think, if I recall, these are valid points, and I do believe there was a move, perhaps cash. I don't know all the specific details. There was a move to not go down this foreign involvement angle for whatever reason. So I think this could be potentially a good line of argumentation, but will she effectively execute it? Let's see.
Coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty.
Okay, so now she did the Mott and Bailey, right? So it moved from a strong assertion to it could be. Okay, but again, it's like now we're debating the nature of evidence, and I want to go back up here to this clip where I think I think this guy has outlined certain points in this debate where she did make strong claims. Let me see if this is the right clip. But listen to this, and let's see if you notice Mott and Bailey.
Overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole your whole claim.
No,
Tyler Robinson, they're going to convict him. Right? They found their patsy. They're going to make it work.
The alleged. So she did make the claim that he is the patsy. Okay. Now, again, remember, Mott and Bailey is a strong claim that you walk back later to a weak claim, and then you sneak back the strong claim in later.
Shooter, you think they're a patsy?
Of course, they're a patsy. A patsy, which is what Tyler Robinson is. Tyler is a patsy. I maintain that. What we've all suspected, that Tyler Robinson is indeed a patsy.
But you just heard her say, I am not saying Tyler Robinson is a patsy. I'm saying it's possible.
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy.
Was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
Prints which were found on the gun, which of course included Lance Twiggs. More evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. More of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun, that there is objectively more overwhelming evidence that Lance Twiggs did this crime. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. Well, it's Tyler's rifle, but Lance's DNA is more prominent. How does that happen?
Was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
So no.
She doesn't even know to say, we can't say that for certain. She keeps saying for certainty. Now, does that line up with what she said? So what is she doing in this debate? She's doing Mott and Bailey fallacy right there.
As far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
Right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow.
That Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. Let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. Amount of evidence that is now piling up against Erica Kirk. I've seen enough. Erica Kirk should be dragged into a police precinct. I'm at the point right now, I want Erica to just drop a book like, If I Did Do It, you know, like OJ did. If I Did Do It by Erica Kirk, the Black Widow, the CEO. And I think Erica is calculated. And I want to say to JD Vance, you better wake up.
Now, the reason I'm playing this is because I've listened to a lot of Candace over the last year. I wouldn't say I've listened to overwhelming Candace over the last year. I wouldn't say I've listened to 0% of I'm being silly. I've listened to a good enough amount that I've heard a lot of these clips and these claims, which are pretty common, right? It's not like you have to like dig really far to find this type of stuff. Like there's an infinity of content and we're just reaching. No, I mean, this is pretty common in her live streams, which we have covered again pretty fairly often in the last, I don't know, 6 months to a year. And you will hear these types of claims all the time. That's why it's probably easy for him to find these clips.
Fast, okay? That's a black widow, my friend. You will get bit.
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
No, you did.
Tyler Robinson, we can exclusively confirm to you all, drove 3 hours away from Orem, Utah, down to Panguitch, Utah. Grabbed himself a seat at the bar at this steakhouse, and he ordered himself some more food.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence. I have confirmed that happened. Again, there was a literal receipt. There's a literal receipt for that because, as we said, he paid with his debit card.
Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always...
Well, why did you not bring the receipt? Literally, bring the receipts. Where is this receipt? Why couldn't you get a screenshot? Why couldn't you get a, something from whoever this anonymous source is?
Put it in your timeline.
Now updated timeline to get from Orem down to Panguitch. And as soon as he got done and bought himself a steak down in Panguitch, we broke the story that Tyler was eating a steak down in Panguitch and drives 3 hours down to Panguitch.
So should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we...
Oh, it's in her show, her timeline, again, and the sources. Trust me, bro, my show.
Can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm asking,
make sure.
Should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip.
That's what all of the evidence and all of the behavior points to, is Israel's involvement. Those of us who believe that there is mounting evidence that Israel put a hit on Charlie Kirk, I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think.
Yeah, you do. In a debate, the causal chain or the inferences, the chain of inferences are the things that you have to defend. I mean, this is just kind of mind-blowing, actually. And I think we're going to have to give another point to Andrew here. And note that I do think, I mean, I'm tempted to give her 1 point because she is citing things that I'll give her a point. So we're going to say we're at 3 to 10 because I do think she has cited some things that I think are evidence. Tim Gordon admits they would be and could be potentially evidence. So I'll give her a point, but I'm also going to give Andrew a point because they're being very specific and she's literally only really giving one thing.
That Israel called the shots and this is how it happened, but it is definitively, I think, a thread.
And also because she's Mott and Bailey.
One of us would like to see
there's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
So she doesn't know the difference between positive evidence versus argument from silence. That seems to be what's happening here.
Well, like positive evidence would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences.
What we've said is on our show is what we said, which is this field.
Okay, well, you keep referring to your show like we're supposed to think that that's a source. So that's like, well, I'm citing myself. I'm the source and I'm the authority. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't work like that. I mean, imagine if Andrew was like, well, yeah, but I also in the Crucible have just asserted things too. And you can go back to the Crucible to find that, which I think he did as a joke.
Like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things. And yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird. And the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Eric?
Yeah, I mean, but again, that doesn't feel right. Doesn't get very far, right? I mean, Charlie was a rabid, evangelical Zionist person for a long time, and we do have multiple text evidences that he was moving away from that he was worried about that being a problem for funding, etc. And then we have Harrison's text. We have Megyn Kelly and um, Tucker getting and saying that there's text to this effect, which I don't have any reason to doubt any of that. But to say that, well, because Trump or whoever put up an image of Charlie and an Israeli flag, that proves that Israel was involved is just totally conjecture.
Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have?
She has insinuated and said that Erica should be investigated, or I forget what was her exact term.
Evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you.
So that's very shady of her to say, I don't care. It's not fair of you to call it positive evidence. Well, it's not if it's just your claim, you see. And she's like, I handed this over to the government and I can't talk about it. It's top secret, bro. Well, why are we, again, even if that's the case, you can't hinge much on that if you're just expecting us to take your word for it, right? Maybe she has, but we need more information or some way to verify. I mean, for all we know, it was handed over to the government. They laughed at it. You know what I mean? That she handed it over to the government means absolutely nothing. Every day, the government gets schizos calling in, handing over all kinds of information. So what?
Keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think.
She doesn't know the difference between positive evidence versus argument from silence, and that's what Andrew kept pressing.
I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
A claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
No, see, you know, that's so silly what you just did. And she did this earlier, right? Where she says, you're telling me I don't have a right to think. No, we are asking for the evidence and the proof for the assertion for the claim, not whether you have a right to think it or can think it or do think it.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay, so
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue? Then what is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes,
that I think
full confidence they were. And she's just saying, yeah, but that's just my opinion. Okay, and why is that your opinion?
if you had full
Can you have
confidence
confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
Tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can also.
Yes.
So I can give you.
You do. This was a huge mistake because you're in a debate. And so you do need to demonstrate, philosophically speaking, in a debate, how you came to that conclusion. What are the good arguments, the good reasons that we should have your belief? You want us to believe your thesis, your theory, obviously. That's what you're there to, at this point of the debate, defend. So we need to know why we ought to believe that. Nobody cares what your opinion of it is. We want to know the arguments for it.
That I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving.
Oh, this is a huge, huge mistake here. So she is shifting to false confidence because he's pinned her on an invalid chain of inference, basically. And so now she's shifting it to appeal to emotion and appeal to the audience. You know you lost. We all know you lost. It's obvious you lost. That's why you're doing this. That's all rhetoric and just fake and gay appeals.
Toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you didn't.
Yeah, she agreed to also be asked these questions, and she's just saying I don't have to answer them.
Do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fact.
This is irrelevant. This is just deflection.
Just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
nobody's
I said
He never said you're not allowed to say it. So she keeps, this is getting to be almost just deceptive.
That I'm asking,
it seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you, I explained at the beginning of this, why I think Israel is ultimately.
PBD as a moderator, if you were in a real debate here as a moderator, he should have said, because moderators should know the rules of debate, and they should know the rules of inference and fallacies, etc. If this was a real debate, Andrew could have said, "I'm going to appeal to the moderator. They're not answering the claim with evidence. They're shifting the burden to appeal to masses, and they're essentially attacking my character, that I'm losing the debate, so I'm trying to do some trick." He should have called that out and pressed and said, no, this is a fair, because again, moderators are more like judges in a debate. That's the purpose of a moderator, ideally. I mean, I don't think any of them know that except for Andrew, but that's what should have happened here.
Going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And
no, that's again, you're not giving the arguments for why we ought to think that. That's what I said at the beginning.
I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think.
Yeah, so the drip, it's just go watch the podcast. So this is an advertisement for her podcast.
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Yeah, but this is a trust me, bro. This is crazy. And none of the people who believe her position would accept Andrew's text message argument at the beginning, which was they're all saying, oh, just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. But when it comes to this, well, just trust her, bro.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
So it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me. I can ask you, well, this that's not what I'm probing specifically.
Well, I mean, even if any of that's true, like, she has to know that in a debate, you can't just say, trust me, bro. There's got to be some means by which people could validate that, right? Even if it's true. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course. But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
So it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you...
actually, every day, schizos call in tips to the FBI. Schizos call in For example, when they released Epstein files, there were countless rando tips to the feds. And so what you think the feds are like prosecuting and arresting every single schizo that made some kind of false claim that, the government's targeted individual. I'm a targeted individual and the government's chasing me down and I'm living in a van down by the river and I was there at Epstein Island and they were eating people. And again, I believe in the Epstein files. I spent a week live streaming the whole thing. So I'm just saying that this is ridiculous.
Go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
Ask you, well,
this
that's
is my
not what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened.
So basically, she's saying that her argument is unfalsifiable, right? She's saying, I can't tell you why or how this went down because it would violate supposedly all this top secret stuff. But trust me, bro. And if you argue against it, then you're wrong and you have bad motives. Like, this is terrible.
To me, and you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say it, if I'm allowed to say it.
Yeah, this is so crazy because nobody said you can't think things. This is such a wild deflection.
I'm asking very pertinent
You're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive.
Say, I think.
Actually, he should sound like a professor because this is a debate. And in a debate, you have to substantiate your claims and give arguments for them. Okay. And this is a terrible argument.
Like, you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it. Let's just go through every
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
It is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't.
Okay. What is the evidence that you have that anyone can verify? That would have been a good way to. Do you have evidence that we can verify, or is it just trust me, bro? Right. That would have been a good counter.
Like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity,
yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes,
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information, sure. And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about.
So she's worried about getting in trouble if it's not true, but Trump's office didn't even take it seriously. So they're involved, obviously. Do you see how crazy this is? Well, that's why they're involved, because they didn't take my anonymous Trust Me Bro source that sent an email or whatever. Like, this is so stupid.
Maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey.
Is that maybe because it's retarded and there's no, don't you think every day there's 20,000 schizos that report retarded, insane shit to the government, the FBI every day? I'm sure there is.
I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told.
I have information. That the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information as possible.
Can I ask a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes.
It would have been interesting to know if she knows the source or if it was also anonymous. That would have been very important to know here.
It's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad.
Yeah, that's a good point. Why is she going to the feds if the feds all lie and are all in on it? That's a great point.
That's the case,
yes.
Because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Mm-hmm. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. It
seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not.
I think those are two different things. That's more something I
totally
ask
different
claims.
claims.
Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably didn't
willing to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say-
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it was
And
a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has
you
got
send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email assuming that you saying like you go and you,
Oh, so here we go. So she got an email. Okay. Everybody, even I get schizo emails almost every day. Literally. My DMs are full of, you need to talk to me and interview me. I have a story that will expose the government for all of their targeting individuals. And I am live by in a van down by the river, target individual. If you do not have me on the podcast, you are a part of it. I will expose you as a shill. I mean, everybody gets this. And so she probably just sent some random schizo email to the, to Tulsi or whoever. They thought it was retarded. And then she's, of course, going to conclude, oh, they're in on it because they didn't. And she just said, it's just an email. So, wow. Okay. That's powerful.
you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that
Yes. Did you say or give any information on the source?
they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
government.
he did-
One question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward.
Now, this is a fair point because the foreign influence that is in this administration, which, we all know what's going on with that, that is possibly a motive or means to shut that down. I think that is a fair point to raise, but that doesn't tell us anything about whether or not this was a legitimate source, because according to her own testimony here, this wasn't actually about Israel, right? So bringing up the Israeli angle isn't relevant to this specific supposed email about the French angle and involvement.
We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details.
Yeah, but again, the problem is not that you are claiming to break things. It's that these are unverified to the public's vantage point. We have no way to know whether this is legitimate or not. And you just sending an email from one anonymous source to the administration, that doesn't tell us anything. That doesn't make it verified because you sent it to them. That's like saying, well, every schizo that calls into the FBI and leaves a tip, it's verified then because they called the FBI. It's retarded.
Police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
that
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. Mike's.
Yeah, this is Andrew is illustrating the great point here from the vantage point of us in the audience and how to be philosophically convinced, right? Because again, we need good reasons to believe what you're saying. And it can't just be, trust me, bro. And I forwarded my emails to the government. I mean, that's like, how does that give us veracity or verification? That's just, by the way, another claim. Why didn't Candace bring these emails? She could have, blacked out whoever or whatever. I mean, she hasn't shown any visual piece, by the way, which is interesting.
Sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then
Yeah, but again, the fact that you had, even if we grant that, a legitimate source for a photo, that doesn't tell me anything about this, right? So she's just relying on just the fallacy of irrelevance. The fact that you had a good source on some photo doesn't tell me that this source for French Foreign Legion email is valid. That tells us absolutely nothing. That's irrelevant.
I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things. People are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was...
By the way, if this is the case, then why have we not, as far as I'm aware, right? And you can correct me if I'm wrong about this. The defense is not using any of her argumentation, as far as I'm aware. And so if she's got these ironclad sources, I would think that they would be tapped in and they would be talking to her and they would be using her information and getting her sources. I mean, remember she said, I'm this close, I'm this close, I'm this close, right? She wants to be like the lead investigator cracking this case. And if that's so, then and she's got all these great, amazing insights and stories that no one else has broken. Maybe she does, but why isn't the defense reaching out? Well, then you understand with the conspiracy mindset here. And I do believe that there's a conspiracy here. That doesn't mean her conspiracies are correct. She might be 50% correct. She could be 30% correct on her stuff. And because she's got 30% correct, she could be then engaging in gambler's fallacy and thinking that, well, then everything else I'm saying is correct, you see, because I've been right about these three things, right? Or she could be engaging in Texas sharpshooter fallacy, which is, right, it's like you shoot the wall with buckshot and then you draw the target around the buckshot and you say, see, I got it all right, right? Well, you didn't actually know. You just basically sprayed the wall and then later on said, look, I got that right and I got that right and I got that right. So I've been on a roll here. Well, again, those are all fallacies for a reason.
Scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that. Then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a report.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I do think she wants to insert herself into the case because she wants to be part of the story. And for media reasons and for, ratings and clicks, that makes perfect sense. Of course you do. Who wouldn't want that just on the motivations of media attention? But that has really nothing to do with whether you actually have the goods. Maybe you do, but are we just supposed to take your word for it? And she's saying, well, I had this other source on this good thing. Oh, cool. But how do we know that that means that the email is a good, valid source? We don't. So we need more than trust me, bro.
With my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit.
Yeah, but everybody was laughing at that because every freaking fat paintball dork can do a lateral crawl, and she tried to say that that was a military move, like a paintball playing dork couldn't do a lateral move, which is retarded.
I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's not a proof of anything. That was so stupid.
That would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that,
talking to PVT
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented.
So this is just an appeal to irrelevance because, again, it doesn't matter whether everything you've ever said prior to this point was false or everything you've ever said prior to this point was true. How does any of that tell us right now what the validity of the anonymous email French Foreign Legion source says is true? How are we in the audience supposed to verify and know that? And she's saying, you can't tell me what to think. Like, what? This is so bad.
Photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public is
So this would be gambler's fallacy. She's saying basically, I got all these other things right, so I've got this right. That's gambler's fallacy. Textbook, 100% right there.
never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they...
No, nobody said you don't have sources. So notice she played a word game there. She's equivocating and she's doing a straw man. Andrew didn't say you have no sources. How do we verify that the sources are accurate and that that's true? That's what we want to know. So yeah, I'm sure you have sources, but how do we verify, first of all, that you do? We don't know that. That's a claim. Maybe you do. But even if you have previously shown a source, how do we know that this source on the French involvement is accurate via an anonymous email?
Don't believe.
By the way, you'll notice that the same standards in the other case with, or in any other domain are not accepted. If the feds say, and I doubt the feds, right? But if the feds say, we have our anonymous intelligence sources, everybody's going to doubt that. Why are we not going to do the same with you? That's the point here. And now the alternative media, unfortunately, has turned into just another form of mainstream authority accepting media. So this is just appeal to authority, gambler's fallacy, and a straw man right here.
They think that there's a conspiracy. That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you...
Again, we know you're not here to tell us what to believe. You're here to convince us of your position. That's what a debate is. This is crazy.
have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? If I just like
well,
saying what I think and collecting.
I'm not committing a crime. This is so bad right here. I'm gonna have to give Andrew another point because this is like next level sophistry here. This part is terrible. I was expecting it to get a little more weighted on the side of Candace in this part, but this is just pure sophistry here.
Aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come.
What is she talking about? She already admitted she's in a debate and she's saying, I don't have to answer your questions. Do you think I have to go to the police station? What? Like, what? It's almost like she thinks that questioning her claims and arguments, or asking for arguments and evidence, is like a crime against her, or like she's being attacked. This is kind of crazy. I don't like, why would you even think that people asking that means that you're like you're not being accused of a crime. You're being asked questions about why we got to believe that. This is kind of crazy.
And answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're okay.
That's a fallacy. So the argument is, ought a person in a debate answer questions in a cross-examination? And her argument is, well, the opposition doesn't answer questions. That's a fallacy. Yeah. So what? How does that mean that you don't have to answer questions? She doesn't understand why that would be a fallacy.
So
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't that a double? But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what, that would still be a double standard if you're requesting that he does.
Yeah, this is correct. Like, if you're requesting that he ought to do it, then you ought to do it, and you don't get to not have to defend your claims by saying, "Yeah, well, you don't." It's just a version of tu quoque.
Does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that.
Why did again? She doesn't understand the difference between an inference and a invalid inference. Like, There's all kinds of inferences, but they're not all valid. That was the whole first half.
You think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR
kind of
there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing though that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical.
mean?
I mean, okay, and that does seem reasonable. Usually when we have high profile cases, everyone, including the spouses, get investigated or questioned. Okay. But the fact that they're not doesn't mean that you get to also say, well, I don't have to be questioned. Again, it's a version of the fallacy.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know.
So there should be sufficient investigations. Thus, there should be sufficient investigations of your claims. Duh.
To be true of 80% of homicides, it's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that
that's an interesting point. How do we know that they didn't investigate those people? I suppose that's possible that they did. I don't know. I don't. That's a good question. I don't know if they investigated Erica or not. That's a good question.
that was never even considered. That, like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to
Yeah, but what was your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Yeah. Also just ask
and
them,
so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two.
She's implicit, complicit.
Words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in the debate. So now you're chopping it up.
What does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Okay. I mean, this is interesting storytelling. And, if you had some hard line of argument from the conversation and you could demonstrate that, maybe that would work. But this is, again, just another trust me, bro, because nobody knows what her and Erica Kirk talked about. Unless she claims to have explained it on her podcast, but that would just be her word versus anyone else, right? So we just have to just trust me, bro, that I met with Erica and she didn't have anything. So again, this is all just like, trust me, bro.
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They make the rest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in?
That's a great point, which is the assumption that she's being malicious. Now, you might think that, but what you've stated so far doesn't prove malicious intent on the part of Erica. There may be malicious intent. She may be involved in a cover-up. But the fact that what you've said so far doesn't get us to that conclusion. So this is why over and over and over, this is just her essentially asserting the position that she has, referring back to her show and things that we can't verify as the so-called evidence or the arguments from silence or just her own confirmation bias.
Anything.
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said you
complicit in what? In the cover-up. All right, so she's waffling on exactly what she's complicit in. Why can't you just say, believe she's complicit? I mean, maybe there's a legal situation. I don't know.
Explain everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Well, there's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right. That what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and.
Okay, but we need something more than the way that you feel she acted or was weird or sus. Like to say a person's complicit, again, is a huge charge, right? And I think we need more than vibes and she lied to me one time and there's this and that. Like that, you need a lot more than that. Like we want to see, like, show us this Zoom call, show us this evidence. And she's like, you just watch the podcast.
I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's
it lies about what, like related to the case, because like Alex Lauren was saying, you can't pull up everything a person's ever said and done in this kind of a case to try to discredit them because it would be impossible. The person is not on trial for their entire life. We need to know explicitly what the lie is or what the bad actions are in regard to this specifically. Now, maybe she has, but why can't she cite exactly and be specific?
toddler. People only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, we can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this because I didn't know what to expect.
Okay, so but what specifically is the lie in relationship to what you're arguing right here?
Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity.
Let's take a pause here, and let's take a couple calls here, straight out of whatever. By the way, if you want to support the show, you can do so through Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs. You can Super Chat right here is the link. If you agree, if you disagree, I want to hear your arguments. What's up?
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I was behind in the stream. I didn't realize you called me in.
Yep. What's up?
Sorry about that, Jay. I figured I fixed my internet issue.
Okay.
So what I wanted to get at yesterday was, if you look at this debate in a vacuum, clearly Andy won, Candy's a schizo. The sky is blue and water is wet, right? But I think this debate was more than that. It seems like it was a proxy for the conflict that's been going on between the dissident right and, as represented by Candace, and the legacy right, represented by Andy, right?
I mean, that's what it's turned into, which is that's how people are interpreting it, as well as all of this. And so that's why I said the geopolitical opinions are dominating, not the actual substance of what was argued in this 4 hours.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking at the granular elements of the debate, it's a totally different story. But Andrew brought it to that geopolitical realm in his. So he claimed that Candace Owens is in part responsible for the fracturing of the right, and that this is going to be disastrous for the right in the midterms. And because of that, we can actually produce like a concrete objective that needs to be accomplished for a quote unquote victory. And personally, I don't think Andrew, I don't think he cleared that, if I can be honest, insurmountable hurdle, right? It's like David versus Goliath going up against Candace to convince these people that they're wrong. I mean, personally, I don't know what happened with the case. I don't know who's really wrong or right.
Yeah.
But what Andrew needed for victory, he needed a headline that said, white fascist straight man makes pregnant black woman cry, right? He needed to embarrass her so completely that her audience would come back to the legacy right.
Yeah, for optics, that's what he would have needed. Now, by the way, I want to be clear. I am dissident right. I am not MAGA. I'm dissident.
Right on, Jay. Yeah. I know you are, Jay. I watch you all the time.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's my argument for why Candace technically won the debate, because for her position, all she has to do is survive.
Yeah, optics, I think she definitely won, hands down. Sure.
That's all I got.
Hey, great points. Yeah, go ahead.
I got one other thing about the case, and I don't really think anyone's addressed this. I brought it up to Alex Soren on his show, or on Ben's show. My bad, that was definitely Ben's show. I don't see any evidence from what's been released so far that can put the gun on the campus.
Okay.
We can't use the bullet. It's inconclusive.
Okay.
And from all of the security footage, the FBI is claiming that he had this firearm disassembled and in his trousers. But when the suspect is dressed in the second outfit, the black shirt, the tight jeans, you can clearly see his cell phone, the outline of it in his pant pocket. So you would expect to be able to see something that would hint at a rifle, right? And in that 4K footage, I mean, I don't even know if that's accessible with how, or admissible with how blurry it is.
Right.
But I haven't seen anyone be able to like pick out a frame of that and show like, here is a rigid object in his hand.
Yeah.
That could be the gun. So I think that is a huge problem with all of the conversation around this event. And it's kind of just been swept under the rug.
Yeah, I think there are plenty of valid questions. Again, not following the foreign leads is a huge thing. I think that is really bizarre that they would have immediately, concreted the whole scene. That's all very bizarre. But whether or not we have enough to substantiate exactly what went down in terms of foreign involvement is a separate question. And so even if I agree that there could have easily been even a foreign legion element, big Z element, we've all forgotten the Zen guy who appeared to be some form of distraction. And that guy was very sus. He had been present at the Big Nine doing the same type of stuff. The guy that got arrested and they found, CP on his phone, he was the one initially saying, I did it. That's, to me, suggests some form of obvious distraction. But what exactly his role in this was, we don't know. But everybody seems to have forgotten that, which I think is very suspect as well. So I'm surprised people aren't continuing to bring it up, although perhaps that was debunked. Maybe something about that I'm not aware of was debunked. I have not followed this case detail by detail every single day. So we are analyzing just this discussion from a philosophy perspective. And as I said on X, which I think a lot of people didn't know how to interpret this, they were mystified by the fact that I said, I could know literally absolutely nothing about this case. And I'm not saying I'm a philosophy professor, but say a philosophy professor could be brought in, know nothing about this case, and you could still just analyze logically the argumentation to see if it's valid, sound, or fallacious, right? And that's essentially what we're doing here. I know a little bit about the case and the big issues and some of the, questions and data, but really for a philosophical perspective, just like, let's say for the sake of argument, a ballistics expert came in. I'm saying a real one, not some rando, there's a million vets on X who are all ballistics experts. And people got mad when I was making fun of that. I'm not saying there aren't veteran ballistics experts. You guys are so just soft, dude. I'm talking about why, as a person who's not in that field, you can't expect all of us viewing this who don't know these other domains to suddenly just trust you, bro. It's the same with Candace, or it's the same with the government, right? I don't know that you're a ballistics expert. Maybe you are. Maybe you're reading a ChatGPT script of what a ballistics expert would say. I don't know. I can't verify that, especially when it's randos calling in. Okay. But let's say for the sake of argument, a ballistics expert comes in. He doesn't have to know anything about this case. Do you think that when they bring in experts in testimony in court cases, that the expectation is that the expert knows everything about the case? Of course not. It's not even possible. So likewise, it's really not necessary. It could help me understand the case, right, if I know more and more details. But I could theoretically know absolutely nothing about this, and I could come in as an expert logic witness or an expert, debate analysis person, and just simply listen to the arguments and say, well, that's an appeal to emotion. That is a Mont-Bailey fallacy. That is a fallacy. That is hasty generalization. And people didn't even understand how I could say that. So you're admitting you know nothing about the case? You're admitting that? I said, Andrew could conceivably literally know nothing about it. He could walk in off the street fresh, not know who Charlie Kirk is, never have heard about Candace. Professor, you could bring a professor from another country who doesn't know any of this stuff, and they could sit there and listen to the logical line of argumentation and say, that's a fallacy. Okay, that's valid. That's possible, right? Etc. It's not necessary that every single person be an expert in every domain. That's why, by example, we had, Hey, Rachel, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were still talking.
No, I was just going to say, we don't know. Like Alex Soren has the legal angle. Most of us don't know law and legal angles, so we can listen to an expert witness say, okay, from a legal perspective, Candace is wrong. That hearsay will be tossed out because this quote hearsay. That's false. Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah. I was just going to say that the guy that you just had speak before me, straight out of Innsmouth, He has an X account that he just made this month. He's been in every single live chat, every single comment section on every video about this debate that I can find. So he's either super obsessive Andrew hater or he's a paid troll or something like that. So, and there's a lot of these. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you how many of these Candace people are super obsessive, like just completely consumed by this case 24/7, or how many of them are like paid to do this. I have no idea, but it's really weird. I'm seeing certain accounts that they're like everywhere. They're every comment section you go to. They're in every single chat. They have brand new accounts. It's very weird. But he was wrong about his assessment of Andrew's motivation to do the debate. He didn't take this debate to like thinking he could blow Candace out and like end her whole career and like make her cry and all that. It really wasn't that at all. Like he said in his live stream yesterday, if any of you guys watched that, he called this whole thing Operation Let Her Speak. He was like, just let me get in the room with her and just let me ask her a few questions and let her talk. And the reason he wanted to do that, first of all, the contract negotiations with this woman were so insane. Like I genuinely think she did not believe Andrew would be able to meet the obligations to make this happen, because it wasn't just the $300K. There was back and forth for a long time. I'm sure Andrew will like tell the full story. He's going to do more streams about this, but it was nuts. Rob Knorr was there for it, and so was Mr. E, and it was like, oh Lord, like it was giving us migraines, just the insane things that this woman wanted, the stipulations. You know, she'd email us back with a bunch of snark and nastiness and just like high school mean girl stuff. And I don't think she thought they were going to really show up and do all this. So he just wanted to get her on record with all of these contradictions. And now everybody's making clips, everyone's making videos. And what's going to happen is we're going to go to trial. A bunch of other stuff's going to come out. And that's when it'll be lights out for Candace. It was never like Andrew didn't go in with the expectation, oh, I'm going to go in with every disadvantage on her home turf and blow her out, because she also made it clear, if you ask me this, if you push me there, if you do this, if you say that, it's over. I'm getting up and walking out. So like people who wanted him to go hard, people who were like, why wasn't he more aggressive? This wasn't his best performance. He was extremely, extremely hamstrung in what he was allowed to say and do. And within those parameters, he absolutely did a fantastic job. He did a great job. Now, when I say that, it's going to be the same thing that's happening to you as you're reviewing this debate, and you're just simply going through logically and saying, she committed a fallacy here, she committed this fallacy there, and you're explaining it. It's all the people who agree with Candace just go, you're coping, it's just cope. We can see right through your cope, bro. Just stop coping. And that's the same thing that's happening to you. It happened to me with my debate with Kyla, where these people cheat, they're disingenuous, they either don't know what a debate is and how it works and what fallacies are, or they just don't care. It doesn't really matter which. But we're almost to this point where it's like all these people are doing now with folks on our side who are good at this is they just lie, they cheat, they clip farm so that they can lie about you and put out a bunch of shit on the internet. Like they have that one clip that Oliver put out making Andrew look like he's a grape apologist. It's been debunked, but it doesn't matter because it'll just forever be Andrew defended grape. He said grape is good sometimes when that's not what he said. And
Yeah.
you were talking about this earlier.
I was going to say it's the exact same thing that Jesus in Chatbot is doing, where he leaves out the full debate offer, only puts out the section in the DMs where it says that you're going to pay me if I'm going to come on just your channel. And so it gives the impression, and all the Roman Catholics are saying, you want $2,000 for a kid to come talk to you. No, I offered to pay for him in person, and he gets flight covered and he gets paid. That was all left out. And now, just like you said, for the next year, the Roman Catholics are going to say you abused a 19-year-old and demanded that he pay $2,000 just to talk to you, which is a lie.
Yeah. Yeah. So they don't care about like winning on merit. Candace will say that she'll pay lip service to it, but she truly, it's one of two things. She's either so dumb, which, it's not too hard for me to believe at this point. She's either so dumb that she doesn't understand any of these things, I mean, she pronounces the word Israel, for Pete's sake. She's a freaking, like, I don't know how you are in media and you can't pronounce anything and you don't know what words mean, and you're saying delegitimize, and you're saying, what was the other one?
Like complimentalize. I mean, there's like a shit ton of these like basic words.
A ton of them. But the one she was doing in the debate, I can't say for certainty.
Yeah.
Like, what?
For certainty.
I can't say for certainty it was Israel. It's like, what? But it's either that she's so dumb that she truly doesn't understand any of these distinctions, and she's just like a bimbo high school token girl who made her own luck by being vicious and ruthless, or she does understand this stuff and she's so malicious that she doesn't care. It doesn't really matter.
Can I ask you a question? Because a lot of people are making a deal about the text that Andrew brought up at the beginning. What is the story with this text? And because a lot of people are just saying, oh, either Andrew is making this up or Erica Kirk is incorrect when she said that, there's no other information.
Right. My understanding, it is a verifiable, legitimate text message. When you see that clip of Erica talking to Glenn Beck, they're talking, I believe they're talking specifically about Charlie texting her saying he was worried. Like, he's saying to Erica, I think someone's trying to kill me. He texted his security team. The message Andrew's talking about is
security team,
him talking to his security team saying he thinks the left could be trying to kill him, which, listen, I'm not saying that there couldn't be something else going on. We just don't know enough yet to know that this guy for sure acted alone or not. I'm totally open to the possibility that some group, some entity, whether it's foreign governments, whether it's domestic terror groups, whether it's leftist groups, who knows? I'm totally open to the fact that there could have been a lot more going on, especially with him in Discord, because there's a lot of groups like that in Discord.
Absolutely, yeah.
But what we do know is he was worried about leftist radicals. And I believe that because, like, when Andrew and I did the anti-Zionism debate with Ridvan last year, I had to have a 7-foot-tall security guard follow me everywhere, clear bathrooms before I could go in, because the authorities at that university and in the town all told us that if you guys want to still do this debate, we're going to have like extra security. We're going to have not just campus police, but local police, because we've got like legitimate threats that we're considering to take seriously from Antifa. And they showed us like a whole written manifesto that they had about how these people were going to unalive Andrew and I for even daring to come and do this debate. And that happens to us, and we're not even on Charlie's level. So for him to say to his security team, I think some of these crazy leftists might kill me, I think I get that, and I'm just Rachel Wilson. Like, who am I even? And I'm getting it. So as far as I know, Andrew's he said on his stream, he's going to show the text and, prove its veracity on Friday. I think he's taken a little bit of a pot shot at Candace with her whole stay tuned.
Yeah, the drip. I mean, it was obvious that he was trolling her with that.
Yeah. So I think it is a little bit of a troll, and it is a little bit of a, okay, now that this is floating out there, what's she going to say? Is she going to try to lie to get ahead of it? Like, who knows? I don't know. Andrew's a strategist. He's really good at this sort of thing.
And so in your assessment, and you guys perhaps, not that you necessarily speak for Andrew per se, but is the idea perhaps that the strategy would be that when the trial occurs, there will then be enough clips that show that she was substantially refuted by what came out of the trial?
I think that's the idea. Again, you're right. I don't speak for Andrew. I have lots of woman moments, guys. Like this scandalous text they dug up from 2015 where I called him an army sniper. Just being super straight up with you guys. I'm a smart lady and all that, and now I'm a certified firearms instructor. I've gone through a ton of training since then. But in 2015, I didn't know what I was talking about. I knew that my husband was in the Army and that he taught people like long-range rifle training. He was the level of instructor that trained other instructors. And his MOS he would have had in the Army was like a combat MOS. So that's what he would have done, but he got injured in training and he had to have a medical discharge. So that was me having a bimbo woman moment in 2015, and now the whole internet's trying to use it against my husband. It's like, so please, like, if I misspeak, if I say a technical term and use it incorrectly, you know.
Well, I think most people, for example, do not care about, if we looked at things that Candace had said in the past, 2007, 8, when she was involved in, you know, the story about the racist text. She got NAACP money when she was a leftist. Nobody cares about that as somehow discrediting Candace. No one cares that Candace was at the Daily Wire not that long ago. None of that matters because, again, people are saying in the chat, you guys are saying you're not handling this empirical evidence. Did you not hear what I said yesterday or 2 days ago in the stream? What we are doing is analyzing the arguments. And so you're saying, oh, Ian Carroll's got it nailed down. Ian Carroll's the one that's the guy to go to. Okay. Even if that's true, Ian Carroll is going to be analyzing things from the different perspective than what I'm doing. Just like Alex Soren is going to be analyzing from a legal perspective. I'm analyzing from a philosophical perspective on which of these claims meets the standard of epistemic justification, logical argumentation. So the fact that you think I need to go to Ian Carroll doesn't even, you're not even understanding what we're doing here. I'm trying to get my audience, you guys, to think about what transpired in this 4 hours logically. That's it. And again, I know this sounds weird to you midwits and low tier slow boys. You could conceivably have no knowledge of this case at all. Just fresh off the streets, philosophy professor approach. And all I have to do is hear the argumentation. That's it. That's what we're doing.
And that's, by the way, that's what Andrew is going off of. The whole reason he wanted to do any of this is because he saw people like Zach Costello, Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman, and Candace Owens talking. He'd see their shows, see clips of them, hear them talking, and simply just identify logical fallacy after logical fallacy in what they were saying, seeing them make giant leaps from here's my opinion or my speculation, therefore I know this guy's a patsy, or therefore I know it was Mormon beekeepers, or there were Jew tunnels under there. And he was like, somebody's got to like explain how this is so retarded. It would just drove him nuts as a guy who's got a really solid grasp on logic himself to see this going on. And then not only see it going on, but then see that, you know, this poor man's own wife is being absolutely dragged. Candace is doing 3-part hit pieces on her, blaming her husband's death on her, not only with no evidence, but using super fallacious, ridiculous thinking. And what it reminded him of is like, you know, people that hate me on the internet will say all kinds of crazy lies about me. Pretty much everything you've heard about me is not true. And some of them are bad enough that they'll blame my own son's accident on me and say I'm responsible for it. And Andrew considers that to be like an evil form of psychological torture to do to someone. And he's like, if you don't have like concrete, at least a concrete logical position you're coming from to do that to someone, you shouldn't be doing that to someone. You know, and it truly just bothered him. So he's like, I just can't sit here and watch these people do this. I'm going to like take some of them on and prove how dumb they are because they're just stupid. It's like they've got a spell over all of the stupid wine moms on the internet. And they all think they're on a holy mission from God to like destroy the evil Erica Kirk when like she's like, there's no evidence that she did anything wrong in any of this. And in fact, I think you're going to see exculpatory evidence proving that some of the dumb shit, like Andrew said on his stream yesterday, so I can repeat this. He said, Stu Peters' career is over. I have definitive proof that he was wrong about Fort Huachuca. It's going to be over for him. I'm dropping that on Friday as well. And
I thought Stu Peters was terrible. Stu Peters did terrible in that debate from what I saw. And the other thing too is like I jumped into all of this right around Egyptian Plains time and then into Mitch Snow time. So I followed the Mitch Snow side of all that very closely. That was so retarded and such a blunder. And everyone's already forgotten this. And I even said at the time this cult will forget Mitch Snow and move on in a month, and that's exactly what happened. So,
Yep.
But the whole Fort Huachuca stuff was absolutely retarded. I think it was one of the biggest. That was one of when I first heard the Egyptian planes, I was going to give Candace benefit of the doubt. But I had open mind about where she was going to take stuff, because she actually did a lengthy BB expose that I thought was pretty good. So I was like, all right, hey, we've got Candace dripping out some interesting stuff about the history of BB that seems to be valid. And then it turned into, and by the way, I was very skeptical of her Macron stuff. I don't care either way whether Brigitte Macron is a man or a woman, but the fact that she hyperfixated on that for a year and then just suddenly moves on to a new hyperfixation, that was very sus, but still had open mind with Egyptian planes time. I started doubting, I don't think this Egyptian planes thing's going anywhere. I don't doubt that there's intelligence and that CIA and Israel use Egyptian, airlines for operations. Yeah, but what is that exactly connecting to here? I think that was a dead end. And then we've got the next, we've got the beekeepers and the maroon shirts. Then we've got, he's a time traveler. The CIA had time travel technology that quit working in 2012. I was like, okay, this shit's crazy. This is totally retarded. That's when I was totally off board when I heard that shit.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the last thing I can say about this that I want people to consider is that just because Candace hasn't heard it and just because it hasn't been released publicly to the media does not mean that investigators did not look into things, and it doesn't mean that there's not going to be a whole bunch of stuff presented at the trial that is going to answer a lot of unanswered questions for people. Of course there's unanswered questions. Of course there's things that don't add up and things that are weird. And I think you'd be very hard-pressed as a history buff myself to find any sort of public assassination where there isn't a lot of weird stuff. Public assassinations of high-profile people are weird events.
Right.
There's not like a set script of how you would expect them to go. There's going to be weird anomalies and things, but I think a lot of it will get answered. And if this whole, why wouldn't TPUSA or Erica just come out and tell us everything? Because this is a very high stakes death penalty trial. And you can't come out and say everything no matter how bad you want to and no matter how badly people are lying.
Oh, well, even Candace says that. She says, I can't say what I sent to, the Trump administration in Tulsi. It's all secret. I can't talk about it.
But then what she'll do is she'll say the whole reason she did those hit pieces on Erica was to bait Erica into giving info. That's the whole reason for those. It's the same thing they do with me. They'll release a hit piece on Rachel exposing her past. They'll create a timeline of my whole life going back to 1997 and then be like, hey, if this is wrong, prove it's wrong, so that they can get me to give people's names or give dates or proof. And it's like, it's there for them to try to get more info out of you.
Yeah, that's what I remember they used to do that to Alex too. So there was a period when Alex was really under scrutiny, maybe 10 years ago, and they started releasing the timeline of his life. And they even put up, they found his high school photos, they found his yearbook photos. And then that was intended to get him to sort of reveal more and more about himself. And so a lot of that stuff is traps. That definitely occurs.
Yeah. And they don't want to, number one, they don't want to risk a mistrial. Number two, they don't want to risk tainting the jury pool. And number three, there's things that they've been told. You can't say any of this. You can't release any of this. It's, you're going to have to be patient. We're sorry. But you can't say.
Now, let me ask you this. So when it comes to, let's say the trial happens, he's convicted, let's say he even confesses or something like that happens. They're all going to say, oh, this was all rigged. And the feds, the CIA controlled all of this. And, Israel told them that this is how the trial goes. Do you think that even if everything that Candace said is then contradicted by the way the trial goes, will that actually even have an effect, given the fact that they're just going to immediately say, well, obviously that's what the conspirators would do, is rig the trial. The trial's rigged, and that proves a conspiracy.
I think rational people will say, okay, maybe there was nothing ever here. But I think, and by the way, Candace, if you're listening or anybody sends you this, I'm allowed to think. You're not my dad. You can't tell me how I'm allowed to think or what opinions I can have. It's my opinion, and it has been from the beginning. I do think it's a possibility that there could be something more than just Tyler Robinson decided one day to kill Charlie Kirk. I definitely think there's a lot of room for other possibilities besides that. At this point, I think it's likely he was actually the shooter. Not certain. I think it's likely. But I think the reason for Candace doing this, I think it could be, I think it's very plausible that she is out here intentionally throwing all this crazy stuff out. The Mormon beekeepers, the maroon shirts, the French Foreign Legion, the list of crazy. I think that's intentionally her flooding the zone. I think that it's there for the purpose of, if there is a cover-up of any kind, if there is any sort of conspiracy here, it will do the same thing that it did with 9/11, when people were coming out and saying crazy stuff like, oh, it was actually a hologram, or there was like a plasma space weapon.
Space weapons. Yep.
Yeah. That stuff did a good job of, to use Candace's word, delegitimatizing any credible theories out there. So if there is something that
Yeah, it's good. That was Cass Sunstein's cognitive infiltration model.
Yeah, I think, I'm not saying I know that,
right?
But I'm saying I don't know, but I know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just kidding. I think it's as plausible as anything else that the reason, because you sit there and think, why would you want to discredit yourself by saying, like, by just shotgunning a ton of crazy theories, promising to drip evidence that proves them, and then you kind of never follow through, and then you sometimes walk it back, and then you double down, and it's like, she could just be dumb. She could just be malicious. She could just be greedy. Or it could be that for some reason she and this cottage industry of suspicious characters pushing all these things are there for the purpose of flooding the zone, throwing anything at the wall to see what'll stick, getting everybody whipped up in a frenzy about some of the craziest theories. And they know that there's a chunk of the population that will latch onto this and become schizophrenic over it and take it way too far and possibly, do or say crazy things.
Well,
so
it's very reminiscent of QAnon. I know, and we've been saying that as well.
Reminiscent. I think what you mean to say
Reminiscent of QAnon. I mean, I immediately called out within a few weeks. I made a video, and I still have that video up right after QAnon dropped, that I felt like it was limited hangout, that it was disinformation. And I think I've been borne out 100% vindicated on Q-tard crap. I think most people who even fell for it, for the most part, there's still a few hangers on of like boomer weirdos, but QAnon ended up being exactly what I thought. And I'm using the same rigorous analysis to critique what we're doing here to what I did to QAnon. No one remembers QAnon. No one remembers the critiques that I gave of it. I should dig up my old video and we should go back through it and we can analyze how there's a lot of similarities with what we're seeing with Queen Candace drops to the Q drops.
Yeah, do you remember during the coup, when they set up those army field hospitals and football stadiums, and there were Q-tards saying that there was human trafficking victims living underground, and that those were being set up to get all the people out of... Yeah, I remember this stuff too. I also remember the videos coming out of China where they had like the gold-plated leaf blowers that were supposed to be sanitizing park benches and sidewalks.
Well, but just think about the model of the Q drops, right? They dripped it out, and you got to hang on until 3 weeks from now, because then we'll have the sign from the color of the tie that Donald Trump wears, and then you look at the silverware, the way that Donald Trump has placed the silverware on the table. That's a secret message, and it's like every week or 2 weeks there would be a new Q drop that was mystical and boomer decoder ring symbolism that you're supposed to figure out. And then eventually it all just fizzled into nonsense. And, they were, then it turned into, there's going to be the 3 weeks, the 2 weeks of darkness. Trump will take over the airwaves and announce a national emergency. They've got Hillary Clinton and Tom Hanks. They're in the Guantanamo Bay right now. It just turned into crazy shit. But it's literally no different than the conspiracy candy. And I say candy with Candace candy. Candace is the conspiracy candy that drips out the X-Files episode every time and that's why half of this debate towards the second half of the time in the second half, she's just promoting her own podcast. You'll have to watch the podcast. You should refer back to the podcast.
You will get, I won't take up any more of your time, but you will get to the point right at the end where Andrew questions her about the steakhouse receipt, and that is what she gives the answer for. There is very reminiscent of how whoever was posting the Q posts, how they did that, how they drip things, because she shifts it over and says, you need to talk to the person. There's a different person working on that, and you need to talk to them. And Andrew's like, but you said that you had this receipt. She's like, I didn't say I had the receipt. You need to talk to someone else is working on that, and you need to stay tuned because they're gonna, so it's just endless carrot dangling, and it is a lot like Q leaks. So,
but keep in mind, it's also almost structured like a detective show or X-Files, because every week it's like we are getting closer. And when you're watching a detective show like that, a fiction show, you are following along with the story arc because you're getting closer to solving the big X-Files story, the big X-Files mystery.
They're edging you.
Exactly.
Just like edging you. The Blacklist was a great show for that too.
Yes.
They had like 13 seasons of any day now. Raymond Reddington's true identity is going to be revealed.
Exactly.
And it just never was until it was. But yeah, sorry to take up a bunch of time, but
no, I appreciate you calling in. We like to get we're doing our journalism segment here where we get actual witness testimony here in terms of like participants in the media story here with Rachel calling in. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. My life is so weird. I wake up every day and go, what the hell? How did I get here?
Things have gotten really crazy, and basically
weird.
Yeah, I bet. And every day is a new insane event. It seems like every day now there's some crazy event. So
yeah, Andrew was like, how did we end up in the middle of this? We're just like hicks from nowhere. What the heck? But that's why people have to invent. Did you see Jake Rattlesnake's epic troll of Project Constitution?
Yes, I wanted to play that clip. Now tell us briefly, because I think I did save a clip of this. This is one of Candace's main people, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was one of the people that was her big investigator who she supposedly got a lot of her stuff from.
Really?
Yep, but now the Candace army has turned on him. I forget why. I don't know what the catalyst was for that, but it happened like right before the debate. And so I think he's trying to redeem himself. And so Jake, when they were doing the Army Sniper thing, like, who is Andrew Wilson and why is there no public record of him prior to 2020? Well, I hate to let everybody down, but Andrew doesn't give a shit about like social media. He thinks Facebook is for women. He thinks Instagram and TikTok are like being inside a woman's mind and it's scary. And he doesn't care about any of that stuff. He's a gamer. Like if you hacked into his PlayStation, maybe, you could find him playing games with guys or something, but that's it. And prior to 2020, when he got laid off during COVID, he was just working like 60 to 70 hours a week for like 12 years straight because we had a lot of kids and it's expensive and I was at home and stuff. So there's no digital footprint per se because he wasn't a terminally online person until COVID happened and he started debating. That's the only reason. But they wanted to create a backstory. So Jake posted a post saying, I actually know Andrew's backstory. And he gave like the plot of the Bourne Identity.
Yeah, I was about to play that clip, but I wanted to ask you, when he does this, who are bears and what does he mean by the bears? Is that like a military?
Oh, the drop bears?
Yeah, what is that?
That's an inside Crucible joke. Because Andrew used to always say that Australia was fake and that it was a conspiracy, that there's even a place. And he would be like, koalas, like Tasmanian devils, kangaroos, are you kidding me? Like, obviously, there's no such thing. Australia is like a fake psyop. And he would always tease Jake with that. And Jake came up with this joke about these things called drop bears, and they're only in Australia, and they're bears that live in the trees, and they will drop down and sexually assault you. Like,
okay, gotcha.
Super silly inside joke. So he snuck the drop bear joke in there, and the dude just bought it, hook, line, and sinker. He was just like, "Wow, it's incredible."
That's funny. I will say though that a koala bear does look like a Down syndrome bear, so maybe that's the closest thing to a drop bear, like dropsy or something. But let me play this clip here with Jake, who is talking to this lead researcher.
And I actually found, I don't know if you realize this, but I'm Australian. I found out that he was he'd been deployed to Australia and actually had an encounter with a drop bear. I don't know if you know about drop bears.
No.
Oh, it's a, I don't know, but not many people know about this outside of Australia, but basically drop bears are like a marsupial, and they can like, Andrew tells tall stories, so I don't know if he's even telling the truth about this, but they drop out of the trees and they'll like fuck you up, dude. They'll like fondle you and everything. So like he got fondled by a drop
Oh,
bear.
really?
Yeah. So he told me about that, and I was like, well, he must know about Australia if like he's telling me about. As well, he was found floating in the Mediterranean Sea by an Italian.
So there, he must know, right? That's the bears that drop down and grape you, the koalas, which are technically they have. If you didn't know, what we call teddy bears are actually in Australia, the bears have Down syndrome, and so their koalas are Down syndrome bears. But this is a separate species. They're called the drop bears that grape you. You got to watch out if you're down under. You don't get a. You're gonna get one of them Down syndrome boys that they got the hots for you. They're rooting around. They want to root with you, which, by the way, Australians call sex rooting. If you didn't know, which is goofy. But so here's Jake talking to this goober, who is one of the researchers that she used for a long time.
Italian fisherman. This is what he told me. Found floating in the Mediterranean Sea by an Italian fisherman. Had a he was found with like a bank account details on him or something like this, like a bank account in Switzerland. So, I mean, when
I'm not gonna play them, so the music will ding the copyright. But they're playing the.
Found floating.
That's the Moby song from Jason Bourne, the Bourne Identity, etc. All right, let's see if there's another one. Here's another clip. Let's try this clip here. Hey, what the heck is up with these clips? They're not working. Let's see. Let's try the next one. Let's see. Let's try to see if we can scoot up past the music.
He was found floating in Switzerland. It sounds like a multi-agency thing, and it's like, well, how does a guy like some sort of like smoking hillbilly from freaking nowhere in America, who smokes cigarettes and swears at women, how does he actually become such a big internet star? And it's like, I think you and I both know. I've seen. I don't agree with everything that you guys say, but like, I think you guys know that like government ops are real, you know.
Everybody knows you
Oh,
never
yeah.
go full
And they
retard.
definitely, the algorithm pushes certain
You
people
went full
intentionally.
retard, man.
Yeah, 100%. So
Never go full retard.
yeah, there was that dude.
And that
Yeah, go on.
that's a wild story. So he told you that he, I guess, lost his memory or something and woke up in the middle of the river, or the water or whatever, found by fishermen with some bank account attached to him or something. Swiss bank account.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
Crack teams of researchers here on the case. I think I'd trust Meemaw. I trust Angela Lansbury over the crack team over at CandaceOwens.com. I mean, Angela Lansbury would be better off on this case than this bunch of goobers. Now, I want to ask too, guys, we do have a lot of super chats. We got to get to the rest of this debate. There was one other question I want to ask you while you were here, Rachel, which was about, wasn't it the case, and you could tell me more of the details, that y'all trolled Candace with a medical claim, right? And she believed it. Is that correct? I thought Andrew or somebody sent a joke like,
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. She said that there were 2 YouTube comments from doctors.
oh, that's right, YouTube comment. Yeah, go ahead.
Were affirming, like, I want to say like the bullet in the neck stuff or the 30-06 can't do that to someone's neck thing or whatever. And Andrew was just like, yeah, that was me. And like, because she wasn't going to say who the people were, and it was like a way to prove that she obviously did not vet those.
She doesn't vet. That's my point about the email of her supposed foreign French assassin intrigues.
Yeah.
And she's
so
like,
Andrew proved, by saying it was me who left those comments. It was his way of saying, prove that you actually vetted who these people are, that they're even real doctors,
Exactly.
that these are legit at all. And she couldn't do anything about it. And it proved the point. And it's the same thing with this guy that Jake trolled, because as Jake's explaining how this guy is a CIA assassin, Andrew is, whatever,
right.
He goes, yeah, and that's the same way that we know Erica Kirk is like a former intelligence asset too. Because, a similar thing, like some rando just came through and told them like all this suspicious stuff about her past. And so that's how they know. And it's like, well, there you go.
And
These
so
people don't vet anything.
Exactly.
They just run with crazy stories and tell you they have a source and they're sure. And that's all it is. They're full of shit.
Absolutely. And that's why we are analyzing this philosophically, because that's one of the great ways to see when you're being duped or lied to or deceived, or perhaps even the person themselves could just simply be duped. And then fallacious reasoning, though, cuts through all of this when logical reasoning cuts through everything to see the actual logical structure of the meat and bones. In fact, this would be like the hyper-spurg thing to do. I wouldn't even do this. You could probably get FDA or some hyper-spurg to do it, but you could actually translate this entire conversation or debate into like formal logic. that would be maybe AIs can do that. I'm reticent to rely on AIs for that kind of stuff because they get a lot of things wrong, and they can't pick up on nuance either. So, but technically speaking, it would be possible to literally sit and like have every line of argumentation, like laid out logically, and you could show like how many of these claims actually are formally, valid or invalid. But thank you for that, Rachel. Appreciate that. Let's get back to now. Does anybody disagree? We've had a lot of back and forth calls, but if you disagree, I'm going to bring you up. If you want to make an argument, I'll let you make your case. You can make an argument to me. You can say where I'm wrong, who's wrong. It's equal times. As you guys know, in the last stream, we had equal times, people calling in pro con on different points, different positions. Give me an emoji if you want to come up. Okay. Patriot wants to come up. What's up? Do you disagree?
Hello.
Yep.
Hey, Jay.
What's up?
So I have had a number of opinion changes. I do think that Candace is wrong on a lot of things. However, I do think
hold on one second. I want to address Tristana in the chat. I'm not saying that FDA would defend all the positions or the people, Tristana. Listen to what I'm saying. I know that Tristana, you're undergoing transition, the hormone, the hormones you're taking are messing with your logical functioning. I am saying that literally anything in the debate could theoretically be translated into a formal logic, and then you could see like a math program. It's a joke, but I know that Tristan's having a hard time with the hormone therapy, the transitioning, so it kind of clouds the way he thinks about it. So go ahead.
Wow. So I do think that the paving over of the crime scene, the mishandling of evidence, I think that's all sketchy. I wouldn't put it past a certain government to interfere with Mr. Kirk, especially since he has had changes of opinions. He went on.
I think, I'll say, like, you could look at the JFK assassination, and it sets a precedent in my analysis, in my view, based on what I've studied about JFK. It sets a precedent for potential government involvement in a high-profile assassination. Absolutely. And I believe that Big Z had a role in JFK. But you can't just go on prior precedent. You got to have more. So go ahead.
Yeah, I have looked into a little bit JFK. I've also looked into the MLK assassination. But again, as you stated, I think you're correct in you can't just go off of assumptions. I think that Candace has a lot of dots that she wants to connect, and that she tries to force her own paradigm and her own, in my opinion, hatred of Daily Wire. And a lot of that, she hasn't left a lot of that behind. So that's my opinion on it. I also do want to say that I've been praying for you and praying for your father.
Appreciate that.
So, yeah. That's my opinion on it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, I could conclude, for example, that my, family is undergoing a difficult time because clearly there's a motive for government involvement. And so, my dad is having a hard time because of foreign government involvement. But would that be a logical conclusion? It's possible, but is it a logical conclusion? And I say that not to be macabre or flippant, but just to point out that it's another example of where it's a logical leap that isn't really coherent. There's not really a reason to come to that leap right here. All right. Now it's whether Zenith is freaking out. You disagree. I get it. Go ahead. Speak your piece.
Yeah, so I heard Rachel explain it earlier, but it's the clip where Andrew brought up the quote. It seemed, from Charlie Kirk or whatever, that, what's it called? That Charlie Kirk was like, oh, the left is going to kill me or whatever, and that he's scared that somebody's going to kill him or whatever on the 9th. And then even Erica Kirk said, well, even on the 9th, he wasn't talking to anybody. She was making general statements. Mm-hmm. So I want to ask Rachel, how do you reconcile with that?
I think she did address it a minute ago, but she's welcome to restate it if she wants to.
Yeah, I've only seen that specific clip. Like, I've just seen the clip, and then I went back and saw, like, the broader part where they're, like, before they're talking, because they always use out-of-context clips to make their point. And it sounded like what they were talking about specifically was like Israel. And Glenn Beck, who is a rabid Zionist, right? Glenn Beck was asking her, he's concerned about this Israel angle and what Candace is pushing. And I think she said nobody, but she was saying that. So, like, imagine Andrew goes, I heard that a guy is texting you and you might be cheating on me with him. And I say, I'm not talking to anybody. I don't literally mean I'm not talking to anyone, like nobody is on my phone texting me. I'm saying in reference to the thing we're talking about, and I believe that's what she meant. Now, I could be wrong, but that's what it looked like to me, is that they were specifically talking about Israel, and she's saying he wasn't talking to anybody about that. He didn't have any concerns about that.
She made like general statements though, so I would agree to disagree there, to be honest. But I think it's clear that TP USA paid for Andrew to do this. Is that not true?
That is not true.
So he paid out of his own pocket to Candace.
Yes.
Yeah, I genuinely don't believe that.
Okay, well, okay.
I just don't see that.
Why ask if you're not going to believe me if I tell you the truth and you have no evidence, and just if I give you the answer you don't like, you won't believe it?
Well, no. I mean, it's clear that he has contact with Erica Kirk and TP USA because only Erica Kirk has that quote, right, from Charlie Kirk, and she's the one who revealed it.
Do you guys watch Andrew's show?
No, I'm not interested in him, to be honest.
Well, then if you're not interested in him, don't pretend like you know anything about him. Because
I know about him. I know. I've seen a lot of his stuff.
No, you don't. Because if you did, you could have watched his stream yesterday, and it's up on the Crucible.video right now. You can go watch it. He says exactly he answers all the questions you just asked. Of course, he's in contact with Erica. Of course, he's in contact with some people at TPUSA because we did go down there. He taught a debate course. I sat in on the course. It was a recorded class. Rob Knorr helped teach it. Kai Schwimmer and John Doyle were both there as well. It was a whole day-long thing. He was paid to do the class, and that was it. And we can prove that. And he did not get paid money to do this debate by TPUSA. They did not put up the $300K. That's what Candace was hoping for, but that is not what happened. If Andrew wants to talk more about that and give details, he can. But again, I know what you guys are doing. You're fishing and you're hoping for me to give up personal information so that you can either twist it, catch me in a lie, or something like that. And I don't trust you people, because when you ask me a question, I give you a straightforward yes or no answer. You say, I don't believe you, and you don't have any reason to not believe me. You're not discounting it based on anything other than what you want to be true.
So let me ask you, do you have an argument as to why, or a basis for why you think that he did get money from TPUSA?
Admittedly, no, but I just think that, both sides are kind of iffy. I think Candace could have argued better. I know you're looking at it from a philosophical point. I mean, you've already admitted that you ignored the empirical evidence and you don't know a lot about it, right?
No. I didn't say that. I said theoretically a person could do that. I think I know enough about it to speak reasonably fluently about the case. I'm saying that theoretically a person could come in with no knowledge and just analyze it philosophically, which is what we're focusing on. But me personally, I know a decent enough amount about this.
Yeah, well, considering the fact that, I don't know, Erica, I mean, there's a lot of things out there that show that Erica Kirk is some Fed, so I don't trust any Feds.
Well, what's the, what is the evidence? I mean, maybe that's true. What's the evidence for that?
I don't know. I haven't wrote it on the top of my head, or
wrote it on your
down
head
on notes. So maybe I can come back one time and
that's fair enough.
Show that. But
sure.
Well,
look, hold on. That's good, but you can wrote it on your head another time. Let's get back to the debate. So again, we're giving equal time. That guy disagreed. We had Rachel come on. We had the guy before Rachel who had a different opinion. So you're all getting full time. We're not censoring. Oh, you censored me, bro. We let that guy make at least 2 assertions. So he has his argument. Let's get back to PBD here and see what he's saying.
Before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. It's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates?
Is she actually living a suburban life? I mean, I get that she's doing the podcast at home. I guess that's somewhat helps facilitate that, but I don't think she's living a suburban life. That's not exactly what's going on here.
George, her and Charlie, was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And
there's another thing too. I wanted to interject because I get called agent every day. All right. If you cover conspiracy stuff, geopolitics, what you're going to get called, everybody gets called because everyone's a Fed. Literally everybody's a Fed and everyone calls everyone a Fed. So when you're in this atmosphere of you're a Fed, everybody's a Fed. I'm not saying that guy was calling me a Fed, but I'm saying when everybody gets called Fed and everyone's a Fed, it kind of really makes it's like racist, right? Like, oh, everyone's racist, everything's racist. It really doesn't mean anything now. Okay, so yeah, we're all Feds now. Everyone's a Fed. Cool. Let's move on to what's the evidence for XYZ person being a Fed. When we have our episodes with Pavel Shalin come up, this is going to be super hyped up. So as I pointed out to you guys, I've been doing a series of shows. They've not aired yet. We have filmed 5 or 6 episodes, sort of full production, kind of high tier podcasts like you're seeing here with them. We have 5 episodes with Pavel filmed. He's one of the largest, if not largest, of the Russian speaking philosophy channels. So he's a political philosopher. And I think when you guys watch the shows, it's very high tier stuff, very academic. You'll notice, obviously, he's got areas of expertise I don't have. I did not study political philosophy as my main focus in college and in grad school. So Pavel brings the receipts and the heat with political philosophy. I come at it from the big, geopolitical global elite text. So I bring global elite text, obviously some orthodoxy as well, because what we're really laying out in this series is an orthodox political theory or an orthodox metaphysics of politics, as crazy as that sounds. And it's going to be, again, very high tier. He spoke at Pajot's Symbolic World Conference. So you've got that pedigree. His Russian language episodes, they get like 500,000. Like most of his Russian language episodes, at least 500,000 or more. So he's got a huge Russian political philosophy following, and he's Orthodox. And I think this is going to be something you guys are really going to enjoy. I think the first one's going to come out in September. Now, people in the chat are asking, when is the David Wood debate? So the next set of debates is DebateCon 9, and that will be here. By the way, I've got also to promote the other debate, World War debate, because that's separate from DebateCon. And I will be debating Stefan Molyneux round 2. So let's get through all these. First of all, we got DebateCon 9 here, Modern Day Debate hosting in Orlando. This is October 24th and 25th, 2-day event. And I think you guys are going to enjoy this. If you want to come down, we'd love to have you there. We'd love to see you. There is the tickets. There's the link. I will be debating 3 debates, turns out. Dr. Javad. So I have a Muslim debate. When you debate Muslim, debate Muslim. I debate Muslims all the time. We'll be debating him on, I think, Jesus. Was Jesus Muslim or is he a Christian? I will be debating David Wood on icons, and I will be debating David Wood on orthodoxy versus evangelicalism. Main event, the second night, but icon debate the first day, kicking it off early in the morning. So it's going to be high tier, hardcore stuff from Saturday 10 a.m. to all day Sunday. Of course, obviously, people can leave, go to church if they want to come back on Sunday to see my debate. In the morning, Nick, Fearless Truth, will be debating Gnostic Informant. That's going to be an interesting debate. As you guys know, I debated Gnostic Informant on the Crucible. I think that debate's still public. You can go check that out on the Trinity. And then we've got a whole bunch of debates. AP will be there. Godlogic will be there. I'll be there. Alex Soren will be at his first Modern Day debate. So, link is in the chat. I need to add this to the show description too, by the way. So here's the debate for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Then we've got September, when is this, 12th? September 12th in Nashville, the much anticipated round 2. Free Domain Radio, Stefan Molyneux, Free Domain Radio. We've got Stefan, old Molyneux, round 2. God or God? And they chose that as a prompt just to kind of be different. I thought it was fine. I thought it was a funny prompt. So the atheism debate with Stefan Molyneux, round 2. That was a huge debate in our debate career. It was a big one. It was a level up, some might say. We got a lot of traction, a lot of motion, a lot of aura from the Stefan Molyneux debate that happened, I want to say, 7 years ago. So it was 2019, 2020, 2021, somewhere in there. It was a lot of fun, big debate. And then we're going to be doing a round 2 of that. September 12th in Nashville. We are the prime showcase, and then there's the main event. The main event is, and I don't mean to be rude to these dudes, I just don't know who these dudes are. I think one of these dudes is like Black MAGA dude, and then one dude is like leftist dude. But they have, I think, pretty large channels. So let me give you guys the link for tickets to World War Debate. Tripoli, I think, is there. I don't know who else is hosting or who else is there. But there's the tickets for that. There's different levels of seating for this event. They're really trying to go all out with that one to kind of make it like a UFC, but so like a arena style. So there's the tickets for World War debate. Now people keep asking about Trent Horn. Trent Horn is at Debate Con 10, and we are still negotiating exactly the terms. As you heard with Candace, she had a lot of stipulations, and this is the way. The bigger the debate gets, the more high profile, the more money, the more audience is involved, the more you're going to have stipulations. And so Jesus and Chatbot needs to understand that if he wants to move into being a public formal debater, he's going to have to face up to that. He's going to have to deal with people negotiating what exactly their expectations and limitations are for a debate. I've made my case multiple times that because AI, chat, GPT, etc., cheating is becoming very rampant in debates, I have specific stipulations that I'm going to require. You can choose to meet those, or you can choose not to. I don't care either way. So there is DebateCon 9. DebateCon 10, we don't know the date yet for it. We're thinking, near future, December, January, perhaps. And that, don't know exactly where MDD wants to put that city-wise. Might be, he's talked about Phoenix, talks about Austin. We don't know yet. And we have not solidified exactly what Trent will agree to yet. So we thought we had some things nailed down. Then Trent wanted to renegotiate it. We're renegotiating a counter offer. And then I've restipulated, renegotiated. I've given Trent a counter offer of specific prompts. And again, yes, there's an entertainment side to all of this, but also, this is people's livelihood. This is people's means of income, not just me, but also Modern Day Debate, also Trent Horn, David Wood. So it's only natural and logical and practical that people are going to negotiate and settle on stipulations and terms. And there's absolutely, to me, it's crazy to not have certain stipulations and expectations about, for example, as I said to Jesus and Whatnot, because he does have a track record admitted of using ChatGPT for his opening statement, lying about the source, using fake sources and getting called out on it by the people who actually wrote what he cited, and then lying about where that came from. It doesn't make any sense for me not to have expectations of him meeting a higher level than perhaps other people, because you've already demonstrated that you've done that in the past. That's great that you're, confessing to it. Good. But you can't expect people to just forget that and not have a higher bar of expectation for you. But I think what I'm just going to do is start requiring that, something akin to when you debate me, there's no way really to absolutely ensure that nobody's using AI for like opening statement. And of course, people are going to use AI for slides or whatever. That's not a big deal. The point is that you can't, in the midst of the rebuttals, start looking up AI responses to the opponent, you retards. This is what I try to explain to people. People thought I was saying you can't use AI, which is like a glorified search engine, for your information. I don't care. That's really not even avoidable, right? Because really all AI is at this point is like glorified smashed together search engine, giving you like, computed responses. Now, guess what? A lot of times it's still wrong. So you're still kind of you're on shaky grounds, even if you're relying on AI, because you don't even know, as Jesus and Chatbot found out, just relying on AI, you can still fuck up big time. But my idea is no AI glasses, no immediate usage of AI in the debate, unless, like they did in this debate with PBD, you're showing to everyone that what's being looked up is some reference or fact check. In other words, let's say in the midst of the debate, someone says, well, that's not what Isaiah actually says in that chapter. In that situation, yes, is permissible. It seems logical to me that you could look up and show perhaps on a screen here, okay, we're going to look up what Isaiah actually says in that chapter, right? Because it's unreasonable to expect that nobody has the Bible memorized. I don't care how good you are, right? Or, you pull up some, oh, well, no, that's not actually what theologian XYZ said, and, treatise, blah, blah, blah. So pull it up. Sure, fine. But this idea that when I'm giving a rebuttal or I'm doing my, opening statement, you can't be sitting over there like, I need laptops closed for opening statement. If you want to write your notes, right? I want to have these kinds of stipulations. You can't be over there like literally pulling up Chat GPT to get your responses to my rebuttal. That's crazy. And I'm actually see people defending this. No, actually, they should be able to do that. Because you could do the same thing. No. I want that excluded. Because the expectation of a debate is that you know the material. And you know my arguments. And you know how I argue. Right? Not who can, more proficiently use the AI in the debate. That's retarded. It's stupid. I'm not there to debate Claude or ChatGPT or Grok. I'm there to debate you and whether you actually know what you're talking about. But that's the only way that I can actually see that you can 100% exclude cheating of that kind in a debate. Now, why is that not fair? And even if you want to have, like Peter Thiel tried to have, like, what did he try to do? Like the steroid Olympics? You want to have a separate AI chat league debate? Go do it. But I can stipulate what I want. And you don't have to accept that. I don't have to debate Clippy. And yes, I'm admitting that if I was to debate Clippy, I would lose. But I think everybody in this audience would actually get demolished by Clippy. So anyway. Guys, remember too, you can head on over to the shop at Jay's Analysis where you can get signed copies of my books. Now, some people were mad because the books have been back ordered. The red books were slow to get here. And then there was also a holdup, I think, on my Amazon order for the meta-narrative. So I've been waiting for a while for books, and I apologize. I know one dude got super mad and was like, oh, I will report you to the blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Have your money back, dude. I'll refund you. Fine. Shut up. There. So there's a link. What's pathetic? It's pathetic that I have standards. I don't like, what are you talking about is pathetic? How dare you have standards? How dare you not just grant Gen Z people the right to cheat? How dare you? You can get signed copies of all the books at the website in the shop. And yes, every copy is signed. That's the benefit of getting it from me and not from Jeffrey Bezos. There's the link right there. And, you can get Esther Hollywood 1, 2, and 3. Everything I have in stock presently. We are well stocked on books right now. All of them. I know that's rare because usually I run out of one and then I can't fill a third of the orders because I'm missing one of the books. But right now I have all of them well stocked. So you can order at the shop at jaysanalysis.com. All of them are signed copies. You don't have to request or email me that they be signed. They automatically are via the website. You can also subscribe to jaysanalysis.com. Get access to the archive memberships through purchasing a membership right here. I am a little bit behind on members content just with the Rothschilds part 2. So, but otherwise you do get access to the last 10 years of archive material, interviews, lectures, talks, all at Jay's Analysis in the purchase membership section right there. So there's that. So many debates, debate cons coming up. It's going to be crazy. Let's get back to this debate. And I know Arrow wants to say something. What's up, dog? What's up, Arrow?
What's up? I'm just keep this short. So you said Javad, was that Dr. Javad Hashmi?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you know this, but he has a debate with a Muslim.
I do not know much about him, so no, I do not. Go ahead.
He is a liberal Muslim. This is going to be the easiest debate of your life. He doesn't believe the Quran is fully preserved, at all.
Okay.
Yeah, so he has a debate with the Muslim. I'm not saying you got to do your extra research on him or anything like that, but I would look into this a little bit because he's not the traditional Sunni Muslim that you think that appeals to the Quran and in a circular fashion. So if you're going to have this debate of Jesus was a Muslim, I would probably look into him not believing that the Quran is preserved to use that against him.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah. So that guy, that's literally going to be the easiest debate of your life. So, yeah.
Well, that's good news because I didn't know much about him, and I was going to have to, get back into looking up, some of these Muslim people that I'm not familiar with. There has been some discussion too. We're considering maybe trying to set up in Nashville, perhaps a 2-on-2 Muslim debate, perhaps 2 people versus 2 people, or perhaps 2 individual 1 versus 1 debates. That we don't know about that yet. Kai and I are also discussing a 2-on-2 me and Kai versus 2 Muslims. So we've got some other potential debates in the works. We'll see how that pans out. We'll try to figure out who. I mean, seems like maybe just Jake and Itachi or something. I don't even know if they would team up. I don't know, but Jake may not want to do Itachi, whatever her name is, on his team. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know who would be willing to debate me and Kai, but we'd like to do that too. We'll see. It's in the works. We're still discussing and negotiating. People also have this expectation, like, well, if the debate isn't scheduled at tomorrow at 12 p.m., then everyone is running. Talking about formal debates, not talking about stupid internet call me in tomorrow or you're scared. I'm talking about formal public debates, right? Takes time to negotiate that. Don't have the expectation that if it's not all fine. I mean, I've been trying to work with Trent for months. I mean, it's taken months to get, basically Trent Horn willing to do 2 more debates. So it takes time.
Never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah,
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what?
Well, that's interesting because, a lot of the internet was mad about that. And it was in the context of him turning it into a joke, which was just, whether you like Andrew or not, that is Andrew's consistent attitude that, like, typically speaking, women are retarded. So I don't think that she would have been able to organize or plan this high level event. And that's relevant to the Mitch Snow character, if you guys recall, because Mitch Snow claimed that Erica was there at Fort Huachuca. He was 95% sure it was her. He'll never forget her eyes. And he stumbled onto the base to get his back pay. And she was there with the 11 military officials, colonels, generals planning the assassination, which was all these bullshit. That's something that Candace banked a lot on for at least 2 months.
What dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No.
Fort Hawktua. That's where Mitch Snow actually was, and he was worried about his Hawktua coin, which got rug pulled, and so he was trying to get some of that Hawktua back pay at Fort Hawktua. By the way, Dasha, you see Dasha try to have a meme coin, and I'm like, are you silly? Of course, Dasha's silly. I'm like, why are you? I mean, meme coins are obviously just to bet and do rug pulls anyway. And I'm like, why are you doing a meme coin in the bear market? That's so silly. And she's like, what's the bear market? I'm like, if you're going to do a meme coin, you would do it in the bear market. What are you talking about?
Come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek?
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well,
that's high tier comedy though. Owen Benjamin is absolute high tier. I mean, it's like 200 IQ level comedy, right? When he says penis vodka, that's crazy. Like, what if you had like a penis and it was a butt too? And then like, what if like another penis came up and the penis had a butt, but also the butt had a penis, and it was like just coming everywhere. It's like penis vodka. Right? That's like totally hilarious, right? It's hilarious. And I'm like, what the hell? It's like, what if a guy was named like Queerbait? What if that was like his actual name? Yeah, it's crazy.
Biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in it.
I mean, Owen Benjamin said that the administration and the elites ate Charlie Kirk. He said after. And by the way, I mean, we're talking like schizo van down by the river level crazy. Like, I don't think that's. I think he actually believes some of these conspiracies like at schizo level. Like we're at full schizo, right? And it's like penis vodka.
Management at Turning Point.
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to
By the way, there are other high profile people that are friends with Erica Kirk, and I don't understand why this is supposed to be like some gotcha, right? I mean, high level media people, a lot of them know each other. So what is this now? Everyone who knows or has met her is now implicated in a possible sus activity when certain other very high profile people know her very well.
USA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for...
Now, on that same line of argument, I mean, Candace is friends with the Tates, and she has platformed and profiled and interviewed the Tates. So would we then conclude that there's implicit complicity via because you know the Tates and interview them? I mean, when you try to do that level of a gotcha in the media, it's very ridiculous, and it's such a silly guilt by association, because almost everybody who rises up in media ends up at some point interviewing or being on the same show or having some sort of interaction or meeting with anyone. For example, if you remember back in the early MAGA days, right? The left tried to implicate in complicity. We're going to make up some new words here. The left tried to implicate anyone in pictures, right? Because Jack Posobiec was in a picture with Richard Spencer. So they were all working together, you see. And it's such a silly tactic, right? To say that, oh, you had that meeting one time. Oh, I saw you in that picture with that guy, right? Now, before all the drama happened with the Tates, I had Andrew Tate, or this would be Tristan Tate, come on, and he reached out to me to do a chat, and that was like 2019, 2020, right? And then subsequently, all this drama comes out. So now I'm also complicit, you see, because but also remember I interviewed Dugin 10 years ago, and so now I'm complicit with Putin and Russia, you see. So you see how you can like construct any sort of like narrative, any sort of story based on arbitrary connections. I've hosted Lord Voldemort for 6 years. Oh, so now I work for so I guess Alex would be what, CIA? So Alex works for the CIA. I host Lord Voldemort for 6 years. Now I work for the CIA, you see. Clearly. Or Zio Shill. Alex was Zio Shill forever. Now he works for liberal CIA, and he's a liberal according to like Quartering and people like this, right? So now I work for liberal CIA. Oh, because I also talked to Kiriakou, and Kiriakou doesn't like Israel. So now I'm on the liberal CIA side working with the libs, if I'm dissident, right? Because we're all secretly libs. You see how silly you can basically make it into anything with this guilt by association nonsense.
Basic answers to questions. And you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out.
No. Yeah, you guys are missing what's actually going on. What if I am the CIA? There is not actually an organization CIA. I am CIA. I have degree in CIA, according to that one guy they called in. We all know you studied at CIA and you have a degree in CIA. My degree is not MA, philosophy with English cognate. It's actually CIA. That is my degree. It's not an MA. It's not an MA ABD. It's CIA is the degree. And also, you don't even realize, do you realize you can be in more than one intelligence agency? So I'm actually sheep dipped also in KGB. What if I'm a double agent of the KGB in CIA to also then infiltrate Mossad? Did you even consider the possibilities here? But what if I'm a KGB operative in the CIA sent to infiltrate the Mossad, but I'm ultimately working for the Nigerian Central Intelligence Agency? Nobody even considers the possibilities, which are infinite.
In good faith, and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
Of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
it's talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah,
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars, and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent.
Wait a minute. If you should just go home to your kids, then shouldn't Candace do the same thing? Why is she leading the charge to be the Sherlock Holmes or Shaniqua Holmes of this whole thing?
just suffered a trauma, you don't go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss,
And I don't, you know, what's crazy about this is like, this is so crazy. Like all of this is insane. First of all, the high profile event, and then the media wars over this. And this debate is on so many levels, whatever you think of it, like it, hate it, like it's fascinating because I remember in the 90s, this was like OJ type stuff, right? I mean, obviously the Charlie Kirk event on its own is perhaps bigger than the OJ event, but if you were in the 90s, you would know that this was like, I mean, all you heard about the OJ trial was like the first trial that was its own mini series. And that was probably some kind of psyop too, to like, you know, make trials into basically TV dramas, right? And I mean, the whole nation, they were fixated, and all anybody talked about was OJ, dude. It was like you couldn't get away from it. It was crazy. All you heard about was OJ everywhere. You couldn't get away from it. But that was just a murder trial, and you know, happened to be a prominent former football dude / movie star. But even with the next phases of the high profile cases, right? Like Casey Anthony and Natalie Holloway, you know, there was a series of these where they turned into like movie productions of their own. I mean, so massive that the Vince Flynn novel Gone Girl is a satire almost of that. The idea of the trial that turns into this sort of like story of its own that becomes a TV series of its own, a version of reality show, but courtroom reality show, right? And by the way, if you've never seen Gone Girl, it's actually really fascinating. There's a lot of different angles that you can analyze to tie into this, because in Gone Girl, right, you have the Rosamund Pike character basically organizing this massive psyop murder. And there's, I mean, I think there's even some satire going on with this because she's almost dissociative, right? And so she organized all this. And, you know, if you were a conspiracy person, you'd read that, oh, dude, she Erica Kirk. Rosamund Pike is Erica Kirk in Gone Girl, honey. Perhaps even a lot of this audience would find that convincing argumentation because they saw it in Gone Girl. That was predictive programming. That's Erica Kirk. You know, unaliving Charlie, and Charlie is like Ben Affleck in Gone Girl, if you think about it. I'm actually impressed with my own conspiracy predictive programming connections that I'm making there with Gone Girl, if you think about it. But I think, by the way, yeah, if we're looking for a deep analysis that we actually did recently of Gone Girl and Under the Silver Lake, Jim Bob and I did a high tier movie analysis. I thought it was really high tier of Gone Girl and Under the Silver Lake. If you go back a little bit on our live streams, let's see, it'll be a little bit back here. Let's see. I think it was the last. No, I think Jim Bob and I did 2 different movie streams not that long ago. Maybe it's longer than I thought. Yeah. Okay. So we did Under the Silver Lake separate. We did that with David Fincher's The Killer, which was a good analysis. And we also did Slay Queens. Here it is. Slay Queens of Civilization, baby. We covered Gone Girl and Eden, Western civilization, narcissism, and feminism. So if you're looking for an interesting film analysis and how Gone Girl could perhaps feed into or be a version of this kind of insanity. What I was getting to with this is like, now with this type of an event, it's not just a famous person in a murder trial or a high profile case. Now this brings in the conspiracy world. and all the conspiracy YouTubers and, Candace's crowd. This brings in the debate crowd, all the people interested in debate, because this is the high profile, probably be the biggest debate of the year or the next 5 years. This brings in the legal side, everybody who is involved in legal analysis and the crime trial, true crimes. So they're all interested in it. It brings in alternative media in general interested in this. You've got political angles of this, because Charlie Kirk obviously directly involved in politics. It goes right up to MAGA and the administration. You've got a huge motivation of the left on this, because Hassan Piker, Sneeko, they're all sort of on board now that Candace is the Slay Queen. She has essentially taken over. She's won, etc. And that would play into one line of analysis, that there is a left-right dialectic that's a part of this whole discussion as well. Thus, this is, I think, just on so many levels, fascinating that you can, so many different domains tie into this debate, and not just the Charlie Kirk event, but specifically this debate of that event.
Right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that there. By the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is, like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been, and I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do, if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's get.
So again, I think that was an interesting exchange about Slay Queens, and Candace herself is a girl boss Slay Queen as well. So but how does that get us to complicit in the murder? Again, it just seems like a non sequitur.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait, I didn't prepare the clips, but I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we are see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is. I'm just trying to make sure.
Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is all just super speculative. I've never thought any of these. Oh, there was a lot of this early conspiracy stuff was pretty quickly debunked, and I don't think anybody's really going with it. Also, too, like if there was good substantial evidence, you would think that the defense would use some of this. But I've also been around for a lot of conspiracy stuff, going back to, I've been a conspiracy-minded person since 1998 was when I first read my first conspiracy book. I was doubting the Big 9 event in 2003. So I've seen a lot of theories come and go about every high-profile event back to, even back to 1800s, 1700s, so I get it. I understand that a lot of theories can make sense of pieces of data, but we also don't know necessarily which theory to choose themselves without there being substantial evidence to confirm a theory. So there's a reflexive relationship in these kinds of things with like empirical data and courtroom stuff. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't go too deep into the legal side of it. But like if you're going to say with, this was an exploding microphone, or it was a camera gun that somebody in the audience was using, that was an early theory. You're going to need more than a theory about a video and a weird angle and, artifacts in the video, right? You're going to need more than that. And it's the same with all of the wild 9/11 stuff. Like, actually there was and I'm being serious. This is this is like Judy Wood's thesis that there was these high-powered energy weapons that were used, and the directed energy weapons made the building collapse into dust, and that's the only explanation for why there's a car melted, down the road. Well, I don't know that that's the only explanation for a car melted down the road. Maybe there were directed energy weapons, but how am I going to know from that the directed energy weapons is the most you see what I'm saying? It's like a lot of these will come and go. And so that's why the wilder theories usually get filtered out in high profile events.
The explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it
Rob
looked
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw.
I don't like. So you're saying what happened to Dyer? What happened? Like, what do you mean? Did you hear me confirm the official story? Again, I just don't understand why people just come and they just assume. You have to not make these sort of rash assumptions, right? That when I don't immediately hear what I thought he would be saying about this or that point, oh, he's here to push the official story. Did I not tell you guys multiple times now, even at the beginning? I still maintain, and beautiful Tristana was in the chat group. Beautiful Tristana can confirm exactly what I said in the chat group that he's in 2 days after the event, for you liars that weren't here at the beginning of the live stream. My theory is that there is likely foreign involvement. There it is right there. 2 days after September 13th. My theory has not changed. It's different from whether
Marines that have gotten on.
It's different from my theory to, do I have evidence to prove that theory? Now, again, we've addressed this multiple times throughout the discussion, that I do think the text messages that Harrison Smith has, that Tucker mentioned, that Megyn Kelly mentioned, I think Candace herself has mentioned text messages she has that warn of a possible Big Z involvement. We have clips where Charlie is saying that he's interested in Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy, that he might move away from evangelical Zionism. We have statements where he's concerned about losing donors over Iran war, doubting, the Israeli Zionist position. And so I tell you that this is about the 5th time in this, analyzing this debate between the previous stream and this stream that I've said that. And you all just keep saying, you weirdos, you idiots, that I just believe the official story. No, I don't. I gave Candace a point in the opening statement for refuting Andrew's claim that there's no evidence at all of Israeli involvement. Candace said we have the text messages of concern. Tim Gordon, as a law dude, admits that would absolutely be potentially admitted into evidence. Is it proof? It's hard to say if it counts or rises to the level of it establishes motive. It doesn't establish perpetration because you could have multiple people with motives, as we pointed out earlier. Every episode of frickin' Murder, She Wrote shows multiple people with multiple people with motives. So if you got multiple people with motives, how do you know who did it just on the basis of motive? You don't. You need more than motive. You need evidence of perpetration, right? Who the perps is. Who the perps. So, again, feels, vibes, these are not good arguments.
And said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was,
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip.
Yes, and I gave Candace a point for at least, she should have done it early on, but she waited until an hour and a half in to list holes in the official story, right? That was a blunder on her part, but I still gave her a point for it because she did make some good points about bizarre, questionable things.
Of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same
nobody really gets a point on the girl boss section. I don't really think that went anywhere.
Thing that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
that's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle. And that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay. So question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. And I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go.
Here we go. I absolutely just hate I hate the ballistic stuff. Oh, it's because it refutes you. No, it's because nobody in the freaking audience knows anything about this shit. nobody knows the physics of bullets unless they do something with physics and bullets. Like nobody in the audience knows bullet physics. I watched a YouTube video and blah, blah, blah. Okay, good. You watched the YouTube video. I'm sure that you watched that YouTube video and the prosecution and the defense will call you to get your consultation on the YouTube video that you saw from the vets on YouTube.
But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to start your position as
because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know.
Now, I did see people contesting this. I'm not a physics person, much less do I know anything about ballistics. I saw someone saying and arguing that a bullet does not give off a significant amount of air dispersal, but does some. But what do you guys think? I'm going to let you, our high IQ, we have a high IQ audience. Okay. And yeah, I've shot guns since I was a kid. I don't know shit about bullet physics. And everybody on the internet is a ballistics expert. And now everybody knows physics all of a sudden, right? And it's funny too because, I know philosophy, but when topics come up, guess what? Everybody's a philosophy expert, right? Everybody's an armchair philosopher, and they never read anything about philosophy. But when the topic comes up, wow, I know everything about that. I've been doing philosophy from my armchair since I was 5-year-old. But air doesn't exist. Air is actually fake and gay. I mean, hello, have you seen air? No, exactly. So why the fuck are you believing in air? Is air your little sky daddy? I can't believe this guy believes in air. Can't even see it. You freaking superstitious freaking. I'm an expert. Okay. I'm an expert in everything that I say I'm an expert in. And trust me, because I have a source. I got an email from a high-level French assassin in the French government. They said I am an expert. And if you doubt me, then you don't believe my evidence, and you're not letting me think. What's the bullet physics, bro? I'm not a bulletician. I'm not a bullet man. I don't know the bullets. Are you studied in bullet? No, I'm not making appeal to, again, you guys misunderstand what I'm saying. There's a difference between appeal to authority and expert witness. That's two different things. So let me give you an example because this is helpful for fallacies. If I were to say, let's say we have a courtroom case and we have, let's say it's Jeffrey Badonkadonk, right? Let's say Jeffrey Badonkadonk is on trial. He's been eating people. He ate the butts out of everybody. He ate everybody's butt. He's on trial. We got him. And they bring in the FBI profiler expert on serial killers. Okay. We bring in the serial killer FBI expert. He's up on the stand. He gets questioned. They say, you, Mr. Fox Mulder, you are an expert in serial killer motivations and psyche. Do you believe that Jeffrey Badonkadonk did it? Mulder says, yes. I've been studying. I got my degree at Oxford in serial killer occult crimes. 100% Jeffrey Badonkadonk is guilty. He did it. The judge, the jury, everyone says, case closed. He bangs the gavel. Mulder is the expert. Case closed. That would be an example of appeal to authority fallacy. However, in the case of in the trial case, in totality, the totality of the case, right? I hope you're joking. I thought the 7K stuff was like getting old, but in the totality of the case, you could say, well, Your Honor, jury, we have compiled 50 different arguments. And one of those strong pieces of argumentation was the expert testimony of Fox Mulder that, yes, in fact, he believes he's guilty based on his expert analysis and testimony. So you see the difference between appeal to authority as if it proves it versus expert attestation as a piece of evidence. Those are two different things.
I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence and it's,
you can fact check it.
Fact
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not
it
underneath
is beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here and the collar's moving and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow.
I really don't. I mean, I have no opinion on this part. I don't know about ballistics. And I'm just, I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about ballistics. So I don't know what bullets will do other than what I've seen them do when I shot the guns that I've shot or versus videos that I've seen of gun shooting. So, but again, we still haven't even proven that there is air. I'm not seeing air. So you want me to believe in this invisible force? Should I believe in the force too? Are you Yoda? I speak, air, air. You're breathing air. Do you see me breathing air? Exactly.
His necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd, and then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside.
This is an interesting line of argument. I have not seen this part of the debate, so this is an interesting point because and I did see clips of the Israeli pager stuff. There's definitely smoke in those.
The pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. Mm-hmm. And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic.
That was a kind of a weak dodge there because I haven't followed Candace's argumentation or theorizing about exploding microphone, but to go with Israeli pager, that was pretty clever. That seemed like a dodge. I might have to give a point to Andrew on that one. Let's see.
So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, mm-hmm. I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show.
That one's a tough one because on the one hand, it seemed like she didn't want to deflect, but also maybe I haven't watched her show, so maybe she could just argue that she has no hard view on that. I don't know. We'll have to see what this clip is. Let's see.
Them is the Rob O'Neill clip since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move
dispute.
like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to.
I don't know if that really got anywhere. I mean, I think that was a really good, clever turn with the Israeli pager thing, but she quickly just sort of hand waved it. I don't know.
If we have another break and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and...
Are there PBD sandals I can get? I definitely want some PBD loafers for sure. All right, so we're going to get here to the closing part. This is the end. We have a lot of super chats, so I'm going to have to get through quite a bit of those. So that's why I went ahead and ended the call-ins, and let's get through this last leg of it here.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like he was directly.
Well, maybe he wants to play it for the audience. So, I mean, if I had planned clips to play and the other person was like, well, you don't even have to. Like, maybe I want to for the audience, not just for you.
Responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of...
Well, did you actually correct it, or are you backtracking with Mott and Bailey and saying that, well, when I say we don't know yet, that's my correction? Well, that's Mott and Bailey. Again, we saw that earlier where she makes a strong statement. When pressed, she retreats to a weak statement. I'm just asking questions. It's a possibility. Well, you didn't say it's just a possibility. You said it is that. You see, that's Mott and Bailey.
Showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, for questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed, and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever.
You can,
have
but if
another
you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
If you're no, it's not junk. if the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling.
I mean, yeah, this line is. This isn't really getting Andrew much out of. There's not a lot of. I mean, it was a lot stronger earlier, but Andrew's not really getting much out of this. I think Candace is going to end up scoring some rhetoric points right here out of this because it's beginning to look like he's just looking for something, and she's just hand waving effectively to the audience at least, and saying, "Yeah, but I can have the view that she ought to be," and I'm not sure he's. I mean, if she's saying he ought to be, and I don't know on this point, then they needed to play a clip where she's insinuating more or stronger claims about Erica, I think.
Well, to my knowledge, because Turning Point's like, we want to make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks. And
well, it's a little odd that she had no clips, visual imagery or data of the emails. I mean, she should have shown some emails, the text messages. You can block out people's names, the sources. That's a little odd that she didn't do that.
Because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is.
She might have thought it would have been that it was rhetorically and optically advantageous to give the impression that she didn't even need sources, right? That might have been what she's going for.
What I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring claims,
We did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims.
Now, she's playing victim here and trying to play that like she's been fair. Nobody else was fair to her. Again, I think this is beginning to score rhetoric points with the audience because, first of all, we don't know that the opposition did take any clips out of context, right? She's said that a couple times now. We don't know. We haven't seen, nor do we have handy the entire show, so we don't actually know if that's the case, but she's effectively conveyed the strategy, I think, to play victim here, and then she's playing on the fact that she didn't play any clips. In other words, I let you come and play a bunch of clips to try to trap me, and I didn't play any clips about you, which technically, yeah, she didn't play any clips. She did try, of course, in many cases to undermine and discredit Andrew. So she did the same thing that she's claiming to be a victim of, but she just didn't do it visually. And I think that probably is going to play well for her audience. And so I'm going to give Candace a point right here because she's getting a rhetorical advantage here.
That you want me to speak to. You didn't say, I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what's not
Now, wait a minute. If they sent the clips over ahead of time, if she had a problem with the clips being out of context, then she should have raised that, right? And so if she waited until the debate to have a problem with the clips, that is sus.
Yeah, the way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context this with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of, hang on.
And
There's nothing here except
I'm
holding you to account for your
say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through-
and like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't
perception
think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a
just-
few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
Okay, the theories that Andrew is questioning are not the transcendentals. I'm not sure she knows what that means. So, but that's not what this is.
4.
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asking
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go,
They're not claims. She said my opinions, they're not claims. What? Yeah, an opinion is a claim here. What, like, she's now, this is Mott and Bailey, because if she's saying, let me slow it down because she's talking really fast here.
of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asking
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk
Yeah, it's a debate, and you agreed to be asked about those things.
responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet,
They're not claims. She said my claims, they're not claims. What?
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Yeah, again, that was a pretty fundamental blunder right there. She literally said, these are my opinions, they're not claims, but she's called them claims. I don't understand.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
Well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
thing.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
we
then
were
we can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there
come
we
on,
go.
guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has his
thing went off. Just
DNA.
tell me what
on
it
the
said.
So notice there, Andrew in his earpiece said, that's what I heard. They have it, right? And they all have the same earpiece in. This is very common when you go on podcasts. So no, there was not a secret earpiece for Andrew only.
Sure, it's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
and to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already, that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip plans, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read, just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's
So is she saying that she admitted that she was incorrect about that? I mean, she's sort of hand waving this, but I don't understand what was going on here. Is she hand waving and admitting that that was wrong? I don't understand.
Or in for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
So he is doing the Candace drip here to troll her.
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. That's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's,
you can really. Yeah, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name
think
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to.
Do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
them.
your fingers up.
Yeah, I think this was the part where there was the gotcha. This is, of course, the one that got the most traction immediately. Yeah, I think he should have. He may not have focused on what would have been like, kind of right away easy gotchas, and so he got on this gotcha. It's a little weak of a gotcha because technically, I mean, aggravated murder is murder, but it is a more specific form of murder charge. It gets you it's the death penalty. But also, when she lists the 7, she technically does, I think, misstate one of the 7, which other people call attention to. I mean, in the debate, it depends on what you're asking for. So he should have known at least a few of them offhand. That would have been a way to easily evade this. I don't even know if she planned this trap. It's hard to know whether this was planned or she just sort of sensed out that she could get him with this. But this was definitely a point for Candace because that would have been something that he could have easily avoided. So we're going to give Candace a point there. Yeah, I think he turned it. He tried to salvage here by saying, well, why don't you name all 7, right? Yeah, that was not a good look there.
Okay, name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit.
I mean, it is murder. It's just a more specific charge with more with a stiffer penalty. But yeah, he still didn't get it here.
There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
the more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew was really calling the bluff here, right? He thought the best strategy would, and I don't blame him for in the moment doing this. Like if I was on the hot seat, you know, in this kind of a setting in a debate, I've been in a lot of hot seats in high profile debates. You have to think quick. You're on the fly, and he opted here to call her bluff, and this was a huge mistake.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
What's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why.
So this was really her strongest point so far, for sure, because not only does it demonstrate that there were some things that he really should have been familiar with. I mean, I think we could have given an excuse for anybody not offhand listing all 7, but it showed that she's been in these documents and read them. Whether she's got logical conclusions for all of her assertions, I don't think she demonstrated that at all very, very much. There was only a few places where she did have some good rejoinders. But she definitely knows this case, and that was her strong point, was that she's very familiar with the materials. That doesn't even necessarily mean that she's got the best reading comprehension, but she knows the details. So she's detail oriented, and in that she seems to be very talented that way. So she's got good rhetoric. She's got good, here at least, she's got good rhetoric, good detail specific memory recall, which is very good in debate, very important in the debate. And so I would say, just on an entertainment level, like, she's a very good talker, very fast thinker. I don't think she's the best at reading comprehension, and she's not very good at logic, but she's definitely got the rhetoric here. So we gave her a point for that for sure.
Aggravated murder. Actually, if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster, or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood.
I think she also got a really good audience point score with calling out what she was saying was his tactic, because he was trying to force her to quickly list all 7. And it was a good rhetorical strategy to call out that it looked like a cheap move to try to force her to do that really quick. And then Andrew called the bluff because I think my assessment is, I think he thought that she wouldn't list all 7. And so, yeah, that was 2 kind of rhetorical wins there.
It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
That was, and then she even capped it off with like a call or a questioning of motive and sincerity, which, whether you think is or isn't the case, she effectively conveyed to the audience that was a huge blow to motivation. At least, I'm not saying, even if you believe 100% everything that Andrew believes, or you believe everything 100% that Candace believes, Candace effectively questioned for the optics the motives.
If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Yeah, I mean, again, this was a gambit, right? This was a gamble. I didn't see. I mean, there could have been a text. I don't know what happened. So this is and this calls into question like what I've been saying, right? Or not calls into question, but it calls to mind what I've been fussing about, which is a potentiality of people cheating, right? So this was a gamble again to go with that. I don't know what happened, but let's see.
Take it.
Let's see
See if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
Now, in debates, these are the most intense, exciting moments when there's somebody's on the hot seat, whether you got them on the hot seat or I'm on the hot seat. I'm talking about my experience in debates. And that's probably the hardest part of the debate for you or the opponent, right, is when you have to make a quick decision, right? So sometimes you have to make a quick decision, for example, as we've talked about in debates, which thing that the opponent said am I going to focus on? Let's say I had an opponent that in their opening statement, they said they're going to say a bunch of stuff, right? And you'll notice every time I listen to an opening statement, I take a bunch of notes. What I'm doing is I'm highlighting where I hear the major mistakes. When I do my rebuttal, I'm not going to get to all those. And I have to think quick, okay, what are my strongest points of critique in what they said? Because I might have 10 things. I'm only going to have time to get to 2, maybe 3, depending upon how long the rebuttal is. Now, that doesn't mean it's all worthless because I might be able down the line to go to some of those other key mistakes that I think they made, right? I might be able to pull up the next biggest mistake when maybe they bring that topic up. Maybe they don't know what I listed. They mention that topic. I get to say, well, wait a minute. Funny you said that because I had in my opening critique this point that you messed up on, blah, 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 blah. So you got to think really quick that I've got to balance out what gambits and risks I want to take. And sometimes you have to call people's bluff. I've been in debates where, for example, I'm going from memory, so I don't remember every single detail, but there've been some pretty heated, high profile, fast thinking debates where I've definitely called bluffs. Like, oh, I don't actually think you know about that. Well, let's just take Erudite. This was a classic example, right? Erudite hinged a whole bunch of her argumentation a year ago on the fact that she was an educated philosophy student. She had this undergraduate, studies in philosophy. And so when we were on the Whatever podcast, I had a huge gamble. I mean, I felt pretty confident based on what she'd said that she wouldn't know. But it was a huge gamble to say, I'll bet you can't name I don't remember if I said 5 or, can you name a few philosophers, 5 philosophers and some works? And then I think I qualified it later, maybe the next day or whatever on the second day. Can you name 2? Right. So that was a gambit. That was a high stakes, relatively speaking, because she's an idiot, but it was a high stakes gamble and it paid off because she didn't know. Now, fast forward a year later when she came back to debate, and I went up to her in, you know, the Q&A, and that clip went viral. I noticed Jake, by the way, Jake put it up, and it had almost 600,000 views just on Jake's version of it. So that one's getting close to 1 million views now. This wasn't as big of a gamble because it wasn't a debate. It was a, you know, quick Q&A, but it was still a version of the same point that I surmised that she still would not be able to name 2 basic philosophy texts, right? And she couldn't. So, you know, when you're in the heat of a debate, you're going to have these think fast moments, and there is a risk that you have to choose. And I think Andrew doubled down again with trying to call another bluff, call her bluff on the text. And so let's see what PBD says here.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You have full permission to go through my phone. I don't need to cheat.
By the way, people are saying that there were a lot of stipulations that Candace had that she would leave the debate. I don't know if this is true. I'm just saying that people are saying this. This is what, you know, we've heard. She might walk out if XYZ occurs, right? If you do this, I'm out. If you do this, it's over, blah, 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 whatever. So Andrew might have thought, or he might have heard something in his earpiece, I don't know, that, you know, if this happens, or ask her this, do this. So maybe he thought, like, you know, maybe he had information that led him to think that this was a worthwhile gambit here.
The last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a download for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to, like, I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
Yeah.
I just, you know, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing,
questions.
So you know,
yeah.
nothing there.
I don't
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
Yeah, but in that clip they even played earlier, she was not just saying, you know, she was actually asserting that we have the information, we have the data, we're going to show you that it was impossible because he was at the steakhouse. And now she's done Mott and Bailey to walk it back to say, all I've said is that I have evidence.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
But by the way, we don't have any of the evidence is the point, right? So it's a claim, it's an assertion. We're, again, just supposed to trust me, bro. There's a receipt. I talked to the guy.
A copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred out.
The person working on this.
Okay, so now she's saying there is a receipt. It was published online. We don't know for sure that was him. It's just the receipt, right? So it's dubious. Could be, but we don't know. And she's saying, well, I talked to restaurant manager or whatever.
Story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that...
Why couldn't she just say, yeah? I thought she was... I mean, for that to be hard evidence, she would have to say yes there.
Is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steak.
This is a fair point here.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
I would stay tuned. Like, why is this still up in the air? Like, why have we not confirmed this?
Haven't spoken to the owner.
I mean, wouldn't this be like a knockdown thing for her? Because it would validate her timeline that it was impossible for him to get there from the steakhouse. Why wouldn't she like immediately confirm this?
evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day, that's where it's gonna.
It's like she's like, well, I think for me this is compelling. It's on my personal time. This is not a personal timeline. It's your line of argumentation that you're using to convince people of what you think happened. It's not a personal timeline that you subjectively like get to write like a novel.
Day, and if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
No, like it doesn't matter. Like even if he's the worst person ever and lied about everything he said prior, let's say for the sake of argument, Andrew has ridiculous standards for her and no standards for the opposition. That would have nothing to do with right now the question. Have you verified that is his receipt and that he did this? And the answer is no.
I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that
it's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
well,
I'm asking,
make sure.
Should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes,
That's a great question. That's a great way to put it. Why should you include that if it's not been verified?
But if we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
No. If you're trying to build a timeline, you should verify it before you put it on there. That was ridiculous. I'm going to give Andrew a point for that. And that really underlies, I think, a lot of the problems of the way she approaches all of this. She goes with it and thinks that because it's possible, then it's evidence and a valid inference. That's not true.
I don't think that falls
under. And then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that.
So it's evidence until it's debunked. No, that's not how it works. That she actually thinks that things constitute proof or evidence until they're debunked. No, that's not at all how it works.
There is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary hearing. Died. Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get it just seems like you.
Well, I'm not adding.
Yeah, but if you want to convince people, Candace, of your position, it ought to be better than the approach of the feds that you say is faulty. And she keeps arguing that, well, I don't have any burden of proof for my line of argument that's beyond the feds. But if you're arguing the feds the approach is fallacious, and we're doing that from the philosophy standpoint, let's say that the Fed argument is fallacious, you don't get to say, then my line of argumentation also gets to be fallacious. In reality, you can't do that. That's the whole point of the fallacy. The fact that the other position is argued bad doesn't mean that yours is therefore argued good. It's a fallacious conclusion.
Like I said, you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
I'm not adding unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even.
Yeah, that was, again, I think he's right to press this again because we saw this in the first hour. She's basically going back to this position of, if the feds can do Fed slop, I can do Candace slop. Like, I should be held to the same standard as the feds. But the problem is, if theirs is fallacious, and I can admit that it is, but even if, regardless of what my views are, like about the event or whatever, just strictly on logical grounds, you can't say that the other side's fallacy lets me do fallacies, so therefore there you go. And she keeps doing that. Now, you've probably heard me in debates, again, we have to illustrate this because we mentioned it last time. You've probably heard me say this to people in debates, well, if you can do fallacies, I can do fallacies. That rhetoric is not intended to actually say that you can do fallacies. It's intended to point out why you can't. In other words, if you can do a fallacy, then I can do a fallacy, and then debate becomes impossible, you see. So everybody's bound by the rules and the laws of logic. They're universal, they're objective, they're the rules of critical thinking. If they're not objective, then there's no such thing as critical thinking. It doesn't exist. You can't do it. And debate can't be done. It's impossible. But if there are objective rules and laws of thought, and there are, then it's sort of like a chess game. You can't do invalid moves. It'd be like playing chess and the other person just starts moving the pieces wherever they want. And then when you call it out, they say, well, you can do the same thing. Oh, okay. Well, then we'll both move the pieces anywhere we want. And we're no longer playing chess, you see. It invalidates the whole thing. The entire game is invalidated. Likewise, if you can do fallacies, you can't turn around and say, well, I can do them too because you did. Also, even if for the sake of argument, this is why I keep saying fallacy. Let's say that the state's argumentation and presentation is the absolute worst ever. It's all fallacious. It's all a hoax. All of that is true. It doesn't mean Candace's position is therefore true. That's the fallacy approach here that she keeps falling back on.
Been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
And it should be obvious why, for those that are still not perhaps getting it. If the state's line of argumentation is completely hoax, completely fake, completely all fallacious, it's the worst case ever presented. Let's say it is worst case ever. It's also logically possible that Candace's position is also fallacious and wrong, you see. So it's a false either or to think that because one of them is bad or argued badly, that it makes the other one true. They can in fact both be argued badly.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
Well, no, Candace, you didn't actually verify this. And so it really is, it's just conjecture. Right. And again, I'm not a lawyer, but you'll hear in courtrooms all the time, it's conjecture. Okay, well, if it's not been verified, then it's really not something that you can hinge a whole show on. Yeah, you can speculate all day long, but your speculation is worthless, really. It's of no more value than anyone else's speculations, unless you've got good reasons why we ought to believe your speculation. And she keeps just defaulting back to, I have a right to speculate, which is silly.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait,
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following combo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
That's splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder. It's a death sentence.
This was actually just rhetorically a mistake on Andrew's part, in my opinion, to let the mistake come back up. All right. So he should have immediately not addressed her bringing up the mistake again. And then to say, this is what did he say? It's ridiculous. You shouldn't have, pressed on that. It doesn't mean I don't know so now it looks like he's on the defensive, right? And strategically, it was the right move for her to keep pressing that, right? Because she knows that's going to play well, and it was a fair point. And if I was Andrew, I would have done like Candace did earlier in the debate, immediately deflect away from anything that was perceived as a weak point.
Not only that, let's point this out. one of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else?
Yeah, I mean, this is deflection on her part because she keeps retreating. It's like a version of Mont and Bailey again to say that it's just my personal subjective timeline. Yeah, but you are also arguing that you think this is the case, and you made a whole show on the receipt proving and exonerating him because he couldn't have been there. Well, so it's not just a subjective timeline. You're actually trying to argue a point here.
There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what his issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink, no alcohol.
Yeah, I think this was a good move for Andrew to go back to this because she's still, like in the first part, not getting that conjecture isn't evidence and personal opinion isn't evidence. I don't know why and she thinks that she doesn't have a duty to verify what she's including in what she thinks is strong evidence, which is crazy.
Right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Yeah, but again, this is just an appeal to her own personal experience that she spoke to the owner. Do we have a video of this? Is there a phone call that we can verify that this is the owner? Again, it's just back to the French assassin anonymous email. Again, that isn't you might think it's a proof, and it could be, but it's something that's not really relevant to everyone else's perception. And she's going to say, well, I don't care. It's my personal, like, what is that even, like, personal proof? I mean, you're publicly arguing these things. You're not only having private opinions, and you can have private opinions, but you're also making assertions and claims that go beyond possibility and opinion.
And that's why I like.
Do you remember when we covered in the first half the difference between doxa and episteme? So in philosophy, all the way back to Plato, this is where we get the idea of justified true belief, JTB. What counts as knowledge? Knowledge is not equivalent to opinion. It has to be grounded in good reasons for that belief. Otherwise, it's opinion. Otherwise, it's doxa. And it doesn't pass over into knowledge or episteme. It's a very helpful distinction that Plato gave us.
I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
Yeah, and she's missing the point that we don't know that that's true. It's like she lives in her head, and it's like if it's convinced to her, if she's convinced of it, then it's good. How do we verify that? Just trust me, bro? It's like another trust me, bro.
Obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card.
This would all just be appeals to authority, right? So it's like, she's like, well, I know this case really well, and I did this firsthand research, and I'm the authority. So trust me, bro, I'm the authority. So, if I was Andrew, if I was in this debate, and of course this would never have happened, but like I wouldn't have been allowed to ever be in this situation, but I'm not saying Andrew was allowed to, I'm just saying like there were so many stipulations. For example, I would have been calling, like, that's a logical fallacy, right? Like that's the first thing I would have said, like, well, that's logically fallacious. You can't argue that. And there was probably some stipulation where they couldn't go. They couldn't go into that. I don't even know.
Was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support.
So again, this was a huge mistake on her part at the beginning, as Alex pointed out, that she thinks that hearsay is going to be tossed out in the court. No, huge mistake. That's not true. In fact, the very document that they pulled up from the Utah 1102 Utah law was the opposite of what she said. That was a huge mistake for her. I don't think her audience even understood that. But it was not a really good move for her to go back to that, because it's just going back to the huge blunder in the first 30 minutes that she made that Alex Soren caught. So, but again, she doesn't understand that saying that the state is not under a strict line of argumentation isn't going to logically make hers work. Do you see what I'm saying? She thinks that that's like a really bold move, and it's actually it's fallacious.
Than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
no hard evidence anyway.
So yeah, again, when Andrew's saying hard evidence, and he was good to press earlier, how can we verify this? It's just a trust me, bro. Just like with the French assassins, it's a trust me, bro.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And it was the same with the questions of why is Erica complicit? I feel like I have good reasons that she lied and she's sus. So vibes, no, she lied. Okay, but what exactly, and how does that relevant to this?
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts. More, go to VT. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded, because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts to say, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have.
I think for a final concluding statement, my strategy is always to summarize very quickly how well the opposition did. Of course, nobody's going to admit in their closing statements, unless they're very humble, which is rare, that they lost or that the opposition was correct. You might have some people that have rhetorical strategy of conceding some points. I will concede that, my opponent had this point, and I'll concede that, he had a good, argument in his opening. However, I don't think he actually demonstrated XYZ, and so he failed to actually win this debate because the premise was blah blah blah. So it's a good strategy to create a quick summation slogan, and so I think Andrew's strategy here was to create a quick slogan that summarized what he saw was the overall failure, which was, quote, she had nothing. Probably this was, the idea is this might be something that would be easily put out on X, etc. So a very good rhetorical summation strategy here at the end. And so let's see where he goes.
A single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence.
Yeah, that one, I think she would have been a lot better to have shown some of the text messages about Israel. I don't know why she didn't do that. I guess she wanted to just kind of give the optic impression that she's the savant that knows the case inside and out, and she effectively did that. But if she wanted to press the foreign involvement claims, she should have shown some of these text messages or clips about Israel. I mean, she could have showed a clip of, you know, where Charlie was, you know, even saying stuff on the podcast along those lines.
That France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like
that was a good strategy right there to summarize very quickly what was a repeated problem all throughout, right? Which was, well, hearsay is no good. Of course, Andrew could have latched on if he had been more. Obviously, I didn't catch it until Soren pointed out. But legally speaking, there was a huge blunder with the hearsay, because hearsay is admitted. It is evidence. It is, every lawyer tries to get as much hearsay in as possible, as Soren pointed out. And then in the trial, hearsay gets scrutinized. It is not tossed out. That's totally false. So there's a lower bar preliminary wise, and then there's a higher bar in the trial, obviously. So she made a huge blunder on that, but it was good of Andrew to summarize that at the end here and highlight that major flaw.
Contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else.
You know, he said she's a contradiction machine. I mean, that's probably better for the audience than fallacy machine, because the audience isn't going to know what fallacies are. So this was a wise optics move, but it would have been good to, like, you know, quickly list, you know, a couple of those. But again, you have to think quick on the spot. So
was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. No.
So, so you went with a little bit of a humility strategy at the end to admit, hey, you know what? I don't actually know all about this case. I'm going to admit, you know, there's areas where I have weak spots. I don't know a lot about this. It's a good, I guess, way to try to concede that, you know, rhetorical gotcha at the end that she got. But I'm thinking whether it was the best closing strategy. I would have really highlighted more of the major mistakes. I would have just summarized quickly with the slogan, she had nothing. Hammered, you know, I asked her repeatedly what the positive evidence was, and it was just conjecture. She made all kinds of assertions and then walked them back. That was a huge mistake. She said it's not a debate. It was an agreed upon debate. That's a huge mistake. You can get a lot of mileage out of, especially for optics for an audience, by pointing out those kinds of basic contradictions, right? She said it's not a debate. No, it is a debate. You agreed explicitly to a debate. It's in the title, debate. So for her to say this is not a debate, it's a discussion, was a huge, huge walking back. I would have highlighted that.
Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again.
Yeah, that was good to bring back some of those points that she didn't show evidence of, or, you know, she asserted and she said, well, you go watch my podcast. I would have highlighted that too. Like, so your appeal was to your own subjective states of mind and watch my podcast because I talked about it. Like, why didn't you show it?
Like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's.
That was good. Actually, good to highlight that, because that was a huge mistake that she made early on, where he was asking for valid inferences, and she kept saying, "You're telling me I can't infer." No, you can't. You can infer all day long, infinity wise. We know you're going to, but are you making valid, sound inferences? That was the question.
I can tell you how to think, but you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to.
This was a good strategy to highlight that most of what she says is her intuition, her vibes, following her heart. In fact, if I remember, wasn't she even hinged quite a bit early on that, oh, I think you absolutely should follow your gut. You follow your intuition. Yeah, but that doesn't mean we should. Okay. You need to show us why we ought to. That's what you have a duty to do in a debate.
In a dream, it's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience.
That was a good point. That, again, skepticism of the system, which is valid, doesn't make your position necessarily correct.
To everybody watching, you might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies,
That was a strong rhetorical point to highlight that we could disagree about guilt and if he did it, but she had a pretty assertive position that was shown and that she tried to defend, that she then walked back, that no, he's patsy. He's a patsy in this. Okay. And that began with fingerprints and DNA. So patsy. Okay. How do you get to that? Well, I'm allowed to think. No. How do you logically get to that? Are you saying I can't infer things? No. What is the train of thought that gets you to that? And that was a good move to bring back that very beginning mistake.
Zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing.
I don't know if that's the case because I haven't followed a lot of what she's argued in the last few months. But it's good to highlight that she walked things back, right? Because her audience doesn't seem to register with a lot of her audience that she does this, right? They will defend her no matter what. And it's like, okay, but she makes these wild, strong claims and then walks it back. And that's very sus. It's a form of, it's not exactly lying. It's more like kind of a trick or in debate, Mott and Bailey is just kind of like scheming trickery, right? It's not totally just maliciously outright lying, but it's being tricky. It's being it's weaselly almost, right?
First time I've heard about.
I mean, it could be lying. You could straight up lie with Mott and Bailey because, for example, if you said if you said Israel did it, and then a week later somebody said, why did you say Israel did it? And you say, I'm not saying Israel did it, I'm saying it's a valid question. No, you said Israel did it. Like you had a hard assertion and then you walked it back, and then we continue the debate, and then you say, yeah, I mean, again, like there's, here's this piece of evidence, this, so Israel did it. Well, which one is it? Is it Israel did it, or it's possible that Israel did it? Because those are two different things.
Away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate.
I'm saying that every debater will make fallacious arguments. Okay. It's not really possible to debate all the time consistently without making a mistake. I don't just mean factually, but even when you get into doing rhetoric actually has sometimes fallacious arguments, right? Now people can call that out, but for example, sometimes the line between ad hominem and rhetoric is thin. Sometimes you're making a joke. You make fun of somebody as part of your rhetoric, and that could be conceived of, or it could be flagged by a judge or a moderator as an ad hominem, conceivably, right? Because sometimes this stuff is a little gray. Thus, you have a moderator who makes the judgment call. But this moderator made no judgment calls, maybe one the whole time. So, I mean, that's why it's an art form that is part of classical education that also includes rhetoric, right? You can't have a debate that is just strictly only logic. It's not possible. Because there's also the strategy and the skill of convincing the audience, right? I need to have good rhetoric. I need to have good communication skills. I need to be able to think quick. I need to have good recall. All of those things are necessary for doing debate. And you'll notice a lot of debaters and commentators, they're stronger in some areas than others, right? You might have a guy with perfect recall who can't talk very well, right? So he's going to have that handicap in a debate. But you'll see debaters who are, I would say Candace scores very highly on rhetoric. She's very good at rhetoric. She doesn't score very well on logical consistency at all, though.
0. Candace.
Well, I think that
that was a pretty good closer from Andrew. I think it was a good strategy to show a little bit of human fallibility by saying, you know what, I may not have gotten every point right. I don't know everything about this case. That was probably a good move. But let's see, Candace.
That is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned. And you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA.
This was an odd strategy for closing statement of a debate. This is exposition and sort of, what does this have to do with what was debated? I mean, from a debate standpoint, I don't understand what any of that has to do with. This is almost like gotcha girl bragging or something. Like, what does this have to do with what was presented? This is weird.
Tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning.
Okay, this is good to get into, kind of recapping and stating where you think the opponent made the major mistakes. So that made sense.
That I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there.
By engaging the evidence of what has happened. Well, a lot of what was presented from her side was admittedly opinion and conjecture, and that's not evidence. And so actually very little evidence was actually discussed in the debate. So I don't know.
There's more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up.
And what was that? None of that was really presented.
And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about
finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. Part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in.
I think this part came off pretty professional here, giving thanks and whether we believe it or not, giving, this attempt at saying, well, I really care about Charlie, right? Like this is where my heart is. That probably resonates with the audience and her audience. I don't know what you're talking about. How am I self-immolating? Like, what do you mean that I've immolated myself over this? Again, it's like people don't listen to what I said. I mean, I am not a MAGA person. I am a dissident right person, but that doesn't mean that I think that Candace's argumentation is good. And if you listen to what I said throughout this entire live stream analysis, we analyzed rigorously the philosophical argumentation. We gave points to both sides, and the way I scored it is I gave Candace, I'll give her 1 point for the closing statement as well. And so strictly on substance and some rhetorical points, I scored it 7-14. So I'm giving Candace a 7 and Andrew a 14 overall. You could disagree with that. That's fine. But I do think that's on strict substance, and strict substance does encapsulate an element of rhetoric. So rhetoric can be included in that. Solely, however, on optics and rhetoric, it does, I think probably Candace came away with the win here. If you want to talk about like audience perception. I'm talking about overall. Now, part of that is because she has the massive audience. I mean, the Crucible had 30,000 live, and she had 230,000 live, right? So this is, a large, massive engine, you could even say. And then we have a lot of clippers, a lot of people on her side, really pushing and doing the engine work there. I think I was fair if I thought Andrew made a bad argument or made a mistake or whatever. I said from the outset that I believe that she did rebut the initial claim that there's no evidence of foreign or Israeli elements. I think she got that point. I do believe, at least my working theory at this point, is that they probably did. I think there is foreign involvement. I think there is a conspiracy. I think there are unanswered questions that she did mention way late in the game. She should have listed those early on. That would have been a better view from my standpoint. You guys, it may come out that down the road, she gets totally trounced after the trial, right? A lot will be revealed then. Of course, the Candace cult will only say, well, that was all rigged and it was all fake. And it was all, it's all part of the conspiracy, you see. And so in other words, it will become unfalsifiable because it will just be more evidence that, well, of course he is guilty because he's the patsy, and see, that proves that he's the patsy, right? So that becomes confirmation bias, and basically everything is evidence of the position because you're in an unfalsifiable loop. So again, I scored it, 7-14, 8-14, what was it? $8 to 15. I can't read my own writing now. Whatever. It was, that was my take on it, just based on the sections. Obviously, you can't analyze every single sentence, but the topical sections that emerged, that was my score. So there you go. That was pure substance with some rhetoric. But in terms of optics and the audience, I think the audience came away partly right now from the numbers. Unanimously Candace dominated. And that was largely based, I believe, on not the logical analysis, but the clip at the end, right? The gotcha at the end. But I don't see how, I mean, if you want to think that I've been unfair about it or that I didn't give sufficient weight, and again, if you listen to what I'm saying, what did I say? Like day one or day two? So I don't understand why you guys lie about what I say. It's just laziness. And I think people should work on not being rash. Everybody wants to jump to conclusions, and Candace does that a lot. Now, we all can do that, right? So we can all be susceptible to that. But for example, many of you that pop in here, you just say and assume, oh, you preach the Fed narrative. What did I say 2 days after? If I had to guess, so theory, Middle Eastern places use the TRA and Z people. Now, that could include all kinds of possibilities. Could include him being a patsy. Could include him being hyped up and whipped up to do the event. Could include the other dude doing it and framing that guy. There's a lot of, sure, there's all the, but my theory is that based on prior types of events, especially things like JFK, etc., there is precedent. There is evidence of motive, but I can't demonstrate with strong certitude that that's exactly what happened. And a lot of people are acting like they can. So how is that not fair? How am I not being objective when that's the theory that I have, but I don't have strong proof of that theory? Let's listen to the last of her part.
I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience.
All right. So again, I offered Jesus and Whatnot, Jesus and Chatbot, 3 different debates, and he declines the changes that I've offered. Why did I change that? I changed it based on new information, and I explained at the beginning why I changed it and why I updated it. And I don't care what you think, so you can get out of here. All right. People have to understand, as I said earlier, that in high-profile debates, which for me a high-profile debate is, am I getting paid? What I'm gonna have stipulations, and exactly the same thing is occurring with Trent Horn and I right now. We are both negotiating and offering counter offering. That's part of the process. I don't have to do what some 19-year-old kid demands I do. I don't have to do that. And I can, based on new information that he tells me, decide, you know what? I actually am not sure that you won't cheat. And I have a reasonable basis to believe that you might. So I'm going to demand that it be in person. He says no. Okay. Then I'm going to counter offer that you don't get to only talk about one topic. You're going to talk about any of the topics that I want to raise, although we will talk about your topic. And he won't accept that. But I don't see why that's not reasonable. And one of the reasons that I want to do that is he admits that he relies on Wagner, and whether he cheats or not in the debate, if he's just going to repeat Wagner's line of argumentation, let's say that he's not going to cheat and he just does his own thing based on what he admits he gets from Wagner. I want to be able to answer or ask other questions that ensure that he's not relying on Wagner or anyone else, because I know what Wagner doesn't know about, because I know him. I mean, not well, but I know him enough through his stuff and the stuff that he admits he doesn't want to debate about. So there you go. Like, why is that not rational And if he, again, keeps having this pattern of lying, he consistently says that I want to charge him $2,000 for a debate, which is a lie. It's a lie of omission. I said, if I go on your channel, you're paying me $2,000. To do it in person, you get paid. So that is a lie of omission. I know that Roman Catholics don't know what that is, but because lying just comes so naturally, right? So they just don't even realize that it's, you know, something that comes so naturally to you guys, that there could also be these other genus and species of lies that you're very adept at, because it's come so natural to you. All right, Mr. Grips, $3. We got to get through a lot of super chats, so let's get into it. We got a lot. I'm gonna try to go quick. Also, by the way, you got to do over. I may have to move it to 5 and above, because people will just spam, you know, $3. If you say that I'm not going to do 2 or under, then they'll just do 3. So we might just have to do 5 and above. So I'm going to be mean, 5 and above, but I will say your name, Mr. Grips. Thank you. Almir Predzik 911. I stopped making honey glazed foreskin to watch this. British Columbia, thank you for that. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $10. I originally liked the one with weird Mormon cartoons in the background. He's talking about Mormon Space Wives songs, but he says, I like all of them now. Thank you. I think they're all pretty good too. I kind of like all the vibes of it. Aqua Note says for $5, I heard Candace Owens got married in a Subway shop similar to a Funko Pop. Oh, whoa. He's quoting my song. Red Shinobi, $5. You got to play the AI Candace song. Yes. Let's see. Where is that? I knew somebody would request that one. Let me see. Where is it at? Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion, black kings, black bishops. Let's see. What's the new? I want to hear that one more time. It's only like a minute long. The new Cringecore song is cracking me up, dude. Let's hear this. Let's hear this really quick. Stupid girl. Okay, let's hear this.
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body. Cringecore. Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 This bitch stupid. Get me out of this body. I done demon possessed and inhabited a stupid ass bitch body. Get me out of here. That demon.
By the way, the song is not about Candace. The song is about God Logic and his dad's fake church and the deliverance ministry. The song's not about Candace.
They got in my coochie. Get that demon out my coochie. It don't got up in here. I ain't get no payments. I'm gonna have to check out that booty. I gotta see if there's any demons in that booty, that backside. Show me, girl. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now. Show me what you got now.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid. 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 Stupid girl. Ooh, she's stupid.
Shake it like a salt shaker.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Travaholic. Tigers, $10. Hey, Jay, Rob Noer's in the space. He wants to talk. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see him. I would have brought him up. I apologize. He was in the Candace Crew space talking with Jake. Apologize, Rob. I didn't see it. I didn't mean to do that. Emir Cat, $50. JH5773 should be avoided. He's disregarded. He's a lesbian silly goose. Okay. Did somebody call in? Or is that somebody in the chat? I don't understand. That's funny though. Appreciate that big fat super chat. Super nerd, $5. Sorry, Day. I super chatted via YouTube and sincerely asked, I respect your opinion. Okay, appreciate that. Juan Domingo, $5. You can't be a patsy and also be A Panguitch with an alibi. Repeal the 19th. Panguitch. Blink. Maybe I'm getting tired because it's late. Blink 444. $5. Jay, she found a weave. She found that wee. And we gonna solve Charlie Kirk. Def. Exactly. Def rope. Super nerd. $5. Multiple Discord people are saying that it will happen. It'll turn out Tyler wasn't acting alone. Thus, Tyler could be a patsy more than acted alone. Yeah. I doubt that it was only him. I think that it could have been another group whipping him up and getting him to do it, and he did that. Or he's the shooter, or he's framed and the other dude is the shooter. I mean, all these things are possible. Thank you, Pro Zilch. Thank you, Jordan. Keys, $10. Shawiva Holmes. We were trying to come up with Sherlock names for a black girl. Josh Garrett, $5. Sherliqua Holmes, gonna save you from quandary and shit. Malika Davidovic, $5. Thank you for letting me, a boomer tech, talk. The idea was that if individual Muslims do not find orthodoxy right away, it's crucial to fight Islam on a civilizational level, and David Webb is effective. Yeah, but the problem is a lot of evangelicals, they're going to go into evangelical stupid Zio churches. So I don't know that that's even a win. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $20. Columbo. Oh, Columbo or Qualumbo. Auditing Ireland, $10. Candace and her fellow travelers rely a lot on intuition and thinking that's prone to cognitive bias. Exactly. And ideally, we should integrate tuition, but balance it with rationality. Yep. If they debated dialectically rather than heuristically, it could have worked, but I'm being idealistic. Anonymous, $5. Dear Tulsi, I wrote you, but you ain't calling me yet. I left my cell phone number in the podcast and my phone at the bottom. I sent 2 letters about Foreign Legion in autumn. You must have not have got them. Sometimes I can't pronounce the addresses right when I say my goat T loves Creed, $10. You've watched Psych, but not Burn Notice. Actually, that's not true. We started Burn Notice. So I watched the pilot. I thought it was fun. I'm open to more Burn Notice. A lot of times with shows, you got to give it a few episodes or even the first season, because most pilots, they're not really off the ground yet, right? So I am absolutely open to more Burn Notice. So that's not true. We got spy tips. They're on spot, etc. Government, deep state. So you hipped me to it already, dog. You were successful and you didn't even know. Trey, $5. It's obvious if you open your eyes. Candace, unalived, Cork, planted evidence, selected Tyler. Okay, we got trolls in the chat. 435779 says for $25. Jay, thank you for all this content that you produce. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Masif, $3. Thank you so much. Matthew Newman, $5. Candy won't answer Andrew straight because bad motives. She is also sus. TPUS, she's sus of TPUSA giving her information for the same reason. Grootmeister, thank you for that. Kibble Wibble, thank you for that. Governor, $10. 1 year after Charlie Kirk's murder, we're still talking about it thanks to Candace Owens' relentless investigations. Praying for the truth. Keep your integrity. Nathaniel, $10. I appreciate the work you do. Thank you. God bless you and Jamie. Thank you. Headstone of the corner. Jay, what was that thing that you said you took for focus? NAD, the one in the blue. I forget the brand, but the NAD in a blue bottle works really well for me. But only take one. Don't take 2. You'll just stare and focus too hard all day. It's not good. And also, I forgot, we have show sponsor, chalk.com. CHOQ.com, the best in supplementation on the internet. Head on over to chalk.com and use the promo code J60Life. That's JAY60LIFE to get 60% off all of those great Chalk products. There you go.
Let's see, we got more super chats to get through here. Governor, $5. Can anybody explain to Jay? Oh, we did that one. Billum, $10. Have you heard of Cortical Labs? I don't think so. They use actual fetus brain on circuit board for AI to get around the limitations. Oh, I heard Alex talk about this on like 4 days ago, but I didn't look into what the articles were saying. So I heard him talking about this, but I don't know anything about it. So the idea is like combining organic with mecha, so Orga and mecha, so like AI, Spielberg's AI. It will get around limitations of AI hardware, supposedly. Chatbot debaters can't know if they're utilizing the hardware or not. Thus, it's a moral failure. Chatbot debaters can't know if they're utilizing. Oh, so they might be utilizing something with fetal stuff in it. Interesting. And that would compromise also ethically. Vector of Intellect, $20. Jay, you got 20 points with this analysis. So Jay actually won all this debate. Yeah, there we go. I won everything. Reality wish. I really wish that you would have moderated. Well, I mean, look, they're obviously, I mean, there's no way, Candace, that, look, you gotta, I mean, they're in the tiers of Rogan and PBD, right? That's like, 20, 30, Rogan has what, like 15, 20 million or more, and PBD has 7, 10, I don't know, however many million. I mean, dude, I'm not in that tier, so we got a long way to go. Anti-retard, $10. Jay, what's up? I thought about your brother. Do you have any thoughts about brother Nathaniel joining the SSPX? I thought this was the funniest stuff ever. I mean, it's kind of sad because I don't enjoy seeing people apostatize, but it's also, unfortunately, not surprising given the known and admitted mental instabilities. So that's, it's unfortunate, but not surprising. All right, we got some more super chats over here on YouTube, so let's get to those. Eugene, I gave Jay the N-word pass. I got like 34 N-word passes stacked up. I'm just stacking them like Satoshis, dude. God has forgiven me. What's up? Pro Zilch says for $5, I left my bee farm to watch this. Yeah, not beekeepers, but bee farmers, she said. I don't know what a bee farmer is, but it sounds funny. It sounds awesome. All right, let's see. Grandmaster Sub-Zero. No, we did that. Ortho T-Bell says, my son just turned and asked me, what the freak are you listening to, Mom? So he must have heard me. She must have heard me singing. I need to apologize because I probably got your mama worked up. So I apologize for that. If I start singing, Jamie's going to get mad. Francois, $5. These are Fabian's socialist bourgeois debate tactics. You mean by who? Andrew or Candace? Marco, $10. I appreciate your work, Jay. You actually significantly helped me in my journey. I'm currently a catechumen awaiting on confirmation, being confirmed, or you mean received into the church. That's great, man. Everybody pray for Marco and pray for my dad, you guys. Under the Tide, what's up? Giving out memberships. Funzerker, $5. TikTok brain, false memories, parroting AI, online personalities. These are signs of a society captured by technocrats. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like ultimately with TikTok and Reels and the Gen Z people relying on Reels like Jesus and Chatbot, basically the technocrats win. Kibble Wibble, $5. A devastating mistake in this debate would be building conspiracy on someone not appearing in a video and then learning they admit it's them in the video. And I'm assuming that you're referring to
but she's just going to say that's all preliminary, and it's she thinks because it's preliminary and preliminary allows hearsay that it's all hearsay and it will be thrown out. Well, by the way, if the court is rigged, why would she think it would be thrown out? I don't know. I'm going from memory. I think she argued that yesterday, but anti-realism. What is it? Oh yeah, we did that. NAD. Steelborn, what up, dog? $10. I feel like, in my opinion, like from my perspective, I think Andrew wrecked her in every crazy claim. You know, it's interesting. I'm sure they had to selectively choose like what she was willing to talk about. I would have freaking brought the damn time travel shit right away. Like that would have, my first thing would be, okay, the CIA has time travel technology that quit working in 2012, and they knew that Charlie was a time traveler. That would have been what I led with. Like, what the fuck is that, dude? What? Super nerd, $50. How does Andrew win a debate if the opening statement is appealed to subjective standard? Well, I pointed this out in the first part that he might personally think that, and they can have a debate about that. That is separate from a courtroom expectation of what is necessary. So I already dealt with that yesterday. 2, implied reasonable doubt with a 75 to 85% convinced metric. It's possible for you to be personally of that view and then argue that in the courtroom is different. I don't understand why you couldn't see that difference. I explained that yesterday or on the first stream. Andrew didn't know any of the charges. Well, I conceded that you could actually go into this debate from a philosophy perspective and know absolutely nothing about the case and just judge it on the basis of logical argumentation. And I am a Crucible member. Well, that is my response there. Disgruntled Docs, $5. Technically, it's 3 versus 1. What do you mean? Do you mean? I don't understand. Who's 3 versus 1? Christian Roach. Candace delayed saying that 7 charges because it took a minute for the people in her ear to tell her. So she spouted nonsense until she got the answer. That is interesting. Do we know who was in whose earpiece is saying what? I didn't even think about that. She might, I mean, I suppose it's possible, but I think they said that they both had the same, like, it's not like she had a separate information coming to her earpiece. I don't know. Super Nerd, $10. If the left from the opening statement, the left from the opening statement does not equal Tyler Robinson, that implies he did not act alone. So he could have been a patsy if not solely responsible. Yeah, I think that he was used or a patsy in some way. That is not the same thing as, is that, how do you prove that? And the fact that DNA and prints, as we said multiple times, I don't know if you maybe you didn't watch yesterday or the other stream, just because DNA and prints, how does that logically tell you patsy? If there are other possible explanations for why there's different DNA and prints. 2 plus people equals a conspiracy by definition. Again, I argue that there is a conspiracy. But the question is, does Candace meet the bar of proving conspiracy? Do you see those are 2 different things? Aquanote, $5. I'm not going to lie. I've been emailing Candace for years that I'm a source. I told her she is secretly born and bred in a lab by Yaqub himself. She did say Earth is ashy. This Earth is nasty. This Earth ashy. It's like, I feel like a cat in this planet. Welcome to the new members. Appreciate you guys. All right, let me see. I got to refresh this because some of these are...
down here at the bottom. Christopher Herrera, $20. Jay, you is for real though. For sure, I'm a Mexican and I started my catechumen process. I will be Cholo Docs soon. That's right. We got a lot of Cholo Docs converting. That's good. That's good to see. Good, man. Appreciate that, Christopher Herrera. I've noticed his super chats. Cloud Strife, what's up? Strifing, he's giving out memberships. Appreciate that. Eric says for $5, she acts like she be debating. Cloud Strife, 55 pounds. Jay, my man, I'd love to talk to you about religion. Well, we do open calls all the time, and you're welcome to call in on X. I might sound dumb, but I'm learning about Christianity, and I wouldn't mind a conversation. You're more than welcome to call in on an open calls day. We do them very frequently. Now, of course, today was mainly about this debate. I did put papacy in there, and I forgot that I was hoping to get some of the papists call in, but we didn't really get any of that, but that's okay. I'm currently writing a book about the pilgrimage from Netherlands to Santiago in Spain. After my pilgrimage. Interesting. I'd like to hear about your book. P0 Info Warrior, $10. Jay, thank you for breaking it down. Thank you. G Wiz, $5. What are you expecting from your Davon debate? So I'm debating a black dude on Cooley's channel. This is a sort of formal, informal cult debate. So something in the vein of like a, oh my gosh, Owen Benjamin and Sneeko together. Good grief, dude. Does it get any stupider than that? What is this guy's name? Davon? Now you might say, Jay is lying. He has strict rules now about who he debates. Well, I agreed to this debate a long time ago. This is coming up when? In 43 hours. This is not a debate I think requires much preparation. So if I'm debating a black cult dude, I'm not that worried about it. I don't really even know what this dude's position is. I've heard it's weird, but you can check this out. This will be the next debate in a few days over here on No Fugazi, Cooley's channel. It'll be fun, but I don't know what to expect, honestly. I'm sure it's weird. It's some kind of like, it's not Captain Crack Rock, but it's like a variant of that kind of a cult. Something like Christianity was created to trap black people. I don't know, something like that. Kievan Roos, $5. Candy's condescending attitude and refusal to answer a lot of the questions of the debate, and literally Andrew paid $300,000 is wild. It's almost in the realm of perhaps fraud. Vector of Intellect, $20. Jay, you got 20 points. Oh, we did that. Excuse me. Okay, I feel like this is scrolling past super chats. Let me refresh this. Cloud Strife, 55 pounds. Jay, let's get in touch. I'm Protestant, but I am interested in Orthodoxy. Well, like I said, man, if you get on X, I will give you priority. Next time you call, I will bring you up, and you can, you know, I'll be looking for Cloud Strife. That's an odd name, so I will remember Cloud Strife, and I will bring you up, and you can bring up your questions and your book and all that. I want to get into these open calls. Keep it up, brother. By the way, Candace lost big time. It's not even close. Archon says, as a 15-month member, do you have a favorite Daria episode? I don't ever remember even watching a full episode of Daria. I never really thought it was that interesting. I mean, MTV was putting out some interesting stuff at that time. I mean, Beavis and Butthead was good, but okay, P Brown, $20. Candace, with DNC backing, kills Charlie to shatter the right myth for progressive. It's actually revenge on Charlie, Erica, and Ben. Thus, Tyler is a patsy. She then blames Eric and Israel to tank TPUSA and inflame anti-Israel rage. Well, that is a conspiracy theory there. I don't know about all that, but Nazer, $5. These people want Dillahunty Andrew. Quote, you and your husband have a good day, Matt. Corey Sanders, $10. Later in the episode of the clip that they played of Candace, she actually stated that Erica needs to go to jail for questioning. I wish that they had played that clip. Oh, that would have been stronger. Yeah, for sure. Ryan Supreme, $10. Bullets move very little air outward. Demo Ranch showed that 50 BMG doesn't knock over solo cups. The bullet then wouldn't have moved the shirt. Nick at Night, $5. Having two separate debate prompts ensured that actually this whole debate ended up being rhetoric. It was doomed from the start. That was a little odd at the beginning. I would have formulated it different. I don't know how I would have formulated it, but it was ambiguous. Painted Fanatic, $10. Thank you so much. Tom Bombadil, what's up, man? Appreciate that. Disgruntled Docs, $10. Think about a car that passes by on the freeway. Even if you don't get hit by that car, you will feel the air as the fast object bypasses you. Thus, same concept with a round. I mean, that seems to make sense, but you know, how much does air displacement? I'm not sure. I don't know. Scribs, what's up? I watched a hunting video, and there's a guy that shoots a 50 caliber at a deer. He misses the bullet, but the air dispersal kills the deer. Misses the bullet. I think you're joking. I don't get it. Grits Carlton, $5. I thought Candace was evil. Now I realize she's actually retarded. Nick at Night, $5. This is closer to Total Recall than Gone Girl. Snakefoot's $5. The Lutheran that debated you that was Corey Mahler's boy isn't even part of any known Lutheran church. He actually started his own church. He's actually on the same footing as the Churchill's apologist. Interesting. It's good to know that. G Wiz says, what about the Davon debate? It's coming. Lois Lane, my lane, $5. Imagine if Candace Owens merged her grift with the Tyler Perry Church. Tengu, $5. Is X-Files a good show? I used to like those old Twilight Zone episodes. Yeah, if you like Twilight Zone, you would love X-Files. I mean, you gotta, accept it as a 90s sci-fi show. But absolutely, it's one of my favorites for sure. I mean, it's goofy, but fun goofy. Nick at Night, $5. Somebody needs to make a meme of Candace's face in the Goodfellas helicopter scene with Egyptian planes. Tengu, $10. That time you streamed Red Dead 2, we all came up with Sam Shamoon Orbs on the dance floor. That song had me in actual tears. It's one of the best streams I've ever been involved in. Hope you do more of those. Yeah, by the way, I meant to be doing more gaming streams because I beat, what did I beat? I beat 007, the new one. It was all right. It was fun. I had fun with it. It was a little woke, but it was still all right. The new Dark Pictures was retarded and woke. So it was dumb. The other ones were pretty good. What did I just play? Oh, I replayed Tomb Raider. Shadow of Tomb Raider, but I beat it quicker. I beat it in like 8 hours, which I thought it was like I thought it was going to take a lot of hours. It was like I beat it in like 8 hours. I was like, all right, well, that was quicker than I thought. So I started Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So I'm playing Rebirth. I don't know if you guys would enjoy that. Is that too nerdy to watch? I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to that,
but would you guys actually want to watch me doing Final Fantasy Rebirth? 7 Rebirth? I don't know. What do you guys want? I mean, that's going to be a long one, right? So I'm not going to be able to stream 70 hours of Final Fantasy, but maybe some of it. I don't know. Would you guys like that or no? Lois, my lane, $10. Nah, bro, that dude bros are annoying. They want any excuse to talk about their old irrelevant job that they had that nobody cares about. You talking about military? The sources are their FUD granddaddy splitting a moose with a 30-06. Yeah, the gun expertise lingo is so annoying to me. Tom Bombadil, $5. As somebody who was in the Army, I would not trust Army testimony. We're actually known for being retarded. That's funny. A super nerd, $5. How did Tyler Robinson pay over the crime scene if he acted alone? Again, you must not be listening because I actually agreed with that point. Nick at Night, $5. If I were a conspiracy theorist, you could argue Andrew is a modern day version of the Warren Commission for the Charlie Kirk case. Candace is still very crazy, however. Nick at Night, $5. The issue was having 2 separate prompts. There should have been one. Stand-up guy, $10. I believe Candace thinks that Axel Foley from Beverly Hills Cop is a renegade cop breaking the rules to solve the case. Oh, she thinks she's Axel Foley. Instead, she's the black chief police that screams and demands the badge and the gun and never actually solves the case. That's funny. Rough hands. Quanda's crowd are actually as bad as the Muslims. Aquanote, $5. I've located Candace Owens' source. It's Campbell's Alphabet Soup. Nick at Night, $10. Because the defense only needs to worry about Tyler Robinson's involvement, they should not be focusing on proving a grand theory. Yeah, but I was arguing that if she has like kill shot evidence, then you would think, and sources, you would think they'd be interested. But I'm not a law person, so maybe I'm just retarded on law, and I don't know why that is not the case. Leningrad, $10. Her strategy is to twist everything that you say and then say a million slightly false things to bury you under a stream of garbage. Leningrad, $10. What really bothers me is how brazen she is with the wild claims. I think that's the main critique of everybody. Everyone that's critical of Candace, I think that's the main critique. Well, that, and they think she's jealous of Erica or whatever. But she pretends like she never said these things when she's questioned, and that's very sus. I can't decide if it's stupidity or is she lying. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $10. I could not help but be reminded of Anthony Fauci's I plead the fifth. Anthony Fauci, I am the science. When Candace said, we can't say for certainty. Grandmaster, $10. Black FOID Colombo. Keys, Shawiva Holmes. Prozilch, Ashy Watson. Papa Pumpkin, $5. Okay, I'm not going to read that one. So, if it violates TOS, no. Blink 444. She done found Charlie Kirk killer. Okay, I think I got to everybody's super chat. I don't want to, let's see. Tanner Wolf, $5. Do you have any thoughts on the trend of searches leading up to Kirk and in Israel and Twigs, etc.? I did see that. I'm not sure what to make of that. And I mean, even if it was, maybe I'm just being retarded, but even if it was suggesting prior knowledge, why would a bunch of people be searching that? I don't understand. Like, prior to the event, I don't know what to make of that. Finesse, $5. What do you think about Orthodox prophecies of World War III? You can watch Kotel and Conrad. They go deep into those things. I don't know much about those things. There's prophecies of Saint Paisios and Joseph about the Pady. They've been fulfilled. Interesting. Chetnik, $10. Try Warhammer 40K, single player. Well, I have a PS5. Is that on there? I don't know.
War Fantasy. Also, when it comes out, you need to watch War Fantasy trailer. Okay, War Fantasy. I'll check that out. I feel like I'm missing a super chat. Okay, we got Rachel Wilson, $50. Thank you for your objective, fair review. I want people to know that Jay is not beholden to us, nor would he hesitate to be fair in criticism of us, either of us, in a debate. That is silly. Do not project your dislike of us onto Jay. Jay is the GOAT forever. Well, appreciate you being supportive and honorable and honest. As far as I know, everything about you guys has been straight up with me. I've never seen anything the way that the Wilsons have treated me, that they are sus or whatever. They've always been super straight up and cool, and I appreciate that. So usually you'll get, I think you'll get the fair treatment from me, but I appreciate that. And they, you know, again, they know that, you know, I'm dissident, right? I disagree, but I'm going to be honest and fair with you. On certain points I disagree. I think we probably agree on 95% of stuff. Meta Seth, what's up? He became a member. Appreciate that. I think I hit all the super chats. Thank you guys so much. I don't know if I've actually ever streamed this long. We might have hit 8 hours one time. I'm not sure. But this is one for the record books. Thank you guys so much. Hope you enjoyed it. Leave a comment below. Hit